Good morning from Ballito, a delightful Friday morning here on the Dolphin Coast of KwaZulu-Natal. And early morning faces getting ready to prep. Surfers getting all dialed in, getting really close to something really quite special in terms of a result to kick the season off. The Europeans have enjoyed themselves. Adi Achoa, all smiles for her. This guy has been absolutely lethal. Cole Hauschman has been belting it. Taj Lindblad, so much power. And he'll be looking for a big finish to things here. Ryan Kainala also been absolutely lethal throughout the rounds. Let's see how it all comes together. We're close to a finish. We've got a couple of decisions to make as well. Could be finals day, might not be. Still have another day in the window. Forecast looks good for that too. So let's see how we go about this today, but we're feeling pretty excited about conditions on offer and the type of surfing we're about to see. Let's see how it all comes together, but really excited about finishing strong. It's been an unbelievable week. Best one yet, certainly, that I've been lucky enough to be around for. The waves have been absolutely cooking every single day. A pleasure to call it, particularly alongside the likes of my co-commentators and great friends, JJ Starling, Greg Amsley. Good morning.
Good morning, Paul. It's another beautiful morning, like you mentioned. I had my coffee. I sat and watched the sunrise this morning. It really never does disappoint, this beautiful coastline.
Greg, it looks great out there. Ruler edge lines. It's a lovely day.
Yeah, absolutely. Good morning, Mr. Evans. Good morning, Ms. Starling. Absolutely breathtaking out there this morning. The swell's tapered off as predicted a little bit, but it's that sort of perfect 3 to 4 foot size. Just pristine out there. We've got still that southeast swell dominating. Still got that strong period in it. So I would say 3 to 4 feet. Favorable winds this morning. Offshore glassy, really good conditions. Dropping tide. We've got a low tide 11:45 this morning. We've got water temperature 22 degrees Celsius, 71 Fahrenheit. So, yeah, we're in for a great day of surfing. I think we're going to see really good high-performance surfing because the waves are there and we've still got that bit of power in the ocean.
All right, well, let's find out exactly what we're in for. Time to get down and say good morning to the Fru Brew with the call.
Thank you, Paul. I'm down on the beach with Travis Logie. Travis, how's conditions looking today and what can we expect this morning?
Oh, another amazing morning. I don't think I've ever seen a week like this. It's just been non-stop waves and great conditions. So yeah, more of the same as this week. It's dropped slightly, but there's still some great waves out there. And as the tide drops down low, it should get better and better all day. So men's quarters, women's semis, and then right around the start of the women's semis, we'll make a decision on whether we're going to finish the event today or not.
Great stuff. So we're in for an amazing morning surfing. Great conditions, nice swell down here. Paul, back to you.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. So let's go. We're underway shortly here. Going to make use of a beautiful window we have this morning. Just a bit of a change of things yesterday into the afternoon, isn't it? But where we are at the moment, we can afford to just use these mornings in these favourable conditions.
Yeah, definitely. We've been so lucky, like you mentioned, just to have such good conditions consistently throughout the week, and every single morning we've rocked up, it's been pumping. Those winds have been perfectly offshore, not a breath of wind so far this morning, and then it has had a really similar run of turning slightly onshore through the afternoon, but that actually does tend to favour a certain couple of competitors, and a certain couple of competitors that I really do think of are in that quarterfinal number one. Jarvisell, he has proven that he can win heats in all conditions, but he'd definitely be lapping up these good conditions this morning.
Greg, what's your pick of these quarters? What are you liking?
Look, they're very stacked. They're all going to be so good. I think Jake, Marshall, Jackson, Bunch, I think that's going to be lightning. But they're all good. I really enjoyed Taj Lindblad yesterday. I was sold on his surfing, the power base. But all these surfers have brought something to this competition, and that's why they've found themselves here in the quarterfinals.
Can't wait to see how all this unfolds today. So we could be finals day tomorrow. Do have an option to come back tomorrow as well, as Travis said in that call. We'll make that decision when we get to women's semis. But at the moment, what we do know is two surfers out in the water. Obviously, they've been outstanding. That's why they're through the quarters, right? Kainala qualified at number 6 seed out the South America region. Taking on Jarvis Earl, who we mentioned, what he was able to do, get that World Junior title, and then some injury. Just held him back a bit, kept him away from competition. We've seen him back in rude form out here, and he's looked not only great in the water, he's been really bubbly and bright on land as well. Absolutely stoked. He'll look to bring a lot of that energy. His approach into this one, quarterfinal, how do you think he's gonna go about attacking this, Jarvis?
Jarvis is just going to keep doing what he's been doing. When he connects with those sections, it has a certain amount of oomph that is really impacting the judges, and you can see that they're rewarding him just by that beautiful power-based traditional surfing that he's been putting on display every single time he's got in the jersey. This is an interesting one, though, because Ryan Kainalo, him and Wesley Dantes are the ultimate underdogs here. I think if you looked at all the names at the start of this event, you probably wouldn't have put them in quarterfinal brackets just with how stacked they were, all of those Championship Tour competitors that we had competing here in this event. So I'm really impressed with how well Ryan's been able to compete. This event, he really has forced his way into this quarterfinal. So this is kind of that similar storyline that we saw in that last heat of the day yesterday, where Eden Waller, she's a surfer. She's going to be on waves and do good surfing, where Teresa Bombolot's a great competitor. So we see the surfer side of it belong to Jarvis Earl.
All right, well, here he goes here. First wave for him, first wave of the day. Jarvis Earl, the Aussie, gives it a crack. Had to travel a little bit of a ways to find that section, but first order of business, get your turn away, get a completion. He'll do that, and he'll get the ball rolling here. A couple of minutes off the clock. It'll be your classic kind of low mid-range number for him, but it will set us going. Now let's see Ryan Kainalo, how he responds to this. We saw him over at La Union in the Philippines earlier this year. I was actually really surprised to see him there. He's been around for that long. I didn't know he was still in the juniors. He's actually kind of got that rangy physique as well. He's got long levers. He's got a load of power. I think the versatility that he's shown in this event has been one of the reasons why he's in quarters.
Yeah, definitely. That's kind of what I mean. He's been so good at competing so far this event that it's pushed him into these quarters. Jarvis, with a one big whack, that's just that power-based surfing we've seen from him all throughout this event. But I totally agree. Ryan has a really solid bag of tricks. You can see he's refined it as well over the last 12 months. He didn't have the completion rate he had now this time last year. So really impressed with Ryan and how smart his decision-making skills has been. He has set a great foundation at the start of every heat, consistently throughout this competition. And Ryan, you can tell he looked confident this morning as well. Walking down the beach, there didn't seem to be an ounce of nerves there for him. So this is going to be a really interesting matchup between these two.
Yeah, Greg, obviously surfing an individual sport, but we tend to look at the crews and the nations that are here and representing. Just in terms of these quarterfinals, one Australian in the mix, no Euros. Who's impressed you in terms of the nations? Anyone underperformed?
The South Africans have underperformed, sadly. I would have liked to see another winner, as we had with Luke Thompson last year. But, it is an individual sport, but that team, that sort of support from your countrymen is vital. You want to feel them behind you, and that is so important. And I think today we're going to see the importance of that. Of course, the Brazilian Storm's always going to be strong. But, the Aussies have been quite supportive, and the Americans have also been sticking together really strong. So let's see how the day pans out. We obviously got this dropping tide this morning, so still a little bit inconsistent on the sets out here. So the game plans are going to be quite interesting to see. We see Jarvis all hunting early on in this one. But Ryan Kainalo, he's been here pretty much for the entire duration of this event.
Won the QS?
Won the JQS, and then he finished strong in the QS as well, and then into the Challenger. But looking at his score lines, I don't think he's gone under about 11.5 points in all those events. He always gets at least sort of 2 sixes, but he does like to get that early on and then have a chance to open up and look for those excellent scores. So we'll see if he'll have that opportunity today with a little bit less consistency. So I think Jarvis is going to have to attack those 7-point rides to beat Ryan, because Ryan's going to be consistent.
Kainalo having a look around, a little bit circumspect as he considered that peak. Didn't fancy it. Jarvis Earl took it. You can see that decision very much vindicated, not to go from Ryan with priority. Jarvis unable to do too much for that, so he'll just stay in motion here. Some of that energy, maybe some of the nervous energy, a bit of the tension. That will just melt away a little bit from his shoulders as he scrambles around on the inside, looks to try and find something. Meanwhile, a more statuesque Ryan Kainalo has been cool as a cucumber throughout.
Yeah, you can definitely win heats under priority today. Just with that drop and swell, it will force some of those surfers who have priority to sit and wait, be on those set waves, which we know offer really good scores, but you can stay busy and manufacture scores for backups.
Kainalo here driving off the bottom. Quality looking section. Big crack, a little straight leg, does well to recover that then. A nice carve in the pocket into the lip, and as a 3-banger to open up a heat. When you've got priority waiting for a set, ticking a lot of boxes there.
Oh, absolutely. What a wave. That was solid.
Jarvisell absolutely flying across sections here. Wow, big hanger on the backhand. Gets the drift. Gets the completion. Yeah.
I'd say so. It definitely had, he was standing long enough in that he disappeared in the foam, but he was still standing and then came out on the other side of it. Ryan, though, definitely with the better. That was 3 big turns for Ryan. Did really well to keep his cool as well. With that priority, it can get nerve-wracking to be like, okay, I should be on a wave, but the fact that he waited and the shape of the wave that he got for his first is going to be so much confidence going into the rest of this quarterfinal.
Greg, what are you seeing from that exchange?
Yeah, that's just textbook Ryan Kainalo surfing. Watch this. So it takes off, beautiful looking wave, drives off the bottom, rips it nice and critical into that first turn, carves, strong maneuver, and then just basics at the end, gets the finish, 3-turn combination. You know, it's probably in the 6s and above, and that's what he does. He just stamps that first wave, makes sure it is complete. Let's see what happens here with Jarvis. So rips that one, pushes the tail out, and he completes that for sure. But it's, I suppose you're going 1 maneuver against 3, and Ryan Kainalo wins that exchange in my book.
What about the technique from Ryan Kainalo? Is it reminding you of anybody? What are you seeing there?
He has a really wide stance. He does. So you can see he uses a low center of gravity to his advantage there. I loved that carve. It was really smooth. That second turn was really nice.
Do you want to know what I'm seeing?
Yeah.
I'm seeing Fred Murray Igarashi. I'm going to go Fred and Kanoa. Sort of shades of both for them. I think the lower body, getting Fred with the power. Upper body, getting a little bit of Kanoa.
Okay.
2 pretty good style pointers.
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah.
I love that combo.
And he's tall, Ryan? So he's got that Fred, that big, tall stature. And he's got a lot of torque and drive through those turns. And some pretty solid numbers coming through. How's that for a start?
Really, really good. 7-5 for Kainalo. So definitely wins the opening few minutes of this heat. The busier approach from Jarvisell, just giving that 1 moment of priority to Ryan. He's got it again here because Jarvis went right behind him. Kainalo paddles and drops straight down into the bowl. Really nice turn off the top again from him. Great rhythm. Just stings out the tail with the snap. And once again, this is pretty much textbook surfing from Ryan Kainalo.
Textbook. And you know what? Now he's allowed to fall off on a couple of waves. So this is what he does. He settles in. Now he can go, hey, I'm going to go to the air. Falls on the odd one. So what? I've got 2 solid scores in my scoreline already. I'm gonna make it very difficult for Jarvis here.
Yeah, super smart from Ryan. Just to turn a wave quickly as well. This was great. He surfed this wave up, a slightly smaller one to his 7.5, but pushing so hard. Every time that section does just show himself. So Ryan, like I mentioned at the start, he was walking down the beach and he didn't look nervous. He just looked so comfortable and confident, and you can see that is really showing now that he's in the jersey.
Yeah, we saw him on screen in the morning show and doing his warm-up and focusing on that ocean. And I was thinking to myself, I wouldn't like to be surfing against this chap. He looks like he's arrived here this morning. He's ready to go.
He's going to get another really good number come in as well. It'll be a useful one for him, and it will be a bit of pressure on Jarvisell. We'll have that priority now. It needs to change his approach a little bit here. He'll be forced to, really, because he's going to have to make a good decision. We'll get a look at his last wave, Jess.
Yeah, this is going to sound extremely biased as I am Australian, but I would say this is the best turn of the heat so far. Just the single maneuver, but really nice drift of the tail there for Jarvis, and Ryan's going to go again.
Swing in. Speedy, steep section. He is absolutely on form. As you mentioned, Greg's allowed to fall off. Doesn't doesn't fall off, just takes on that section, speedy, uses those strong legs into the lip, so not hanging around at all.
Once these next two scores come in for Ryan and he knows that he's in a solid position, he's going to want to mix it up a bit, because he's also thinking about the couple of heats ahead. How's that first turn? Wow, how critical were both those maneuvers, and judges are going to take major note of that. Just super in the pocket, big spray, big maneuvers. And, you know, what I've noticed and taken out of this event in particular is the wave choices. To be honest, if I was surfing with these guys, I think I'd be getting the waves that I want, the nice Greg Emsley tapered walls. But they're not wanting those ones. They're wanting the ones that are almost difficult to make, the ones that are heaving, the ones that have that heavy closeout down the end, that in a free surf you don't really want them, they're going to hurt you. But the judges are looking for those waves, the heavy sections, that heavy, almost impossible finish. And you've just got to connect it a couple times, get that finish, let that thing explode behind you, tuck in under the whitewater, pop out like you shouldn't be there, and you're going to sell it all day long.
I just wanted to mention on Jarvis's last score, that 4.33, it did make an impact on those judges. So that one turn is scored over half of what Ryan's 3 turns were. So if that's actually really good signs for Jarvis L, if he can get 2 turns on a wave, similar with the same amount of power that he had on that 4, we're probably talking excellence for 2 maneuvers. So Jarvis, that's probably confidence to him to take now, even though he's hearing that he needs an 8.67.
It's another score to come in as well. Might even be a marginal improvement for Ryan Kainalo. His last, a 5.5 for his second wave. His third wave looks like it's coming in just above that. First couple of judges certainly think so. We'll see where that requirement goes. It'll be up maybe towards the 9-point mark. Jarvis won't be too worried about that at the moment. He'll be looking to replace both of his scores and plenty of time to do that. 22.5. But what he does need is a little bit of a momentum shift in terms of energy. All right, 5.93. So that requirement goes up to a 9.1, but not really what he's surfing towards. But he needs to find himself one of these set waves. It just allows him to go to the combos. Another look at Ryan here, his last wave.
Yeah, major first turn. So much water coming off the back of that tail there from Ryan. And to get there late, that has that really nice big exclamation finish that Greg was talking about. If you can hit them super late, get low, and then have that water sort of explode around you, show that you're in control. The judges have been lapping that up all week. So Ryan surfing perfectly to the criteria and just starting off extremely strong.
Greg, from Jarvis's point of view right now, I mean, a lot depends, obviously, on just exactly when the sets come through, but add a couple of minutes, or take a couple of minutes off the clock, and he's sitting there. Does he start to feel a little bit of pressure? What's going through his mind?
Yeah, I think first of all, Jarvis has to identify that one maneuver waves are not going to do it for him right now. You know, Ryan Canalo is already on, 3, 4, 5, 6, on 8 good maneuvers in this heat. So, or 7 good maneuvers. So he's not going to be able to match that on 1 maneuvers. He's got to look for those waves that he can get the combos on. So if he can just focus on that, get the combos, get that backhand winding up vertical in the pocket, get the finish, that's when he'll start attacking that scoreline.
Let's see it. Here we go. Jarvis out. Good first turn from him. Gives it a fair crack. Another couple of pocket hits. That one was really cool to finish.
Kind of like that.
Yeah. So exactly what he was trying to do. The Aussie squad, not exactly fired up as yet, but they're starting to feel the vibe.
Yeah, I'd say so. That's definitely better from Jarvis. That first turn had that same amount of aggression in it that we saw from his 4.33, but then to back it up with 2 more turns, lovely first. I mean, timing that perfectly, especially with that backwash. Even though these 2 turns here were essentially carving snaps, the amount of water that he throws off the back foot, you can just see how hard he is pushing and driving into those turns. So it's definitely going to get him back in the heat.
Absolutely. That first turn was so big and so critical with so much spray that, to be honest, he just had to finish that wave, much like Ryan's first wave. But, when you watch that replay, which let's not forget, the judges will watch it in slow motion, even though that second turn at first maybe looked like a basic turn. When you look at how much power he's using through that carve, how much spray is coming off the board, and then that last finish, again, so much spray. So let's have a look. First turn, he catches the judge's eyes, goes vertical, straight up, and then spray for days on that rotation off the top. Again, power carve, lots of spray up in the air, and then connects with the lip. And again, look how much power and spray on that final maneuver. It's, I mean, this is putting him right back in the heat and definitely challenging that open score from Ryan, in my opinion.
Yeah, we're game on, and when this score comes through, it's going to really fire up this contest in terms of these two surfers and how close they're going to be in terms of numbers. And just the connection with the energy as well would have felt really good after waiting a while to find that kind of a wave. Hello, Goofy going left.
Wow. So looking at that left, we still got that bit of, it's obviously dropped off a bit, but we've still got that, you can see the period in the wave, the power, and still a bit of size. It's great. I think we're in for a really great day of surfing.
Goofy's part of their contract that all venues have to try and find a left.
Just one.
Even if it's a right-hand point break.
Yeah, Wesley Dantes, however, it's multiple lefts in a heat. He's gone more lefts this heat than we've seen in his heats more than anyone in this entire event. But I've been loving the big aerial maneuvers we're seeing from him.
All right, a great start to the day and a start to the men's quarterfinals. Really evenly poised at the moment. It's Ryan Kainalo of Brazil with a narrow lead over Jarvis Earl of Australia. Around about 18 minutes to go in our first quarter. More live action from Ballito real soon.
Welcome to KwaZulu-Natal, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. KwaZulu-Natal boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious Blue Flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of KwaZulu-Natal's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Luthuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. KwaZulu-Natal, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
Diving into our Surfline forecast here. It has been an unbelievable week of waves. Best event really in history of Ballito on the Challenger Series. Started off with a swell out of the southwest, Greg, and then it turned around to the east. A direct hit, and it's been really cooking.
Oh, it's been cooking. There's been swell along this whole coast, right up far north, up the top of Mozambique's been getting swell from this. So it's really been strong, and that's why the whole week we've just been littered with this easterly swell. It's fantastic and stoked. It's probably been the best Ballito Pro we've seen in history, with every day actually having firing surf.
Yeah, and tomorrow is the last day of the waiting period. So 3 to 5 foot faces offshore in the morning, just like we've had all throughout the event, and then slightly bigger but crush onshore throughout the afternoon. So we still have potential to run some heats tomorrow if that wind comes up a little earlier than predicted today, but we also have potential to finish the competition today. So really exciting stuff going down, and I love the fact that this first heat has started off with such a bang.
Yeah, it really has been a cracking start to Friday on the dreamy Dolphin coast of KwaZulu-Natal. Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill has been blessed. We've had in the past big days, we've had tubes. I don't think we've had it every single day relentlessly like we have seen this year. It's been so fun to see it go down, and the cool surfers are loving it. They're making the most of it out in the water as well at the moment. Crowd will fill in. Potential to see champions crowned, potential to see some tubes go down, like this one by Ryan Kainalo. Just grab the wall and punch through the backs. That one will run away. A little rueful look down the line for him. Trying to add to his numbers. Where are we with the scoreboard? Well, just to update, that was a 7-1-7 that before we went to break from Jarvis L. He's got priority now at the moment, Greg.
Yeah, so Jarvis, he's right back in this heat. That 7-1-7 solid score. As we mentioned, it was definitely going to challenge the 7-5, the opener from Ryan. And so stoked on this. This is what we want to see. We want to see competitive heats. We want to see our athletes battle it out. We want to see lead changes. And we want excitement till the end.
JJ, you've been on the CT to a lot of events, calling heats by the likes of Cole Hauschman this year. You surprised to see him here in Ballito, first of all, and type of surfing he's sort of form he's in?
Yeah, Cole is one of those guys who definitely belongs on the championship tour. He is too good not to be there, and he's the type of guy who, if he did fall off tour and was sent back to the Challenger Series, you could pretty much guarantee that he's going to get back to the CT. But just struggling with that new format. So these two-man heats are definitely giving some more reps.
Great hit from Jarvis L. That backhand is so lethal, just knifing sections. Juicing this wave again, still swinging. I think he's enjoying himself. These guys are fired up a bit. They were a touch quiet first thing, the Australians. Now they're finding their voice here, and it's their guy out in the water who's doing it for them. Jarvis L, he's ripping, Greg.
Yeah, he's ripping, you know. Looking at that wave, we'll see the replay. He's focused so much on each turn that he's actually risking the next maneuver afterwards because he's getting so critical, so vertical. Watch this. Watch what I'm talking about. So sets up. He's only focused on this turn. Straight up, right down in the pocket. Now it's the next one. Bang, straight down. And he's focusing on one maneuver at a time. And because of that, he's getting so critical. And the judges will note that point of difficulty and how vertical and how powerful and how much flow and how much speed, power. And when they note that, that's normally when the best scores come in, right?
Yeah, Greg Emsley, you read my mind. No, I really like that last wave from Jarvis. So it was, those first two turns were major. They had super critical sections on them. Jarvis didn't leave anything on them too. And then to get those bonus calves, his calves have an extra 10% on them as well. Some people struggle to get points for calves, but Jarvis is adding to this wave even with those carving maneuvers at the end. You can see just how tight in the pocket he is surfing. With this drone angle, it really hones it into. And then I love it, just those last two, you can see pushing so hard on every single opportunity. So Jarvis and Ryan both coming at this heat with everything.
So just looking at the scoreline and on what's happened with Ryan, is he got that good start and he had the perfect heat for what his strategy serves to, but he has he's gone quiet. He's done nothing in the time that Jarvis has found two very good waves.
It's actually an excellent wave for Jarvis L. 8 points for him. And the board unanimous in their agreement. 8 points for Jarvis L. And just it's what he deserves really for that kind of surfing. Taking risks on those maneuvers by pushing that hard, throwing so much spray. He's going so critical and vert in those steep sections. But I love the way this is set up now. Ryan Kainalo with priority. Still with 11 minutes. Plenty of time. 7.68 is that requirement, so only just marginally better than what he's already achieved. Let's get another look at this 8, guys.
Yeah, so straight off the bottom, straight vertical. It's a good-looking wave. Hits it so hard. Second turn, third turn, carves it. Comes down to the end, still powering. Gets a fourth turn. And looking at the judges' score, you've got a good wave. You've got a surfer that's powered 4 turns. He's focused hard on each maneuver. And it's not often you'll see all the judges having the exact same number. They've all gone excellent. They've all put down an 8. It's one of those waves that you just go, that's an 8. It's quite simple. He's done what we've asked him to do.
Yeah, I love it from Jarvis. You can see he's definitely drawing a lot of inspiration from Connor O'Leary and what he's been doing this year. Both of them from the same hometown. Oki from there as well. He's one of the ultimate guys to draw inspiration off as a goofy footer. So Jarvis, you can see, even though he had to take some time off because of an injury, but he's put a little bit of weight on in the last 12 months, and he looks a lot stronger physically, and that's really starting to translate in his surfing too, because I really do believe if he was on those waves this time last year, his turns wouldn't pack as much as a punch as they do this year. So Jarvis, you can see a lot of hard work has gone into getting back into this form, and it's probably the best form we've ever seen from Jarvis L.
So putting on weight's the answer.
That's what they say. No.
I'll take note of that.
Jarvis L in the lead now in this heat after being put in a little bit of a corner from some pressure and some good decision making early on from Ryan Kainalo. Right now in control of this one, but it's very nicely balanced. Let's check out our updated schedule for 2026 on the Changers. Ballito is where we are right now. So kicking off in South Africa, and we're kicking off in fine style, all sorts of quality waves throughout this week, all the way through to crowning our champions in quality surf. That's how we're feeling about it. Looking forward to Huntington. It'll be a different challenge over there. That's coming up real soon.
Yeah, coming up essentially like next week. So it's a quick 2 events back to back. But Huntington, like you say, it's a different challenge, but somewhere that Jarvis L has had a good result. We see a lot of guys who fly that American flag want to do really well though. That's an event that it has a lot of prestige about it. Everyone wants to win. Ryan here though.
Here we go, Ryan Kainalo, great looking wave. Big carve to open things up. And then again, just jamming in the pocket, pushing on the back foot. The wave was so steep. He was so committed as he needed to be. He'd be 7 for an 8 essentially, and he's down.
Yeah, he's in second place now, so I forgot to say that he's actually not allowed to fall off now.
Yeah, no, not allowed.
Yeah.
That was the score, though, every day of the week. With the completion on that second turn, this was Ryan going back into the lead. 2 major turns, massive turns on this. That first carve, you could see he held it, drew it longer than what we've seen through any carve from him this year, then jamming it. And as he's come back down, that wave scooped out, which we've seen it do all throughout the week, and that nose, unfortunately, just burying and Ryan going down. But, yeah, like I mentioned, I do feel that with that second turn being complete, you're definitely looking at putting Ryan Kainalo back in the lead.
It was going to be an 8-5, wasn't it? Mistake from Ryan.
7.5 on the clock now, and he'll paddle back into the lineup. And he'll have some moments to reflect on that. Just got to try not to let it eat away at him. Don't think too much about could have been the number. I mean, he would have known for sure as well, seeing that section coming off that first turn. This is going to be the big score that I need, but he's got to put that out of his mind now.
We've spoken about, we haven't actually seen this type of heat yet in this competition where the trailing surfer can actually come back. It's been, you know, someone like Ryan starting with a 7.5, backing up with a 5.93. It was going to be their heat. Like the surfer in second couldn't fight back. But how's the fight back from Jarvis L?
Time for a quick update with the Frou Brew.
Thank you, Paul. It's absolutely cooking down here. How was that last wave of Ryan Kainalo? The quality of that wave was amazing. I'm here with Wade Carmichael, Jarvis Earl's coach. How was that 8 that Jarvis got?
It was so good. He sold Ryan on a little insider and it didn't work out for him, and then capitalized straight after with an 8 and just really did good surfing and pushing that board in the pocket, and it has to go excellent.
Looking into the last sort of 7 or 8 minutes of this heat, Ryan fell on that good wave now. Now Jarvis has priority. What's he going to do in the next 6 or 7 minutes?
That pressure's building. I guess he needed a high score now, so paddle into that, knowing he needs a big score, he has to go big, and I guess Jarvis can just close his heat out with a bit of pressure and make good decisions, and if a 7 comes through, he's got to steal it off him.
Thank you, Wade. So straight from the Red Bull Athlete Zone, there's an update for you, Paul.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. And a pretty fair assessment, I would say, there from Wade Carmichael. It's exactly where we are. Jarvis L, he's got it all at the moment. He's got priority. He's got the lead. It's a decent lead as well. 7.68 is a score significant enough, JJ, that Ryan knows I need to push harder, so we can't really do safety surfing. He's got to be right on the edge of risk-taking, but obviously he needs to complete. Well, he's going to go a smaller one here and try and find something. Let's see. He'll go to the air. He'll get the grab. He'll land fakie, and he'll go down.
I don't hate Ryan taking some of those mid-sized ones, because Jarvis's 717 wasn't necessarily a big wave. It was one of those mid-sized sets that rolled through. He actually found that if I'm remembering correctly, under priority as well. So definitely can be found, and that's the approach that Ryan needs to go for. Go big, go to the air. We've seen scores go excellent for huge aerial attempts this year. Like you mentioned, Paul, just landing in a really tricky spot and unfortunately going over his heels there. So Ryan, he's making smart decisions. That's how hard you have to push on those smaller ones. Just unfortunately not having the execution on his last 2 waves.
Greg, what are you making of that approach for him to try and go to the air? Are you liking that?
No, I don't think he needs to do that. He needs to find a good wave and do the surfing he's doing. The turns are going to get him there. He needs that wave with, like the last one, either the 2 turns or the first one, the 7-5, but just pushes a touch harder on those maneuvers. He's got to go for broke on his next opportunity, but he can't force it. The next 4 minutes, he either gets the opportunity or he doesn't. He can't force it.
By that reckoning, what he needs is a set with a couple of good waves then, because obviously priority is with Jarvis, so he'll have first refusal. So what Ryan's got hope for is a set that offers multiple opportunities. So there's a little bit left to chance, really, for him. Let's see how he goes about that. Time will tick away here. It'll move a lot quicker for the surfer chasing the score. It'll be more of a stately pace, possibly even a glacial pace for surfers like Jarvis Earl, who has the number and just wants the time to go quick. Hang on. Hello. Opportunity here. Kainalo driving from deep, from really deep behind a section. Tried to pull in and then realized he had to pull through. So seen a couple of those from him.
I quite like the pace that's been set here today for the morning. I mean, contest organisers, Travis and the guys, did really well just to put it on hold for an hour, and they hit the button at the perfect time to start here. As we just see this wave, it's starting to hollow out really nicely with that tide dropping out. And you know, you talk about the consistency. We're on 7 waves apiece, so 14 waves ridden in this heat, person-on-person heat. That's a lot of waves.
Yeah, definitely. There's definitely been no shortage of good-looking rides all throughout this event so far, to be fair. It's been absolutely cooking. We spoke about it this morning. This is easily got to be one of the best Challenger Series for waves that I've been a part of. Definitely the best that I've come to in Ballito. This is only my 2nd year, but it's been cooking all throughout the event, and what a great start to the season for these guys as well. Everyone's had a chance to show their true colours and what they're made of, because it's been a really level playing field as far as waves go. So, yeah, an incredible way to start this Challenger Series season.
Great start to the season. A great start to men's quarterfinals as well. This one has been entertaining from the first couple of minutes, really. Momentum, all with the young Brazilian, Ryan Kainalo. Got his 2 scores pretty much unanswered. Jarvis Earl just scrapping around a bit at the top of this heat. Unable to get much, and then a significant momentum shift. His backhand weaponry has just been too strong in the latter part of this heat, and he's amassed pretty healthy total. He's gone excellent as well. His confidence is way up there. That's basically due to the way he's performing. And at the moment, he's looking pretty good. 1:40 on the clock.
This is one of those heats that Jarvis will remember. As a pro surfer, you don't remember the heat you got a 6 or 7 and a 7.5 at the start and you made it through. You don't remember that one. You remember these ones where your opponent dominated you, was killing you, and you made a comeback and you win the heat. This one will mean a lot to Jarvis.
Oh, definitely. And like you mentioned, to be on that back foot and fight your way through is really impressive, and they're the moments that feel really good, because sometimes the easiest option is to not, and you give up and you feel the nerves and you feel the pressure and you start falling. But for Jarvis to keep his cool and get such a healthy heat total, he was chasing a 9-1 at one point in this heat. That's a major number to need, and to have bounced back to get a 7.17 and then an 8 is definitely the start to the day he's looking for of what could be a potential finals day.
And what we know with the Aussies, I've got one sitting next to me.
Yes.
Is moments like this, they grab with 2 fists, right? You know, that support team on the beach is going to pump him up even more. You know, they're going to get behind him. They love this sort of story, and this is going to amp Jarvis up even more.
20 seconds on the clock here. It's still Jarvis Earl with the lead and priority. Ryan Kainalo has to try and force something. Jarvis will just block him on the left and he'll go. What's he going to do here? Just streaking down the line. He'll go and click in air reverse. Very nicely done. Gives himself a little round of applause as well, and he'd be absolutely delighted. He surfed really an incredible heat. If you think a bit of a position he was in, you mentioned JJ needed a 9-1. From them, he's never looked back.
That was good, Jarvis. Give yourself a clap. Come on. I love it.
Sometimes you need to.
Yeah.
It can be such a brutal sport, and you do lose more than you win in surfing. That is genuinely the fact. So Jarvis, impressive comeback in that heat.
Insight to how he's feeling as well, because after he blocked that wave, he could have just straightened out and brought that in, but he does a couple of hits, does an air reverse as well, just for fun. What a moment for him. He's through to semi-finals in the first Challenger Series of the year. Bit of a comeback year for Jarvis Earl, as we mentioned. Had to overcome some injury, and the Aussies will be absolutely delighted. Well done to Ryan Carnello. He's ripped throughout, but ultimately just couldn't quite get there this morning. Time for a break here. We'll keep rolling. A great-looking second quarter. Ian Gouveia takes on Cole Houshman right after this.
This new generation never goes outside. This new generation is lazy. This new generation needs to wake up. Wake up.
The 2026 Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by KwaZulu-Natal Municipality, official host and title sponsor partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. By O'Neill, official presenting sponsor of the Ballito Pro. And by Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients.
Friday morning in Ballito. It's a beautiful day on the coast. Looking at men's quarterfinals, we've just seen a great first heat go down, sending Jarvis Earl through to semis. Having a look now at a couple of surfers who've had that winning feeling right here in Ballito. Ian Gouveia taking on Cole Houshman. Two surfers with CT experience, two different approaches to riding a wave. I think fair to say Cole probably the one of, if not the form surfer throughout the early rounds. He's got a tough heat here, JJ, against Ian.
Yeah, two guys who have won here before, so pretty impressive to come up against each other, and who they both have good rhythm, they both have a good connection with this place. But Cole, I totally agree, Paul, has been, you'd say, probably the standout surfer of the event so far. Just with his power, it is a gear above anyone else's. So Cole, you'd imagine that these conditions, considering what we saw Jarvis do in that last heat, do really suit his power style of surfing. But then Ian Gouveia has such X factor in his surfing. He can go big. He won here, taken to the air multiple times in a clutch way a couple of years ago. So what an interesting matchup between these two. Very different repertoires, but both with the potential to take each other down.
Number in already for Ian Gouveia. It's just a smaller score that he's got locked in. So priority is with Cole Houshman, and he'll be looking to make his first move into this heat. As you see, Ian just heading over towards that position after riding his wave. A 3-3-3 in for him. Cole, more patient out there on the pick. Here's Ian.
Yes, Ian just taking off. That one's got quite a lot of bump and wobble off the rocks. Gets a couple of turns, but comes in at a 3-3-3. It was a a short-walled wave and very close to the rocks, a smaller wave. So not a big number to start this heat, just sort of feeling his feet. Of course, Gouveia out of Brazil in red, Hausman out of USA in blue. It's going to be a massive matchup. Of course, Cole Hausman winning in 2023, Gouveia in 24. So the goofy foot matchup, it's going to be an even matchup. But looking at these conditions, it reminds me very similar to the conditions when Cole Hausman won in 2023. It was also glassy, nice, steep walls, and I think he's going to be absolutely alive on his backhand on these sections.
Just having a look at a wave, showing a little bit of interest, quickly realising not the one he was after. You can see from the paddle there from Ian Gouveia, it's maybe a little bit nervous energy. He's very keen to get something going here. There's a couple of ways to interpret that, really. Obviously, depends what happens on the wave and your score, but maybe hand the initiative in terms of you feel, just with the rhythm of that last one as well, you're going to need to go good waves with priority. It's probably where the scores are going to come. Cole at the moment, just being patient. Let's see what he does here. He's getting in position to go, and he'll just have a look, study it, assess the scoring potential. Also, just the fact that it's pretty straight, and he'll let it go.
Yeah, good lead there from Cole. Definitely don't want to go those straight ones. You could tell he definitely was interested. I'd be surprised to see if he doesn't take one of those sets with priority just at this moment here, because Cole, it is very clear to see he's one of the bigger guys. He's probably the biggest guy left in competition. Him and Wesley maybe evenly matched there, but you'd have to say with this slight decrease in swell, those bigger ones are going to play into his forte a little bit more. Definitely can surf those small ones up, but Cole, yeah, you'd have to say with the first priority and how long is left in this heat, I'd be surprised if he didn't sit and wait for one of those good-looking sets with 28 minutes to go.
Cole just scouring around. You do get a little bit of a preview, an indicator, just as this swell bends in into the bay here. They do stand up a little bit outside, so you kind of get an indication, but it's not until they actually get pretty close into our takeoff where you really get to assess what kind of a wave it's going to be. Right now, heading deeper, heading to the apex of some energy and showing some interest. Cole Hausman will go. He's very deep here. He'll drive off the bottom, and he'll slap it hard once. It'll stay hit. There's a ton of spray. It is just the one turn. Cole Hausman will now look to get himself back in the lineup. Priority is with Ian Gouveia. So Cole decided not to wait too long. What do we think of that decision?
I don't hate it. Yeah, it would have been nice to see him on a wave that looked like or had resemblance to what Ryan 7.5 did, just because of how good Cole serves and the potential of hitting that. But just to get a start, that was a crazy turn. He had finished that turn and the water fell for seconds afterwards as well. So that just shows how hard that Cole is attacking these sections. It's not ideal to start with only a single maneuver, but it's ideal to start with a completed ride, and Cole can say that he's done that in this quarterfinal.
Yeah, gets 4.67 for it as well. It's a pretty decent return, really, for the amount of time on the board. Greg, I want to ask you about Cole's technique. We know he's a big man, and there's room out there to swing as well at the moment. But even one of his specialities is smaller waves, particularly on the backhand as well. It's what we saw at Winky Pop when he, on his way to that win at Bells as well on the CT. What about that technique? How do you get that big, powerful frame? How do you actually make room to be so dynamic, particularly on a smaller wave, but on any size wave? How does he do that?
I think it's a lot. Obviously, his technique and his surfboards are a big thing. The shape of the boards. The old days, the guys just couldn't shape boards for big guys. Now they've got so good at it that the big guys are surfing small waves so well. So that's number one. His technique's obviously amazing. And he's just, I suppose, paddling in hard, creating your own speed, but definitely, he's on the Mayhems as well, I believe. And the Mayhems in particular are really good in the smaller waves, what I've seen. But the old days, the big guys would just push a lot of water with their boards. They just wouldn't get the shapes right. Nowadays, the guys are flying on the equipment.
First men's semi-finalist is locked in. His name's Jarvis L from Australia. He's with the Frou Brew.
Thank you, Paul. Jarvis, if we wanted an example in sport of big match temperament, that was it. You needed a 9.1 at one stage in the heat. You got to work and you got the win.
Yeah, I had a bit of a rough start, to be honest. Few poor wave selection on my behalf, and Ryan sort of got 2 good scores and put the pressure on, but I kind of just kept that self-belief throughout the heat and managed to snag 2 good ones throughout the middle and put the pressure on Ryan at the end. He had a pretty good opportunity where I think he could have got the score, but he didn't make the turn, so I was cheering out the back.
Well, you're into the semi-finals now, and looking back over the past year, you spent 8 or 9 months out of the water. You only got back in the water in January this year. Did you visualize this, semi-finals in the Challenger Series so far?
Yeah, it was definitely a pretty rough year last year, but I tried to just stay positive and just focus on what I could control to get back to 100%, and I think I did my rehab really well and finally feeling really good for this event, so it's been a bit of a dream comeback really, yeah.
Well, Jarvis, you certainly got it done there. Let's just talk through that one high score, the 8. Tell us what you felt on that wave, leading up to it and feeling straight after.
Yeah, I've just been trying to pick those ones that have the nice pace for my backhand. It's nice and pockety out there, and just 3 big turns, or 2 or 3 big turns have been my focus all event, and that one allowed me to just open up.
Well, you're into semi-finals of the Ballito Pro. It's an excellent result so far. Can't wait to see you in action when that gets started. Back to you, Paul.
Thanks, Mike. Who doesn't love a comeback story? Jarvis from an extended period out of the water, straight back into semi-finals, at least in the first Challenger Series event of the season. Here's a replay of Cole.
Yeah, a little bit of tube time here for Cole Houshman. So this actually goes as his best number in the heat so far. 2-stage carve to come back, but that's that pockety, shallow bank that we've seen plenty of tubes go down throughout the week, Greg.
How sick was that tube? It was so, that wave was perfect. That's like a dreamy little surf session on a Friday afternoon, isn't it? You get down to the beach, you see these waves in the sort of 3 to 4 foot range, nice corners, tubes, and have a coffee and head out there, come in for breakfast, maybe a second session, go into lunchtime.
Wonderful.
And that's what we're seeing actually out here today. We saw the spectators arriving from 6 o'clock this morning. They knew it was going to be a good day of surfing. Some of them grabbing their boards and surfing up and down the beach before the start of competition. They all settled on the grass patch, the grassy knoll as we call it there. And everyone's sort of dressed for work this morning because it is a work day. But you're kind of looking at the people and the folk, and I'm like going, I said to Paul this morning, none of them are actually going to work. They're just not going to make it there today.
Yeah,
just us, really.
Feeling well, yeah.
Yeah, it's one of those days. And the beach is getting packed as well. You got umbrellas. Blue's the colour, by the way, for the beach umbrella this year, definitely.
Noted.
And you've got the bathing area and families and kids and sort of, I must say, I look at it, I kind of laugh to myself. Remember when you're a kid and you get down to the beach and all you want to do is get in the water and your family sets up and there's a gazillion people on the beach and you run and you have the best swim ever. You get out the water, you turn around and you go, uh-oh, where's our umbrella?
Mum?
Yeah, that's the sort of beach scenes here at Ballito. You sort of hunt for about an hour to find where
that was bringing back some bad memories. I was just triggered.
Beach scenes are awesome, yeah, though. Sure, what perfect weather we've had.
Loving the morning so far. Score-wise, Houshman just nudging it up. 5.83, the backhand tube with the turn on exits. Decent. It's nothing like the sort of stuff that we expect to see from him. Turns those big hammers on the backhand on those rights. Also, Gouveia, been real slow. He showed loads of interest in a bit of a wobbly one early on. Since then, haven't really seen much of him. We know he's in the lineup, but he's being more patient. Of course, for Cole, as he scours around, we talked about the wins that he's been able to get on the CT, but also a winner out here. He went all the way to win that season. This was 2024 at Bells, and he had to overcome some big names on the way. There was a heat against Medina, which stands out in my mind as well. There's a bit of controversy around that, which is all part of the story, but he was deadly in this.
Yeah, he was. And then to take down Griffin in the final 2, one of his idols, his hometown friends, who was the first guy to really do some damage out of his friend group on the championship tour. maybe I'm very Australian saying this, but Bells is an event that everyone wants to win. It has so much heritage, so much prestige, and everyone wants to see their name on that trophy. And when they walk down the stairs, the banners of all the previous winners, the names are along there. It's got to give you a little extra pep in your step to walk down and be like, hey, there's my name. I've won here before. And so Cole to have done that so early on in his career, in his rookie year, is crazy.
Greg, what's the most prestigious CT event to win for you?
For me, I would...
I mean, it's not too late still, by the way.
I think number one would be Pop. That's number one. Number two, Bells Beach. It is.
Ahead of J-Bay? You're surprising me there.
Well, J-Bay isn't on the schedule anymore.
Okay, but... All right.
But if J-Bay was on the schedule, then J-Bay, then Bells. But those two have a similar feel for me. I'm talking...
Yeah, I'd say J-Bay and Bells have...
Not just for me, I'm talking overall, I think, is the feel. So they got a similar feel on prestige.
Yeah, me. I agree. Pipe is definitely the ultimate. Everyone wants to be a pipe champion. If you do that, you really know you've made it. I want to say to be good at that wave is so hard, especially with how little reps you get in free surf. So that pipe definitely holds the most weight in prestige for winning a CT event.
And looking back at Cole Houshman, it's like he's one of those guys, for me, when I'm doing my fantasy and I'm putting maybe a Medina and, I'm choosing my other surfers, looking at the location. When I get to Cole's name, I'm like going, oh, if I don't put Cole in, he's going to make me pay, isn't he? It's like you can't go past his name and not put him in your fantasy because he's just so dangerous.
Little over 19 minutes remaining in this heat. Hasn't really caught fire as yet. Cole Houshman, the bigger of our two goofies. He's made his presence felt. He's in the lead. Looking for a move from Ian Gouveia when we come back from break.
This is peak summer vibes here. That is a launch.
The US Open's like the mecca of all of Orange County.
The pier is absolutely packed. The beach, standing room only.
Deep. A new world champion. And when it's on, nothing comes close.
The 2026 Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by KwaZulu-Natal Municipality, official host and title sponsor partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. By O'Neill, official presenting sponsor of the Ballito Pro. By Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. And by SMG Yamaha, the official vehicle and water safety partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill.
KwaZulu-Natal's Dolphin Coast, and more specifically, Ballito sparkles in Friday morning sunshine, fringed by pumping waves once again. Beautiful lines out of the Indian Ocean. A direct hit from an east swell that has blessed the latter rounds in our opening event on the Challenger Series. What a setting to kick things off. We couldn't have asked for more in terms of energy from the ocean. Performances from our Challenger Series surfers have been real good all week. Expect them to get better and better as we head deeper into the event, looking to send a male surfer to a semi to meet Jarvis L. At the moment, it is Cole Hauschman in the clash of the two previous winners here, who's making the better of the early running, but it's not emphatic at the moment. They're very modest numbers. He's only just in double figures. Ian Gouveia hasn't been interested at all, and he's sort of given up priority, given it back to Cole, who's also coughed it up himself, and now Ian's got it back. Not a stumble so much, but I'm just surprised these two haven't been able to put more on the board, JJ.
Yeah, it's definitely been a while since we've seen him take a wave and properly execute. I mean, that 333 had shades of what we could see on being some great surfing on a better looking wave. But yeah, Ian, he's the type of guy who usually does catch a lot of waves. He builds his own rhythm consistently throughout heats. This is just a small score here for Cole. Gears up, races for something big, but unfortunately just coming completely disattached from his board there, so 0.8. And then Ian waited a really long time with priority for this. I mean, he sat for quite a bit of time. You can see just in two minds, do I stall and pull in? Do I hit this lip? So yeah, Ian, I think it's good that he's regained that first priority now, considering that he didn't capitalize on that last choice. But yeah, definitely a random heat by his standards.
Greg, both of these two past winners, so they know the lineup here, but what are you making of what we saw? Cole driving down the line, that was actually sort of frightening. You know, you're thinking the amount of force that he's got, how hard that wave was closing out. Glad he kicked that away. And then Ian on a closeout, looking to maybe get tubing and just sort of pin dropping off the board. Are they a little bit baffled by the lineup, do you think?
It was just, it was a set waves. They had to look for the opportunity because there is a couple lulls here and there. But good to still see those two waves had a lot of energy in them. They were kind of heaving, a bit of power, a bit scary actually, because where's my opportunity? What can I do? And they didn't really provide any opportunity. But the good thing for me is the power is still there. We've passed the halfway mark in this heat, but with 14 odd minutes to go, I think we'll still see lots of opportunities in the back half of this one.
Let's see if we can fire up a bit here. Looks like some energy as well. Our drone shot picks that up. You can see how peaky this swell is, the shape of it, rather than just dead straight lines coming in. You can see nice TPs, those triangles, very tempting as they stand up on the outside sandbar. So both serve a look. It is Ian Gouveia who has that priority, and he'll be looking to make his mark on this one. Yet from his point of view, since that early start, 3-3-3, first minute of the heat, that was a while ago now. From then, I think he would have been expecting Cole to put a bit more pressure on him. He hasn't actually been able to. So from that point of view, it's pretty good. But the flip of that is Ian hasn't been able to do a whole lot himself, really. He's only paddled for 2 waves this entire time. So from under priority, Cole again having a look at a wave, sort of committed to paddle for it. The wave softened up. Unable to find much opportunity thus far. It's just part of the natural rhythm of the ocean that it will pulse and it will soften up a bit. It looks like Cole's heading away now. What's he looking for?
There actually is a left peak down the beach today, so we are seeing it not be such a traditional right where it has been. There is still those scores there. We obviously saw that in that last heat with both Jarvis and Ryan getting good numbers, but there is a left down towards where Cole is paddling down, and it actually has a pretty good bowl on it too. So potentially we might see a couple of the goofy footers capitalize on that, take to the air, and maybe even Cole give us some solid power gouges. So yeah, this heat definitely quiet in comparison to what we saw in that last heat. But like you mentioned, Paul, it's just the ebbs and flows of the ocean. Sometimes it goes like this.
Under 12.5 to go at this stage. Craig, take me inside the mind of Ian Gouveia. Haven't really got a start on the heat. He does have priorities. That's what, a sort of softish right with multiple maneuvers. Then he's had a fast, hard closeout right. What is he looking for now? What's the ideal wave look like for Ian Gouveia?
He's looking for a set wave that is perfect. I mean, you just got to wait. You'll see the good one when it comes. It's patience. He's got first priority. You can't rush it. I don't like the ones that come right off the rock. There's a little bit of chatter coming off there. Those ones also bend really east, so keep the wall short and you don't get that travel across the judges. I find where sort of between Cole and Ian right now, that's a good spot. But you just got to sit there and wait for those proper set waves to come through.
As we mentioned, both of these two former winners here. Ian's win coming in 2024. And he did it with great surfing throughout the contest. Also just had a bit of a different energy about him. He had a favourite board that he had signed by people like Kelly Slater. He had autographs on his board. You don't see that a lot on the Challenger Series. And he loved these airs down on these lefts, didn't he?
That board was gifted to him by Tati, wasn't it? She gave it to him and he took it for a surf and he was like, I love this board.
I'm not giving it back.
Yeah, and it was signed by his heroes and it was but basically the left-handers that won it for him ultimately.
Yeah, this was really impressive. These are those clutch airs that I was talking about. Ian has such a good air game. We had him in the booth yesterday. We were talking to him and we're talking even just about the parent power that we're seeing on the championship tour now, and that he really channels that. And his first year on the tour came right around the time his first daughter was born, and now he's still channeling that now that he's a dad of multiple kids. So it's cool to see Ian just using what we're seeing on the CT and just provoking him to push a little bit harder on his turns. But I am obsessed with the look of quarterfinal heat number 3.
Yeah, an unbelievable matchup. Jake Marshall there just ahead of him. We saw Jackson Bunch running down as well. Really, really good heat setting up next. I just wonder if they'll be looking at the ocean too much for this one. Maybe not getting overly focused on the energy and where scores are going on this. It has been a little bit harder for these surfers to find waves out here. Not really done much wrong in terms of decision making. Just haven't had quite as many as those quality waves come through so far, but hey, still 9:45 to go and a bit of interest from Ian Gervais. See the legs kick in. He's trying to get himself over. He doesn't want to be behind the peak for a right and let Cole go, but as it pans out, not a lot doing on that one either, so a little bit more time will tick away. I just wonder if it gets harder to find a score the longer you sit. For Ian, priority for ages, hasn't really been able to warm up during this heat, so a bit of a cold start for him now.
Yeah, definitely. And when you look at the heat total, Cole only has a 5 and a 4, essentially. So Ian would be hearing he has a 10.5 heat total. All right, sweet, I need a 5, 5, and a 5, which is so doable for someone like Ian. He's so talented. He's so just built to get that heat total so easily too. So yeah, definitely a random one. You can see him starting to fidget, move up and down the lineup and hope to find a couple of waves. I don't mind that Cole's created some space because a 4, 6, 7 essentially does need to be dropped around now to build and push Ian to even more uncomfortable territory.
Yeah, it's a different approach for this heat. You can't, they can't think back to the opening quarter of the day and plan according to that, because we saw 30 waves ridden in that first quarterfinal, and there's only 5 waves ridden in the second one. So it's been an inconsistent heat, and it is going to become competitive in this last 8 minutes. It's going to be about decision making and who makes the good calls, gets the right waves and competes well here in the last couple of minutes.
Yeah, well, the action's going to get concentrated now, isn't it? Round about 8 to go. You have to think Ian Gervais doesn't really have much latitude for a mistake here with this priority. He does need to make his next entry into this heat count, as we'll look at his scoreline, still sitting on a 3.33 and a 0.5. So he uses his priority well. 7.17 to get in the leads. Couple of waves is what he's ideally looking for, but time not on his side, and he does need to make a good decision here. In order to make that decision, well, that requires waves, and we'll look again at a couple of sets. Look like we're going to see something stand up that's offering some potential to go on the scoreboard, and then they just slip underneath and just fizzle out a little bit. And dealing with an ocean when it's being a little bit uncooperative, that's all part of the game, JJ.
Oh, definitely. You have to know how to play your cards right. Every heat is different. We definitely have seen that in the likes of what we've seen in the last hour in here. Obviously, Jarvis and Ryan, multiple waves. They both had about 7 or 8 rides each. And then when you look to the water now, Cole only having 3 waves, Ian only having 2. So the ocean is definitely one to show you that is ultimately in control, and you just have to keep up with where it's moving. We've said it all throughout the event. If there's a lump of water, you have to put yourself where it is. It's not going to come to you. You have to create your own rhythm. And it looks like Ian has actually found himself a nice looking wave.
All right, let's go. Might see some surfing here. Ian Gervais uses prio. 7.17 the requirement. Off the top hard first of all, and then slicing. Nice rhythm. Gets the combo to finish as well. And a little jaunty launch off into the white water for him. Now let's think about 7.17 and what that's going to look like, and compare that to his turns. Did we see a score of that magnitude with that surfing, Greg?
It's definitely not a 717, but he needs 2 waves here, so he's done well here. First turn, clicks up nicely, good amount of spray, keeps it tidy with the setup, makes sure he gets the finish. So he's really looking to attack the 583 from Cole. He wants to be in that range, get back out, he's still got time. Now we've got a heat on our hands. If that scores in the 5s and above, we're definitely in for a heat, because Ian's requirement will come right down into the 4 range. So let's see where that number comes, and he'll wait for that number, and then now probably try and move away from Cole a bit, maybe try and find one of those lefts where he can boost into the air and attack a smaller requirement here.
Yeah, he's definitely back in the heat. There were 3 really nice turns. He did well to execute that wave, considering that you would have been pretty nervous. He hadn't rode a wave in a really long time. That board looks long. It still looks like he's on a longer board, so potentially not changing up on the equipment, going to stick on that same board that has been working for him even when we had that slight increase in swell, and boom, straight back in the heat for Ian Gouveia with that last score.
5-6-7 for Ian Gouveia. Gets him involved here. Not enough to go to first place, but a crucial point for him in the heat, and no real decision to make about whether to take that wave. He had to take it. In terms of how hard he could have pushed, I think he had to dial it back a little bit. It wasn't drawing off the bank as much as some of the waves we've seen. So probably just kind of matching really what was on offer, making the most of it. But he's got the looming presence.
But not so comfortable anymore for Cole Houshman, is it? Very different scenario right now.
That 4 needs to go. That 4 has to get out of the lineup. If not, this is going to be a very stressful 4.5 minutes of playing defence, because Ian's the type of surfer who is so talented. I mean, we saw in his highlight reel of when he won, he's got airs on lock consistently with this wave. So if he can get one of those smaller ones, take to the sky, get a nice amount of loft and the completion, 484 is well within the question. So this goes from being Cole sitting comfortably to, oh no, Ian can get that score and force that score on anything.
4 on the clock. Let's go and check in with the Fru Brute.
Thank you, Paul. I'm down at the beach with Cole Houshman's coach, Matt Myers. Matt, anxious couple of minutes here. He's playing defense.
Yeah, we're under 4 minutes. This is a tight heat. It was extremely slow, and he's chasing him down the beach. I might have to film this left right now, but yeah, Cole's been looking good. Here we go.
Right, so it's all the pressure's on these guys. Back to the action. Paul,
Oh,
over to you.
Houshman will go above the lip. He'll flare out the tail, and he'll try to pull that nose pick landing around, which he can't quite do. So Houshman down, hands over the line up to Ian Gouveia. Got priority. He's got over 3 minutes. We've gone down on the left. I was just going to ask you, Greg, about that decision for Ian, who kind of led that charge down there to go and hit this left. Do you like this?
Advantage Gouveia. 3 minutes ago, he's put himself in an opportunity here. He was out of this heat. He surfed his way back in, and he'll be saying to himself, 3 minutes to go. I've got no right winning this heat, but now I do have a shot.
Yeah, in 2 minds on this wave here for Cole. It looked like he wanted to pull in, and then he got that really nice drift of the tail up and around the corner, and then you could see where he landed. His feet on his board was really far up the nose. So with that wave hitting the deeper water, that nose burying, and that wave going incomplete.
We're on the move here in the lineup.
Yeah, he's going to go back to the main spot. Ian's got first priority, and there's 2.5 minutes to go. Ian's going to ride another wave in this heat, I feel. Definitely.
Don't jinx him, Greg. I'm kidding. You'd have to think so. 484, I mean, that's such a small requirement. But to be fair, we saw so many heats where people were needing 3s and 4s and overthinking it, overcomplicating it, and looking for a particular kind of waves. But Ian really does strike me as that type of guy who, if a lump's going to come through, he's going to make it happen on whatever opportunity he has.
Under the 2 minute mark now. Cole Houshman in the lead in this heat. Not by loads. The requirement, very modest indeed. 484 for Ian Gouveia. We were looking at who was in the lineup. We're looking at the waves. We'd be thinking there's no way that these kind of scores would be held in the top 2 at this stage, but it's just the way it's panned out for the Ocean. It looks a little bit calm out there, and then we start to see some energy to the right of our shot. Just standing up, 90 seconds now, a real tense finish. It's entertaining for the neutral, It's torture if you're in either camp. Let's see how this one plays out. Gouveia with that priority. He'll have free reign of the lineup, but Cole himself might also get a chance to force something, and he can improve on some pretty low numbers. Now, what's Ian going to do with this first opportunity? Not a lot.
Yeah, you got to think a 4-8-4 can be one maneuver for sure. We've seen that. So it's going to be, yeah, I mean, Ian has to ride a wave, right? Whatever it is, even if it's a left and he goes for the air.
Greg's like, please.
Well, we've had the guarantee from Greg Gamsley that he's going to get a wave, so we've still got the receipt for that. 45 seconds here. Hang on. Here's an opportunity. Looks like a left shaping up. Gouveia will get in position to spin. Cole will just force it as well and go, and he'll make Ian Gouveia go. Looking for 4-8-4. Swings off the bottom. Cracks the lip. Down the line, a spring in this step. Opens up with a carve. And he'll have to bring that in. It's 2 turns. Meanwhile, Hausman out the back. A left of his own. Uses a rail to get the board going backwards. Nose facing back into the pocket, but he goes down. So he won't be adding significantly to his total as he'll look to bring this in. Ian Gouveia's on the inside. Greg, you were true to your word. Initial reaction. We're looking from our camera position here. They're stepping away from us slightly, so it does give a different take. It's hard to get the full impact of the maneuvers. But what did you think of the energy available on that wave in terms of the number that he needs?
If you're going left, you've got to do something big. You can't just surf the wave. And he seemed to have just lost a bit of speed there. So I think it's not going to be the requirement. He needed to do that, snap into an air reverse or something and really sell the judges on a left.
It's not going to be a number for him. Ian Gouveia rallied, unable to improve his position. Cole Hausman will just shrug off that one with a bit of a sigh of relief more than anything else, really. Not emphatic. We don't mind that. He'll look to bring his best for, obviously, his semi and then potentially into a final. We'll find out. We'll keep rolling. A great-looking matchup about to hit the water. Marshall taking on Bunch. We'll bring in Giggs and Kai for the call. Stay tuned.
What beautiful scenes here in Ballito in South Africa, the KwaZulu-Natal region, just boasting perfect surf conditions, beautiful beach temperatures, and what a wonderful part of the east coast of South Africa. Vacationers, holiday makers, surf fans, friends and family all packed in here for an exciting quarterfinals here on a beautiful Friday morning in South Africa. It is just the place to be, the warm Indian Ocean lapping into the coves and the bays of Ballito. And it is just such a pleasure to shout out about a beautiful area like KwaZulu-Natal. Giggs Cilliers alongside Kai Linder. Kai, a place you call home, and we're into the quarterfinals. What a story.
Jeez, this place is heaven on earth, I'm not going to lie. I spent the morning surrounded by dolphins out in the ocean all on my own. I thought I'd teleported to another world, but just on the north coast in winter. It's glorious, and it's such a nice day out there today, Gigs. Weather is just perfect. Winds are light. We've got a great forecast ahead for us. Tide's dropping out. A little bit of a slow heat that last one, but the heat before was full of action. But I think we're in for an absolute banger here. Jake Marshall, Jackson Bunch, two of the form surfers. It's going to be a good one.
Let's see how the results pan out in around 31.5 minutes time. 35-minute heat set here for competition for our quarterfinals. And while we were teeing it up, a quick start for the Californian Jake Marshall.
Yeah, unlucky to go down on that second turn. I see you got the 2-3-3. I think maybe looking at that last heat, Jake was like, Cole struggled a little bit and almost lost it at the end. Maybe sitting and waiting for waves is not the game plan right now. Just keep busy, try find scores, get that board ticking over.
Well, you just see head-high conditions here in Ballito, the tide falling out. Almost feel that this could everything be Jackson Bunch's year here in Ballito, as he just has been surfing on point. Nice little skiddy turn there at the top, just allows it to drift. He's been freewheeling well through the rounds here, and he finds himself in the quarterfinals in 2026. Of course, knew that championship tour jersey all too well, and then fell off with that mid-season cut. And using this here, the Challenger Series, to access points to 2027. But quick, snappy surfing on the backhand.
Yeah, this is what he's been doing all event long, just putting that backhand to good work. Really has just an incredible talent for swinging off that back foot. One of the most lethal backhands, I think, in the game right now. And you know, he's the wave's perfect for it. It gives him that little bowl, gives him a lip line, and if you're going to give Jackson space out here and let him get the waves he wants, he's going to put big scores on the board.
Look at the right-hander in the south corner of the beach for Jake Marshall. He'll go back to the lip line. Stinging turns from the championship tour surfer. Finds himself down the rankings and turns to the focus of the first Challenger Series of the season. Nice exchange there. Both surfers getting into it early. Of course, a slightly delayed start this morning with that high tide just before 6 a.m. this morning. And now it's close to 10 a.m. local time. Travis Logie and Tours and Commission just holding the start of it for the falling tide here, and it's starting to look really peachy.
Jeez, well, this was one of the bigger waves we've seen in a while. Huge first turn, got a little bit caught on the exit, but did well to pull the nose out. That third turn was such a good turn. You could see how hard he was trying to ride out on it. Unfortunately, the judges are not going to give him that one. They've been very strict on the ride outs. But I'm liking what I'm seeing from Jake. That was some aggressive surfing.
Yeah, absolutely. Rock steady pace there, of course. Already a member of the Championship Tour for the last 5 seasons. Love the overviews here as we get Jackson Bunch from above.
You can just see how nicely he drives through the turns and then just whips the second one. A little bit of an exclamation point there too, just holding that whip for just a couple of seconds before releasing and dropping down. So just showing how much control he actually does have in those situations.
Beautiful conditions on our screens. Trust that surf fans are enjoying the show here. It has been a stellar Ballito Pro of 2026, 57th edition of the event in the area. Go back all the way to the Gunston 500 seasons at the the formation of the then IPS, now the WSL, of course, the ASP window as well, and 50 years of professional surfing. And this event preceded that by 7 years. And a lot of those early Gunston 500s really set the dream in place for what is the dream tours of today. So we see Jake Marshall down the line, just a twisted wave there. I think what he's trying to do here, Kai, perhaps trying to get away from his opponent's priority. We saw both goofy footers, Cole Hauschman and Ian Gouveia, work down the beach, started to bring a few left-handers into discussion. Gave me some flashbacks to Ian Gouveia's win back in 2024. And that was a very exciting quarterfinal with both previous winners here in Ballito, Hauschman and Gouveia, going at it.
Yeah, and I think things went like a little bit sleepy at the end of that heat, almost like the judges maybe getting into sort of like a nap mode. But now suddenly this heat, these guys just came firing out the gates. Big, solid exchange. And they're having to look at some replays, just kind of see where their scale was set, because it's a bit of a different start.
Also notice Jake Marshall waving his arm there saying, yes, my opponent paddled for that priority. Judge looks like he's not buying the story. You see Marshall continually looking back, giving the death stare to the panel and the officials area. But, yep, there it is. It has flipped over. We'll try and take a look at that, because it looked like 2 strokes or more for Jackson Bunch, who then pulled out of that wave. Now he has to operate under the priority. So is that a pivotal moment in the heat here as we start getting further into quarterfinal 3 of the morning?
Well, as that happened, the scores finally come through, and Jackson Bunch is going to be a little bit more cheerful. Won the exchange, 6-1-7 against Jake's 5-1-7. Of course, if Jake had managed to run out of that third explosive maneuver, it would have been a different scenario. So, tight exchange, really close to each other. Jake's just got a little bit of a lead thanks of the 2-3-3 that he had already had on the scoreboard, but that's a throwaway. So it's going to be a tight heat. 25 minutes on the clock. Both have got a score. And now you see Jackson heading away.
Well, let's have a look at Jackson Bunch's 6.17. Really effervescent surfing here.
Yeah, nice big first carve, but it's the second turn. He just goes electric, drifts the tail. Loads of control. Never looked like he was out of control there. And the wave was a little bit on the small side. So I think that might have been one factor to bear in mind.
You made mention of that last turn of Jake Marshall, just incomplete. So perhaps that would have almost been a dead tie on the heat sheet. So you see the conditions here. Jackson Bunch just going to knock on every door, using again that very coiled up, quick, snappy response surfing. We've seen him really lighting up the scorecards all the way through this Ballito Pro. And here into the quarterfinals. I want to keep that momentum. Really solid start with the 6-1-7. While the judges ponder that backup score for Jackson Bunch, let's go down and hear some thoughts from Cole Houshman, who's on his way to the semi-finals here in Ballito.
Thank you, Giggs. Cole, you are on your way to the semi-finals, but that felt like from the beach a pretty stressful heat. You guys were paddling up and down, you were holding on to your priority, and it did feel like when you caught that one left and you fell that it was almost like opened up that whole window.
Yeah, that was a crazy heat. I feel like you need one of those heats every event, you know, it can't go smooth all the way through. So, yeah, a lot of luck went my way, but also just like smart heat management still. And yeah, we paddled way down the beach, and there's actually like a couple really good waves down there, so I was getting kind of worried. And then there's still like 4 minutes left, and I mean, I held him off that one. Like he could have like done an air or something, so I feel like that was still a smart thing, but I just fell. And yeah, stressful, but that's how it goes sometimes, and stoked.
Stressful heats for sure. And coming up in the semi-finals, you're actually matching up with Jarvis Earl. How are you feeling?
Yeah, it's another little goofy battle, so it'll be good. I've had 3 goofy footers the last 3 heats, and yeah, it's fun. Jarvis is ripping. He's you know, on his way up, and yeah, I hope the waves pick up, and it looks like it'll be a fun day, so I'm excited.
Nice. I'm definitely backing the Goofies, the battle of the Goofies, and we're looking forward to seeing you in the semi-finals. Thanks for chatting. Back to you guys.
Yeah, great insights from Cole Houshman there. Really nitty-gritty heat there between himself and Ian Gouveia in that quarterfinal number 2. Either way, reasonable points for Ian Gouveia from the first Challenger Series stop on the schedule. And that'll be the start of getting the ball rolling. Of course, Ian out for a period of time with a hip operation. It had some work done, not a replacement, just cleaning out the joint, and it really put him onto a trajectory of training. And meanwhile, there's your friends that you had to surf with this morning, Kai.
Yeah, hey buddies. The dolphins have been around all week. There's some really nice whale action out in the bay at the moment too. So the ocean is alive with our pelagic friends, and it's just an incredible feeling. You like sitting out there, the water's so blue and clear. and then suddenly you've got a huge pot of bottlenose dolphins swimming around you. It's not much better feeling than that.
Absolutely. We are at the first Challenger Series stop here in Ballito, South Africa. Over to Huntington Beach, California for the up-and-coming US Open of Surfing. São Sebastião, a new venue in Brazil for the third stop, and then the right-handers in Ericeira, Portugal. And then the same as previous seasons, we'll bookend this at Newcastle in early 2027. Always so much fun to see how who's going to qualify. Every heat becomes a real critical discussion.
Yeah, and good news is chatting to a couple of the surfers. I got to hang out with the Kerrs last night at the movie launch, and everyone's pretty excited. The long-range forecast for Huntington apparently looking pretty phenomenal. Like, they reckon this is going to be one of those years when they get actually like proper swell. So, you know, that bank can get really exciting when there's like a 4 to 6 foot swell running at the pier.
Well, there is a theme that could be carrying over in the Challenger Series. Lovely shots here of the KwaZulu-Natal coastline. This is referred to as the Dolphin Coast, and for very good reason. Of course, crystal clear visibility in the region as well. Warm Indian Ocean, the Mozambique current just continually feeding water from the higher climes and latitudes down here to this stretch of Ballito along the KZN coast. And it is just a beautiful part of the world to be. We constantly refer to the rest of the country being in some cold snaps. Certainly the mother city of Cape Town, the right-hander of Jeffreys Bay in the Eastern Cape, all freezing conditions. But here we are in our subtropical bubble, and we're very happy to be here for the winter season.
I very much considered putting on the shorts today, Gigs. I really did, but then I thought it might be a bit inappropriate for the booth. But
no, nobody wants to see you in shorts. Let's just clear that up. Well, the clock is moving. We've slipped under the 20-minute mark. Back in picture, Jake Marshall, who is down in the second place position. And what a rasping turn on edge, driving that pulled-in tail all the way around, just incomplete, but that will make for a great freeze frame. That was a photo opportunity for our photographers like Pierre Toste on duty down at the beach. That was a power turn from Jake Marshall.
Well, Gigs, when we commentate
it's
skating...
It's going to be a 1 as well.
Yeah, when we commentate skating, we sometimes say to the athlete, please go back, do that again, make it, because just rocketing down the line and it just lays into that carve. That's one of the prettiest down carves you'll see ever, and just unfortunately buckled the back leg a bit and fell off. Jake Marshall, if you're listening right now, please find another wave. I want to see that made. That was beautiful. I love a good down carve.
Well, he can't hear us because we're in the booth. Maybe the beach announcers can communicate that. But either way, you know he's going back to bring us more. 5.17 prior to that. That, for a single turn, could have gone way above his best score just that he's already achieved.
Yeah, it was beautiful surfing, just power, speed, really electric. And, you know, sometimes we get a bit too excited about the lip line stuff, and in this contest, certainly because of the heaviness of the bank, we've been really blowing up about like those big backhand swings to the lip. But for me, you can't beat like a big power carve like that.
National Geographic, eat your heart out. It's the Ballito Pro. And how beautiful are these sights and scenes from the team. And wow, just a wonderful graphic of how beautiful it is and the natural fauna and flora of the area.
Where's Dave Attenborough when you need him?
The bottlenose dolphin. A wonderful, powerful creature. Oh, well, that's my best David Attenborough that I could do.
But pretty good.
Well, we'll get David Attenborough to throw us to a break. We'll allow the heat to continue here. We trust that you're enjoying the show from beautiful Ballito in South Africa. Stay with us.
Welcome to KwaZulu-Natal, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. KwaZulu-Natal boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious Blue Flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of KwaZulu-Natal's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. KwaZulu-Natal, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
The 2026 Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by KwaZulu-Natal Municipality, official host and title sponsor partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. By O'Neill, official presenting sponsor of the Ballito Pro. And by Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients.
Welcome to the beautiful beaches of Ballito in South Africa. The KwaZulu-Natal region opening its arms to the world's best surfers here. And it is just stunning sights and sounds here as we greet you from the quarterfinals of the Ballito Pro, proudly presented by O'Neill. Everybody into it and enjoying it. Gigs alongside Kai Linda for the call here. As see the ocean just got some texture on it, but certainly almost windless conditions here for us as we join and catch up on the action from quarter number 3.
Well, here's Jake Marshall. Been surfing really well. Nice two-turn combo, gets that big wrap in and then just clipping one off the top. Just getting his rhythm back. He's had 2 very close calls. We really would have liked to have seen him just rip out of that big power carve on the previous wave. But a 4.23, so not too bad. It is Jackson Bunch sitting with a 6.17 and a 3.5. So both of them sitting in the mid-range 9 totals. So anyone's heat still.
Mentioned the tide outgoing here in Ballito just after 10 a.m. local time. We'll go to just around the midday mark for the low tide. And certainly just a beautiful scene here as the support squad for Jackson Bunch. You see Joshi Muniz, Cade Matson, Shion Crawford and the crew all just invested in really that 6.17 that set the opening number for Jackson Bunch. Both surfers looking for those backup scores. Of course, that priority with Jackson as well. He's been sitting on that for quite a while. Wave count difference between our 2 surfers in the lineups. Half a dozen waves already attempted by Jake Marshall. Just 2 for Jackson Bunch.
Yeah, he's just been on a little bit of a different approach. You got one surfer, high wave count, keeping busy. Jackson's just kind of been patient, waiting for those quality waves. Both of them pretty animated for this one, but it is the priority with Surfer in Blue.
Well, decision time. Priority now underway and into the tube, and perhaps a sell from Jake Marshall. It was one of the bigger waves that we've seen march onto the sandbar here during this quarterfinal number 3. You mentioned a different pace to the previous quarterfinal compared to the first one. That Jarvis Earl got that win, but certainly the ocean going through a little bit of a rhythmic change here and there with the outgoing tide.
Yeah, and it's a slightly different swell and direction. You've got a new sort of south-southwest swell slowly pushing in through the day and over the weekend. He took off on this one, did really well to get in under it, but that wave was always going to close out. So I think Jake came with a bit of a hard sell there, but the interesting thing now is where he's sitting down the bank, it might actually play into his hands, because look at this.
Well, we'll see if Jackson Bunch is going to just roam the lineup now with a little bit more of a liberal approach. Clock is down to 12 minutes to go, and both surfers with the essential requirement of a backup score respectively. This has been a fairly slowish. We saw in the quarter number 2, the previous one, both Ian Gouveia and Cole Houshman started patrolling way over and to the other end of the beach. So we'll see if maybe that's now the time for Jackson Bunch to go down there, look to a couple of those left-handers. And I noticed a little bit of a southerly waft of wind as well, right to left across our screens, which could suit those left-handers.
Yeah, and Jackson's got a lethal front-side aerial bag of tricks. He's one of those guys, quite similar to Wesley Dantas actually. He can do those big, like, sort of tweaked out into the flats front-side airs, and we've been seeing the judges liking that approach on the left, so might not be a bad idea. I think Jake is definitely going to stick to the rights. He's had some moments, and you think about the heat gigs, like, just wasn't able to pull that third turn back in on the big score. That would have made a massive difference. Just not able to pull in that big down carve at high speed. That would have been a good score. So I feel he just hasn't quite got it right.
5 events to make the Challenger Series end up with our top 10 men and our top 6 women. That is how it starts here in Ballito and finishes in Newcastle in March 2027. The US Open of Surfing coming up next. Looking so forward to seeing how the surfers that have got momentum here in Ballito carry that through to the US Open, because it's your best 4 results that count.
Yeah, a little bit of a curveball this year. They've introduced the new QS 6000s. Those will either be held at the same venue as the CS and you know, able to double up and you know, get the most out of your trip to a faraway place, or you could be at a really like radical, good quality wave location. But the good news is if you get a good result in one of those 6000s, you can replace one of your CS scores, which just opens up the field a little bit. Wow, so he did go left gigs. You called it spot on. That one just running away down the bank. But you're right, there's a little sort of tuft up the face on those lefts, and the goofy footers are going to be starting to really think about those big aerial maneuvers.
Almost 100 yards now between our 2 surfers on either end of your screens respectively. We've slipped down to 9.5 minutes to go. Jake Marshall on the southern end of the beach where the right-handers are predominant. Not a big requirement, as we mentioned. Fairly slow heat on the scorecard as well as in the ocean right now. But there will be those clutch moments. We saw Cole Houshman defending at the end of that last heat against Ian Gouveia. And we'll see where that clutch moment comes now. Still a lot of story to tell with 9 minutes to go. But back to the topic of the beaches here, Kai. It's warm. The surf fans are down here enjoying it. It's about as good as beach living can be in Ballito.
Yeah, it's a beautiful day on the beach. You go for a swim. There's loads of vendors and, you know, ice cream in the middle of winter. You know, what could be better? And then, of course, you've got the entertainment of the world's best surfers going ham in the lineup. I can also tell you one man that is enjoying what he's seeing right now is big beefy Wesley Dantas standing on the athlete deck up in the next quarterfinal, because he's been getting some good results on those lefts, and he's going to be looking at those lefts down the beach just going, is good.
Quarterfinal number 4 coming up next features a nimble California natural footer, the same kind of theme as quarter number 3 in the water at the moment. Taj Lindblad taking on big Wesley Dantas. The natural versus the goofy. We'll see how they approach it. Of course, both Jackson Bunch and Jake Marshall know the championship tour jersey well. Jackson falling off with the mid-season cut last year is focused on the Challenger for 2026. And the worst he can do is a 5th place finish. He'll be looking for a win here in conditions that we feel might just be playing right into his spicy, sparky surfing. I loved his performances in the pool in Abu Dhabi, just displaying his absolutely technical prowess, his precision surfing, and he's bringing that here to the Challenger Series at the opening stop. And as we mentioned, it's quarterfinals. Worst you can do is a 5th. That's a good set of points. But of course, everybody wants that full 10,000 from the win.
Yeah, you get the 10,000, you're on a good wicket for the rest of the year. So it's definitely what you want to do. You want to start off the year with a challenger win. And Jackson's just been on a rich vein of form too. You know, he was involved with that Surf 100. I've been watching that online. Absolutely smoking everyone. And he started off things well here. A nice whip off the first turn, comes around the corner, just drifts the fins. Got the 617 for the 2-turn combo. Then we saw Jake in action. This wave looked so good. Nice big set wave. Cracked the first turn, little caught, but did well to come out of it. Then backed it up with another. And if he had ridden out of that turn right there, the heat would have had a very different look to it. That would have been a top score. And then took off on this slightly smaller right just to get his rhythm back. Nice little hook off the top into the power wrap and managed to get the little third completion for a 4-2-3. But other than the 617 and 517, we've had a couple of close calls. We've seen some really good attempts, but nothing really pulled out of the bag yet for either surfer. I feel 6 minutes on the clock. First surfer to get a good score now is really going to get some momentum.
Well, Jake Marshall trailing in that second place position, 2-turn combo. Nice work from him there. Judges will think of a number for that. But that recap really just telling the story of that last maneuver being spilt by Jake Marshall for such a small split, a 9.67 over a 9.4. But a score to come now with 5.5 to go. Judges getting their pens out, and they'll bring us those numbers. And is that going to a 4.51 requirement? You feel that it might just be in that wheelhouse?
Yeah, took off straight off the bottom, big power hack, and then came right up into the lip. Got the intensity going on the second turn, so I think that was a lot better than the 4.23.
Love the establishing pause as he geared up first maneuver through to second maneuver. Just braces himself as he drives through those turns respectively. And certainly power on display, as you would expect from a championship tour surfer like Jake Marshall. And we'll see where that number lands. The 27-year-old from Encinitas, California, looking to get all the way to finals day here in Ballito for the first Challenger Series stop. He's questioning everything that's moving in the lineup here. Marginal score, but it meets the requirement. The little bit of loose change, this heat remains incredibly tight. New leader with a 9.87. Jackson Bunch on the 9.67. Have a look how low the requirement for a heat change is again now.
Yeah, well, you're not safe with Jackson Bunch on the lineup needing a 3.7, and he's got the priority. So Jake Marshall can't go to sleep here. He needs to stay active.
A 3.7, Jackson Bunch could do that in the natural foot stance.
Probably.
That's such a low requirement.
That would be a bit of a snub, though, wouldn't it?
He's not going to take those chances. The goofy footer out of Maui. The 22-year-old is wanting to get back to the championship tour jersey in 2027. This time last year, a fifth in Ballito as well. Well, my apologies, in 2024 to qualify. He got a fifth here in Ballito. He got a better third at the US Open of surfing. Of course, Jackson Bunch just such a spicy, quick surfer. And feel that since he qualified for the CT last year in 2025, everything has just increased. Maybe his not only his reaction time, his speed, but there's more strength to Jackson Bunch as well as he starts to mature.
Well, I think confidence, Gigs. Like, I look at his surfing right now. He's just so confident. He's going for every maneuver he needs to go for, and there's no, like, holdback at all. He's not surfing safe. He's going for it. And it's nice when you see a surfer get into that sort of headspace where they just feel so confident that they can just go for it.
Quarterfinal number one was a win for Jarvis Earl on his backhand, the goofy footer. Cole Hauschman, the goofy foot win again in quarter number two. Is Jackson Bunch going to keep that theme alive here? There is your total spreadsheet of the heat thus far. 7 waves in the lineup for Jake Marshall, just nudging the heat in his favor with the 4.7. It's been a lot less waves in the lineup for Jackson Bunch, who has the priority. Clock continues to tick. Every set and every minute that goes by now is more of a squeeze. And this will be a fairly easy decision here for Jackson Bunch. And a vertical attack. That was incredibly vertical, straight up the face. There's electricity in every turn here as he just sparks those pivots in the lip. That was amazing, but a great exchange coming at us as well. Jake Marshall back at it, and he'll hold on to that last turn. So another high voltage exchange here as we go under 2 minutes. That could be the outcome of the heat in that exchange. That was really great surfing from both of them.
You're going to definitely need to look at the replays there to really sort of delve into where the highest scores are going to come out of that exchange. Jackson took off just very much the game plan we've seen from him all event long, just pivoting those 12 o'clock backhand hits. But some very good surfing from Jake Marshall there, especially that second, that closeout section. He got up so late, so did really well to drift the board up and make that turn. But just over a minute to go, so this is a spicy finish here. Went a bit dead.
0.2 separating our two surfers before that exchange. We feel that both surfers are going to replace counting rides. So that will be a really tight discussion in the judging panel right now.
Well,
Slipped into the last minute as well, Kai.
Yeah, and Jackson managed to get out ahead of him, obviously having the first wave, so he's got the priority. So that's a pretty important factor to bear in mind. Under a minute to go. Those scores may well come too late for them to make an actual decision on what to do next. So now they've just got to really try find another wave and just go for broke.
Just scenes here of the final 30 seconds of quarterfinal number 3 in Ballito. And just the judges are going to marinate on that for a little while as well. They're going to pull back the tapes. They're going to look at previous rides in the context of scores coming out of the lineup. They're going to want to land these numbers perfectly in such a tight exchange. Prior to that, as we mentioned, a 987 over a 967. Both surfers are due scores now as the heat counts down and closes off. So that is the surfing part down. Now it's the analysis and the thoughts and opinions. What are our surf fans thinking at home?
Well, we kicked off with this one. Big bottom turn, just went straight up into the lip. That was full 12 o'clock mode. Second turn, a little bit whoopy, and then this wave kind of faded on him. So the first turn was brutal. Second turn, kind of. Then Jake took off. Big wrap off the top, got some speed down the line, big closeout section. So if we're looking at singular maneuver, probably Jackson's first turn. If we're looking at combination of maneuvers, I'm going to have to go with Jake Marshall.
Wow, that is an opinion. We'll tear that apart and put it back together. But certainly right now, judges still no signs of any movement. Let's have a look at Jackson Bunch. He's going to replace that score 587. He bumps himself up now to a 12.04 heat total. We are now invested in the outcome of the score for Jake Marshall in a high voltage exchange. Either way, the Groms are in there. Jackson Bunch ever popular and gaining momentum in 2025 with that CT experience. And Jake Marshall's going to come in at a 507. They both replace scores, but an outcome again that remains separated by a 0.2. Jackson Bunch is going to get the win in quarterfinal number 3. You just don't get a closer heat than that.
That was super tight. Could have been anyone's heat, but at the end of the day, the Goofies keep on marching on. If we get a clean sweep of the semis with the goofy footers, us natural footers are never going to hear the end of it.
Either way, an official result. Jackson Bunch is into the semi-finals here. Stay with us. The show continues, and we'll be back with a special guest after the break.
This new generation never goes outside. This new generation is lazy. This new generation needs to wake up. Wake up.
The 2026 Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by KwaZulu-Natal Municipality, official host and title sponsor partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. By O'Neill, official presenting sponsor of the Ballito Pro. By Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. And by SMG Yamaha, the official vehicle and water safety partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill.
Welcome back to the show. It is beautiful Ballito on the east coast of South Africa. Of course, the KwaZulu-Natal region plays host again to the World Surf League's Challenger Series. And many of the world's best surfers here seeking those points, that access route to the Championship Tour of 2027. It is a good morning greeting. Gig Cilliers and Kai Lind have been calling the action, and now special guest Cade Matson. Welcome.
Right on. Appreciate it, guys. Stoked to be here.
Great having you in here, and we'll get a few insights from you. But certainly you'll be invested in this quarterfinal number 4 coming at us.
Yeah, it's a good heat. I think Wesley's been kind of the dark horse in this event, so it'll be fun to watch.
Taj Lindblad, of course, fellow Californian, out in the lineup there. A great result on paper and a personal best for Taj as he focuses on the Challenger Series. I've got a feeling that, as you mentioned, Wesley Dantes could be about to pull a William Cardoza type of theme and story. We think back to the mature Brazilian from quite a few seasons back, almost a decade ago. There was like an urgency as he got into his late 20s to get some results, make that qualification, and William Cardoza managed via the Ballito Pro to get a great result. And I'm making that comparison just because I feel there's a similar theme here with Wesley Dantes. Really strong late push in his career.
Yeah, for sure. He's so good at airs. It's crazy. His strike rate's got to be up in like the 60s, 70s. But yeah, it feels like whoever wins this event usually qualifies, so it'll be sick.
Great talking point. And just taking the story to Wesley Dantes here, the 28-year-old out of Ubatuba. We're all invested to see where he goes. And then on the flip side of the story, Taj Lindblad, the young American, is into the quarterfinals. Can he go better than that in 2026? Little mistake there as he lands the second turn. And when you get to this level, Cade, those are certainly the things that really are discussion points. You can't let scores go like that.
Yeah, you can't do that on the first wave. That was a good wave, too. It was kind of a bomb. I feel like you ride out of that, you get a big score. But here's Wesley.
Live surfing here, Wesley Dantes. We said that he is going to explore every left in the lineup. Kai, you were discussing it just before we wrapped up quarterfinal number 3. Felt there was a little southerly puff of wind in the sea breeze that was going right to left across our screens, and you alluded to the discussion of Wesley Dantes, and there is the story. You can see he is on the northern end of the beach, so almost 2 different peaks, 2 different parts of the lineup being used here.
Yeah, we've seen Wesley as well. He's not really invested in the haji-baji of the QS. He's doing his own thing. Taj, though, nice little hook in the pocket, got up onto the lip, just kind of broke the ankles a little on the landing there. It's a pity. It would have been a decent start for him. But also cool. I mean, I've been watching Taj surf. Little reminiscences of Keanu Singh, maybe, like quite a strong, shorter surfer on the natural footers. But all the natural foot fans are going to be rooting for him because at the moment the goofies are just on an absolute tear. And what was quite cool yesterday is Ian Gouveia was in the booth, Kate, and during Wesley's heat, and he was freaking out because he was like, he's doing those airs on a 6'3".
Is he? A 6'3", that's crazy.
A 6'4", sorry.
He's on a 6'4".
How tall would he be?
That's a stand-up paddle for Keanu Aseng, by the way.
I think he's probably at about 5'11", just on 6 foot. I mean, he's similar to you, probably.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. That's a long board.
Well, I mean, we were talking to some of the other surfers, like another guy, who's quite a big guy. Gone blank now. It's been such a good discussion, but guys are talking about their their step-ups being 6'1s", and he's like paddling out on a 6'4" and doing big lofty airs into the flats.
What's your step-up then? A 6'6", 6'8"?
I mean, I was riding a step-up kind of in the first couple rounds. I think it was like a 6'3". So that's like kind of a big board for me. So 6'4" is pretty surprising.
Let's talk to that point. You're on the Biola shapes. And what model? Driver 3.0 that Cole made so famous?
I'm actually on the driver 2. So it's kind of like a more OG model. It's a little flatter. So I feel like for these kind of waves, like skipping over the flats and stuff, it works a little bit quicker.
And how cool is the retro old Andy Irons type projects that Matt Biolis is working on as well?
Yeah, I haven't had the opportunity to ride that yet, but it looks insane. I know Griff was ripping on it, and Crano and some of the boys, so yeah, it looks insane.
Yeah, fun stuff to talk about here. And of course, young Taj from the same region as you in San Clemente. You guys have shared a lot of expressions and a lot of sessions at Lowers.
Yeah, no, Taj is so gnarly. I feel like he's kind of just hitting his stride too, so yeah, it's fun to watch.
Well, we trust that everyone is enjoying the show with us. This is over to the south end of the beach, the right-handers. You see the overview of beautiful Willard Beach, and look how far they are apart. That's about 150 yards now, and very clearly Wesley Duntis is after those left-handers. Taj is going to use those rights in the southern corner. You see the overview, the whitewater stains. Definitely the bigger sets perhaps are the left-handers that'll strike the zone where Wesley is right now in picture. Let's have a look at big Wesley Dantes. Unbelievable performances in the previous rounds. Had an absolute clutch moment in the round of 32 as he certainly went to the air and got an excellent category 8. It was a ridiculous frontside air as well. I mean, you guys were all in the athlete area. Everyone must have been going nuts for that.
Yeah, it was crazy. That he was psycho. I mean, Levi was ripping so hard. He did that huge backside air, and then, I mean, there's nothing you could do if you're Levi. Like, you're just watching that from the back. Like, what can you do? So, yeah.
Well, we asked the question, can Wesley Dantes continue the goofy foot domination of quarterfinals here in Ballito? Let's go down and hear from Jackson Bunch, who keeps true to that theme.
Thanks, Gigs, for keeping the goofy foot dream alive. Jackson, I don't know, I felt that heat was a little bit stressful. Your guys' scores were so similar. It felt like it came down to those last, I think, like a few minutes. And then you both got good waves. The surfing was done, and you're both just sitting out there waiting to hear who got it.
Yeah, I mean, it's slow out there. There's a lot of straight waves and a lot of closeouts. So, I mean, the whole heat, I was like winning with a 6 and a 3, and he had a 5 and a 4. So it was like really anyone's game out there. I mean, I could say I had like a little more like if a set came and I got a good score, then that's just that extra point on him. But yeah, I mean, it's just tricky out there, and I was stoked to luckily have priority at the right times, and yeah, I mean, it's fun out there for sure, but just a lot of hard work too.
Hard work, but you did surf a smart heat, and that was a hard heat. I felt like that was one of the harder heats of that round. But you're into the semi-finals, which is a great result. We know you love Ballito. Ballito loves you. Do you want to send some love to people back home watching?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you to all my sponsors, my family. My dad's probably up watching right now. But yeah, big thank you to Jake Patterson. He's been texting me a bunch, giving me tips. And yeah, just really stoked and excited to keep on going.
Nice. Well, job done, rest up, and we're looking forward to seeing you in the next round. Back to you guys.
Thank you.
Cool. Thanks.
Well, Jackson Bunch into the semi-finals of the Ballito Pro, the first Challenger Series event of the season. And how close was that? It was just 0.2s each time. Let's have a look what happened during interview.
I think Mac Truck Air is about to engage.
Oh,
boom.
my.
Full rotation into the flats.
I heard that during the interview too.
Yeah.
I was like, he did something crazy.
Well, we knew he was going to do it. It's why he went down to the bank. 8-1-7. And just like that, we got pretty much the first excellent score we've seen in a couple of heats.
Wow. That's a huge number. It's the first round of a boxing match, and he goes for the knockout punch with the 8-1-7. That is massive. And again, this just talks to how he's wanted to approach the lineup all event long. Certainly massive, strong surf at the beginning. Didn't really give him that opportunity, but over the last day and a half, the swells come down a couple of notches, Cade, and well, where is this freak Wesley Dantes finding these scores? This is crazy.
Well, here we go.
Live action. Taj Lindblad on the other end of the beach will use his quick, snappy surfing. And a little error again as Cade Matson next to me just feels the wince and the pain of that, because, again, a couple of errors from that very first wave, Cade, you mentioned it. You can't do that. And here we go. Big Wesley Dantes again in full flight. He's going to go to the air again. He'll just pick that nose. It's a 6'4", we're told. And he is just approaching these left-handers with a Blom in the lineup. And let's have a look at the 8-1-7 previous again here, chaps.
Well, I mean, he paddled for this. You know what he's going to do. He's not looking for turns. This one gave him that nice little in, though, and just that perfect lip line coming at him. But to see such a big guy on such a big board just throw the air like that, and it was so clean, landed just perfectly, just that nice little soft landing. That wasn't really like the one we saw yesterday into the flats.
Yeah, it's crazy. He gets the whip up with that board. It's insane. Taj, this was a good wave.
Just burying the nose there. Just a bit kind of heavy on the front foot, and this wave does bottom out on you.
Yeah.
And then we saw Wes, I mean, you know what he's looking for. This one just kind of sectioned on him, bit of a throwaway, but he's got an 8-1-7, so now he's going to have the hunger. He knows what the recipe is.
Maman starts tracking back to a CT final in 2010 with Jadson Andre and Kelly Slater in Brazil, and it just this Brazilian dark tone goofy footer just going down and hacking off the lip, and it's so clear his intent here. Wesley Dantes knows how he can
he got another one.
Fetch the results again, sneaking around the lineup. He's exploring every left-hander he can, and he's going to do it again.
Cool.
Slightly smaller version of it, but nonetheless efficient. You can't deny that the surfing is fast, it's progressive, it's powerful, and as I say, it just takes me back to the Jadson Andre days so many years ago.
Yeah, and kind of remember a couple of QSs at Trestles too, that time period. Jadson, just everyone's going right. Jadson was, I'll stick
Gabriel
to the left.
Too was doing that,
yeah. And just because they could launch those massive frontside airs. Look, 8-1-7, I don't think that second one's going to get quite to that sort of quality of score, but it's going to be a good backup, and Taj is sitting with his back up against the wall now. He's going to have to try and find a wave that's going to give him some scoring potential.
Yeah, I feel like those first two waves of Taj could have been like easily 2 7s.
Yeah.
And he could be right in this heat, but it's kind of a bummer he fell off.
Well, the continued approach remains consistent for both surfers. One picking on the left-handers.
Right.
This is far down the beach, and he's just going to switch the focus just to show you that he's got big backhand turns on tap as well. We saw that in the opening rounds for Wesley Dantes, some massive hammers as the points were in the lip line. It still is here as we move into the quarterfinals. The surf has subdued substantially over when we think of those opening days of competition. But Wesley Dantes just switching it up. And right now, Coach Jim Hogan is sort of puzzling. How do we approach the remaining 20 minutes here?
Well, you see him really having to work, and maybe the advantage in the longer board right there, getting into that thing and just giving him so much drive to get that turn off. Does well to manhandle the second. So the man's feeling confident. He got a 5-5 for the second air. So now
Solid.
the requirements in the combo.
That's another good wave.
Well, meanwhile, down the beach, live action here. Taj Lindblad that needs to get into gear, and he's going to let it slip again.
No.
What is going on in the lineup here?
He's had 3 really good waves.
Yeah, he definitely
3
has.
really, really good waves.
Yep, Coach Jim Hogan just saying, just let it breathe, relax. Just
Oh,
start
look, now
again.
he has Wesley going towards him.
You just watch this. The first turn was so good, and he had the lineup just perfect. He got the tail out. Everything was lining up. What went wrong?
It looks like he's just poking the nose almost, like getting too front-footed or something every wave.
Just want to say that a surfer of the caliber of Jake Marshall also had trouble finishing a couple of turns in that previous quarterfinal. Also the same, just that last turn, perhaps the water's moving funnily across the inside or something like that, but there's been a couple of incomplete moments for Jake Marshall. Perhaps that too is what is tripping up Taj Lindblad. Either way, a 5.17 for the two backhand hits doesn't sit in the top two of Wesley Dantes. As you see your heat leader on screen, this heat marching along. We'll just see more lines approaching us here in Ballito. The big Brazilian, the 28-year-old from Ubatuba, is going to get going again that time, not over the ledge. And as we approach the halfway mark of the heat, we'll just want to sit back and just process what's going on. An 8.17 and a 5.5 in the lineup. We'll continue the back half of quarter number 4 after the break.
This is peak summer vibes here. That is a launch.
The U.S. Open's like the mecca of all of Orange County.
The pier is absolutely packed. The beach, standing room only.
Deep. A new world champion. And when it's on, nothing comes close.
The 2026 Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by KwaZulu-Natal Municipality, official host and title sponsor partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. By O'Neill, official presenting sponsor of the Ballito Pro, and by Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients.
Welcome back to the beach. It is the east coast of South Africa, the KwaZulu-Natal region, the beautiful bays of Ballito, playing host to the World Surf League's Challenger Series. It is local time, 10:45 a.m. and the beaches are packed. Everyone is loving the festivities and feel of world-class surfing coming to you from the location. It is a good morning, Gig Celia's Kai Linda and special guest Kate Matson as we break down quarterfinal number 4. Just beautiful location here. Kai, a place you call home. I'm jealous.
You should be. You should be, Gigs. Okay, but I mean, let's talk about you guys coming out here every year. I mean, it's the middle of winter in South Africa. You've traveled down to J Bay this time of year. It's a little colder down there. Lots to do. You can go and fish. You can go and see game. You can eat fantastic food. If you're into golf, there's plenty good golf around. I mean, you guys enjoy coming here.
Oh my gosh, it's insane. I feel like the weather every time we come here is just incredible. But yeah, we've been golfing a bit. Yeah, no, this place is insane. I love it. The food's amazing. Love it.
Well, in the lineup, quarterfinal number 4 with 14.5 on the clock. No changes while we were away at break as well. So big Wesley Dantes with 2 left-handers, 2 approaches to the air for the 8.17 and the quite a separation in those scores. The 5.5 for a smaller left-hander. But either way, he's got Taj Taj Lindblad in the combination situation. What does Taj do right now, Kate? Where's he going with this? And as we ask that question, let's just see our heat leader back at it. It's going to be cut.
That was crazy.
I was going to say cut, copy, paste, but that one is definitely going to sting the scorecard.
How was he riding that wave still? That was insane. I feel like for Taj, you can't really, like, you kind of have to stick to your strategy now. It's like, yeah, I don't know. You're not going to go left where Wesley is and try his airs. Like,
wow.
I just can't get over how much loft he gets on those things. Like, he literally goes into almost slow motion.
Yeah, you like floats. It's insane.
Yeah, it's like a big B-52 flying as opposed to a small aircraft, you know?
Yeah.
Let's have a look at this.
Well, you'll see he gets in and he always has that little hop and then just gets that big 6'4" chucking down the line. Just absolutely punts it and almost looks like he's not going to be able to bring it back around, and then he just swivels the hips and off he goes again. And yeah, pulling out a bit of old school QS grovel on the end of that wave too, especially on that bigger board. So where are the judges going to go with this one?
I feel like that's better than his A almost. That was crazy. And he threw spray on the end turn. Like, I don't know how you throw spray on that.
You could almost start counting the seconds in the air. I mean, that trajectory was an amazing amount of loft time. And we are in discussion. Does a 5.5 get replaced? Not sure what our surf fans are thinking, but there's no denying that this surfer, the 28-year-old, is leading the South American Regional Qualifying Series with wins at the 6,000 level and the 4,000 last year, brings that to Ballito this year, and we're almost flabbergasted at how efficient he is at this.
Well, also, I'm trying to put myself into Taj's head right now. You're surfing a Challenger Series. Your competitor's like way off down the beach. He's not even bothered about what you're doing. And he's like hearing the scores come in, and he's sitting all on his own up top of the point. It must be a weird headspace right now for him.
Oh, he probably went into this heat knowing they were going to surf two completely different heats. He probably knew he was going to have priority the whole time. Yeah, Wesley's ridden already, what, like 8 waves?
Yeah.
And there it is.
717. Maybe just to the fact that repetition, they're going to bring that score down a little bit. But I mean, 717, 817, combo land for Taj, 15.34. That's a heavy situation with like 12 minutes to go.
Well, nothing's impossible in the sport. We did see in the previous heat how both...
Well, he's not going to stop.
Here he goes again.
Oh, alley-oop.
Oh, my God.
Big alley. Complete as well. And a huck.
Come on.
Are you kidding me?
And a huck of the tail. Big Wesley Dantes.
This guy's going out of body right now.
I know. This is just remarkable what we're seeing in the jersey here from this older, more mature surfer who, as I say, has almost got the second and third lease on life in his surfing career. We have to say things. I don't have any words at the moment.
Well, I thought he was going for another one, and then he just pops the perfect alley-oop, landed on the roof, nice and clean, and just puts a little exclamation mark, a little bit of pet the kitty there at the end, but my goodness, the judges are going to be having steam come out their ears there. How clean was that alley, too?
Yeah, that was great. He must have heard you on the repetition, huh? That was psycho.
Wow.
I've got a psychic connection.
Well, it's that longer rail line as well, Kate, that is just giving him so much drive.
Yeah, that's crazy. It seems like he's almost having to like hop into the waves too, but it like almost gives him more speed. It's crazy.
And again,
to get the pop on that section too is so hard.
But again now, both ways, going outside and inside. He gets just such pop, and it's almost like he almost stalls in the air before swinging around. Yeah, they had to go with
I was going to ask, is that going to better his previous by a whole bunch? Wow, look at that number. One judge going as high as a 9.5. In fact, 2 of them. Either way, that's where the score lands. That is a monster number. It is crazy what we're seeing from Wesley Dantes.
Just look how he stalls up the peak of that air. It's incredible. And he's also not very compressed. Like, he's pretty upright through the air, which is...
He almost like when he pumps, he like lifts up. It's crazy.
Is he on an epoxy board?
It looks like it. I feel like Italo was doing that too, the longer board with the epoxy for a little bit.
That's going to be something to dive into.
Now he's going to say hello.
Yeah. He just waited till he got 17, huh? 15 wasn't
Is that
enough.
the highest heat total of the entire contest thus
It's
far?
gotta be.
It's got to be.
It's got to be up there.
Yeah.
Wow.
Now he's just paddled up. Obrigado.
How you doing on this end?
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
That's not a good feeling if you're Taj right there.
Well, yeah, I was going to say, let's get some story onto Taj Lindblad because he is at a personal best here. He doesn't have a lot of experience at the Challenger Series level. And certainly his first, is it his first visit to Ballito, Kai? I think it is.
I think it is, yeah.
Yeah. So, either way, listen, a quarterfinal finish is an equal fifth. That's a great way to go out the gates for an opening stop on the Challenger Series. You'll be feeling really comfortable going into the US Open of surfing
a really
as
good
well.
wave right here.
And look at this beautiful opportunity. And we saw Jake Marshall fetching solid numbers on this right-hander. Make that one. Oh,
he's had 4 that were good waves. That's crazy.
Second turn curse.
And that perhaps was his best wave just yet, right?
That was an 8.
Yep.
If he lands that, I think that goes excellent.
There's no doubt that first turn absolutely ripping into it. We saw similar high voltage turns in that top corner from Jake Marshall in the previous heat. And certainly Taj Lindblad again just leaving a bunch of stuff outside the door. And he'll go back to it. So, Kate, interesting. Are you saying that could have been on the way to an 8? It's going to be interesting to see with just that single turn as a number lands for us for discussion.
Yeah, that was definitely his biggest first turn. I think if he connected with the lip, that was easy excellence. I mean, 2 big turns on a set has to be. I mean, he got halfway there with the 1 turn and the fall.
Yeah, and the second turn would have been way heavier too, so would have definitely jumped up the score a bit. Does he now just try and mix up? Well, let's look at the replay. One of the best looking waves we've seen the whole heat. Beautiful ball.
That was huge.
Big power up there. Came flying off the bottom.
He just got stuck on the
bottom.
bottom
Stuck
turn.
on the bottom, yeah. I'm almost like maybe flip the script, go down to the left and...
I know he might as well try.
I know he can do airs.
He's really good at backside airs.
He's good at backside airs, so why not? It's working for Wesley. Let me go try.
Well, the problem is Wesley's going to follow him down there.
Go back to his spot.
Here he comes again. Obrigado.
Now he has priority. Let's see how he plays this.
It's been funny because he hasn't really gotten involved in this stuff in his previous heats. He's really kept his distance, but, it's not like this is his first rodeo. Wesley's been around a long time.
For sure.
He's been close, to the top before as well. So, he knows the game plan. He knows what to do. What I've really enjoyed about him in this event is that he's just stuck to his own game plan. He hasn't moved or been impressed by the other people in the water. And now, though, you're in a quarter. You're going for the semis at the Challenger Series. So maybe you do need to just go like, okay, I've got him comboed. Now I need to sit on him and put a bit of pressure.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like he's not even following Taj right now. Oh, there he is. Never mind. Yeah, it's crazy watching guys with such different heat strategy than I would do, but that's complete opposite. So it's fun to watch. I mean, he got 10 waves this heat, so.
Well, here comes the heat recap, and I mean, it's going to be a banger. Mostly because this big guy from Brazil has just been going ham on the left. See that little pop, gets that big rail line going and just chucks it into the flats. Beautiful. Just full rotation.
Yeah, that was crazy. Look at the spin he gets on this thing. The little extra rotation right there.
It almost, there's like a pendulum swing in that as well.
Then he took off on this one.
This must be the 9, yeah.
Just weightless through the air for such a big guy.
It's crazy how light he is on his feet, huh?
And then got the second maneuver as well.
That was crazy.
Wow. Beautiful alley-oop. And a 9.4, what a number. Taj Lindblad in all of this. Well, down in that combination situation, just looking at Taj Lindblad's journey to the quarterfinals. That round of 64 got a win over Crosby and Luke Tima and Alistair Reginado. So started gearing himself up, made it through the round of 32 in the same heat with Wesley Dantes. Was just a little, it was hardly anything splitting both of those surfers as they got rid of Levi Slauson and Jorgen Kuzenay in that round. Round of 16, Taj had the man-on-man heat, and all credit to his win over Dane Henry. So a good journey in the jersey here, but wow, running into a roadblock with Wesley Dantes here in the quarterfinals.
Running into a Mack truck. I think that needs to be his new nickname, actually, the Mack truck, because he's just crazy. It's unbelievable. And I think there's a couple of kids going out there and phoning their shapers. I need 3 extra inches, please.
Yeah. It's not as easy as it looks.
It's the era of the step-ups again. Well, so many fun talking points here. Just to talk to Taj Lindblad's 5th place finish. It's going to be, I mean, obviously inspiration around the supper table at home as well, with sister in the CT jersey just in full swing.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like Taj will be stoked. I mean, he's ripping. He worked super hard to get here, and the results are coming, and yeah, it's cool to see.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you know better than anyone. I mean, you've been on the tour a while now. You've had those heats. You can be on the richest form of your life. Sometimes that other guy just comes and he's going to have that day.
For sure. I've had so many heats where you think you're ripping and then other guys just do huge airs, and it's like, I mean, you kind of got to live and die by it, and you just watch guys do a full row, and it's like there's nothing you can do. So, yeah, but Taj is ripping. He's had 4 waves, and each wave has been a really good wave. So, good wave selection.
Well, he'll think about this and he'll process it all with that long flight home. Of course, you guys have got that journey back, but just thinking of that next stop. It's going to suit Taj's surfing as well. He's definitely going to feel like he's back in the home zone.
For sure. I mean, the US Open's all of our favorite event. It's like we get to sleep in our own beds.
Yeah.
Just all go up together, and yeah, it's super exciting.
And good person to talk to, because we've been hearing little rumors through the grapevine that the long-range forecast is actually looking incredible this year.
It looks like it's going to be pumping, I think. I mean, I know before the comp looks almost like too big, and then it kind of peters out into that 4 to 6 range, which is the best for Huntington. So, yeah, it should be hopefully good.
So far away, though, you want to kind of stay in the moment here as we wrap up the first Challenger Series stop. And, of course, Taj Lindblad working with Jim Hogan for a personal best here in Ballito. And, Cade, you working with the coach?
Yeah, Jake Patterson.
Yep.
Yeah, same as JB.
Oh, shout out Snake Tails.
Yeah, shout out Snake. I know you're watching.
And it's interesting because it's been really nice to see Snake Tails back on tour. He took a little bit of a siesta, but I see the videos are firing back up, and he's fully back into it, and just such a lot of experience, really.
Oh, yeah, he's so psyched. I mean, I remember I first started coaching with him, and then he told me that trip that he was retiring. So I was so bummed. And then when I got on tour, he hit me up, and he's like, hey, I'm coming back. You want to coach? And I'm like, let's go. Sounds, no, but he's the best.
Yeah, great stories, great inputs from Cade Matson here with us. 90 seconds to go out in the lineup. A massive set of numbers will be a brick wall for Taj Lindblad as he will accept that 5th place position here. Again, just Wesley Dantes sort of backwards and forwards in the lineup himself. Conditions just looking really peachy here at the 11 a.m. mark. The tide falling out. Almost glassy here, hardly a breath of wind, and looks very Southern Californian-ish right now on our screens.
Yeah, and I think Wesley maybe got bored at the right. He was like, no, this is not my vibe. To go back to the left, and then he was like, oh, wait, but it's like a minute to go. I should probably sit here and put some pressure on
For
Josh.
sure, yeah. I mean, 50 seconds left. I don't think you're getting 2 waves in that time.
Nah, and as I say, just... he'll go back and process this, and just he'll hang a question mark on those end turns. A number of opportunities. You felt specifically, Cade, that last wave really was the gateway to opening up some momentum.
For sure. I feel like he had a few opportunities to get past that combination. But yeah, now he's ripping.
Well, I think he can have a chat with Jake Marshall on the beach. They both kind of just let themselves down a little bit on those second turns.
What? Are we getting another one?
Barrel.
Matt Truck just going for a barrel now.
He's doing all this heat.
Yeah, it's been a crazy heat to call. Quarter number 4, and the theme is going to continue here. It is all goofy foots in the draw on the men's side of competition. A crazy story unfolding here through the quarterfinals this morning. A massive 9.4 and the 817, 17.57. What a massive number for that man on screen.
Well, let's look at those scores. A 4 and a 3.5 for Taj. Wesley threw away a 717, a 517, and a 5-5.
Yeah, that's crazy. He could have won with like his 5th and 6th waves.
Wow, amazing stuff here from Ballito as the men's quarterfinals draw to an end. And wow, this man into the semi-finals for the first time in Ballito. He has campaigned here a number of times. Of course, brother Wiggly will be just gloating back home with the family as they just witness this spectacular performance here in the quarterfinal number 4.
Wow, and let's start rubbing our hands together. Jackson Bunch versus Wesley Dantas.
That would be exciting. Hopefully we get some air wind, huh?
Is that allowed? I mean, that's like heavyweight versus welterweight. That is crazy.
That's going to be a very exciting heat because, you know, Jackson's been putting the scores on the backhand and really well, but he can do those big frontside airs.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, we opened up this morning with a great encounter. The 2 younger surfers, Jarvis Earl getting that over Ryan Carnalo. Cole Hauschman and Ian Gouveia, both winners here, both CT level surfers, and Cole Hauschman got a fairly tight heat win there, using some left-handers at the end to block, and then, well, Jackson Bunch and Jake Marshall, Jackson's backside surfing sparky. But there's a common theme here, the blue singlets, the goofy footers, as we get to the semi-final brackets. Going to be some fun surfing ahead for us. We'll throw to a break and we'll call in the next round of competition.
The 2026 Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by KwaZulu-Natal Municipality, official host and title sponsor partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. By O'Neill, official presenting sponsor of the Ballito Pro. And by Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients.
Just another day that we are obsessed with this gorgeous coastline that we love coming to every single year. But this year in particular, it has put on an absolute show. Pumping waves every single day of competition so far. Offshore winds in the morning. And I'm in the booth. My name's Jessie Starling with the Backstreet Boys. We've got Paul Evans and Greg Emsley. I feel like I missed the memo for something. Maybe neutral colour tones in the booth today.
If you know, you know. You know?
You know? You know? So a bit sunny in the booth, Greg.
Sunny in the booth and the surfing's so hot we've had to put the shades on.
Paul?
I didn't think there was room in my heart for more fondness for Ballito, but I found it this week. Wow.
Well, wow. What's going on in the booth right now? Let's see what's going on outside the booth. Mike Frew is out and about.
Thank you, Jesse. I'm down on the beach with Travis, and the waves really cooking out there, very glassy, and we're going to run a couple more heats. Travis, you got an update for us?
Yeah, it's more update on the schedule, Mike. We're going to keep going into the men's semi-finals after this. Obviously, we extended the semis to 40 minutes just to allow the surfers more opportunity. Waves are still pumping, and it looks like we'll come back tomorrow morning for finals day.
So there's the update for you, Jesse. Ladies semis now, and then straight into men's semis.
Awesome. Thank you so much. So more action coming our way today, but it is not finals day. We're going to crown champions tomorrow morning, Greg.
Yeah, it's look, I think the swell's dying a little bit today, but we are expecting a new little southerly swell tomorrow morning. Hopefully it's enough, and we have really good finals day. The winds are going to be good. So yeah, I think we'll just keep with the routine of good waves, and I'm excited for that.
Paul?
Love that call. It just feels like the energy keeps updating day to day here. Why not make the most of another great looking day on our Surfline forecast for tomorrow? I think today's set up really, really nice as well with the window and that wind switch that we've been having. So why not use the optimum morning conditions and do that to crown champions in tomorrow as well?
Yeah, so right now we have the women's semi-final in the water. It's Ariane Ochoa in the red from the Basque Country. And our Portuguese lady, our championship tour surfer, Kiki Veselko in the blue. We've seen a couple of storylines start to really hold true and hold strong on both the men and women's side of the draw. The men's side is that it's absolutely dominated by goofy footers. The women's side is that the Europeans are keeping up the standard that they set for themselves last year. Kiki Veselko, she's going to start with a 5, Ariane with a 4.17, but Ariane has been such a standout. Let's take a look at these replays, Paul.
Yeah, kick up. Getting into it early, as you might expect. Not doing too much on the first turn. I think that's a good call. Then she unleashes there and gives that, kind of frames that turn with the timing and the tempo. Bit more power, bit more back foot pressure. But speaking of which, we know about the backhand from Ari, and you see she squares off the bottom, winds into the section, gives it a good hit. Then you see the wings go out. She just recovers that turn. She's got a number coming away.
She's going to swing again here. Ariane putting that backhand to good use. Nice and tight in that first pocket. Gets even more control off that second turn. Having to swing through a couple of slower ones, but gets a solid looking finish. Now she gets to watch this. Kiki Veselko out the back. Calves to start this one off. It's going to close out through that inside section. But Ariane swinging through a couple of nice turns, Greg.
Yeah, Ariane looked good. She's definitely on a different board today. I actually spoke to her this morning. She came down with about 3 or 4 boards and was looking at conditions. She's been riding a step up that's worked really good in the bigger conditions. But now, as we get through today into the semis and into finals day, it's whose short boards are going to be performing the best. That athlete will take the wins.
But what of that? Coming down with 3 or 4 boards, does that show a bit of indecision? I'm quite surprised that she would still not really know what she's surfing by today.
No, well, look, she probably knows that she's got that good step up, so she's brought that, and then you're going to bring a short board and then a backup that will, be prepared for each condition as well. So watching this replay, the board looks good though. Lots of spray still off the top. Gets that second maneuver, and then this wave just breaks itself in half a little bit, but manages to stick with it. And even that last turn, good spray off that last maneuver as well. And here we go, Kicker looking strong, but this one really walled up ahead of her. That would have been a good section to arrive at early and get one of those stamping big closeout turns.
Couple of ways you can do a one-turner. That one looked like she wanted a bit more, and then it just maybe just takes a little off. I'm not sure it really affects the score, but just in terms of rhythm and flow, it just tells you maybe a little bit of indecision. But I think something we can pick up from the opening exchanges is completions, and they're both really looking for that. So they're not really looking for 8s on their first couple of ways. I think they want to bank scores. They'll definitely know what's gone down in these last few heats and looking at conditions, looking at opportunities and thinking, I don't want to go for broke first turn, fall, and leave some opportunity out there. So pretty smart, a touch conservative. I think we'll see them loosen up a bit through the heat.
Can we talk about Wesley Dantes for a second? What a dark horse he has been, and getting the highest combined heat total of the event so far in quarterfinal number 4. Did you see that coming, Greg?
I did.
Well, wow.
Well, just the maneuvers he's done, the multiple excellent rides he's had, and through this event, and everyone's on this smooth highway that they're surfing the main spot. He's found a little dirt track that gets to the finals quicker. His own little break down the road.
If you hit the bumps at a certain speed, they actually cancel each other out.
Exactly. So he's been surfing his own peak down the beach at left-hander. So really getting the best scores of competition against the grain, yeah.
It seems that he's put a lot of work in as well. Paul, he's got to be a couple gears above than the last time we saw him in competition.
Yeah, someone else has been away a while. You get that quite a bit with a lot of the Brazilians as well. They kind of come out early and then, yeah, just for a variety of reasons. Maybe we don't know so much about them. We're not in that region. And then they come back and he looks absolutely deadly. Oh, yeah, I'm actually quite surprised. We quite often see someone blaze early on in the rounds, go crazy, and you're like, have you maybe done a bit too much? Maybe we should be kind of dialing that back a bit. It's hard to keep doing that every heat you get, but he's just been absolutely relentless. And he's a showman as well. I think he's really enjoying the energy for the crowd. It's the biggest noise we've had all week was his earlier round. He's been crazy with his performance, and I mean, you love to see it deep in the event in quarterfinals.
Yeah, I love this repetition of competitors who take a little bit of time off and then they come back and they're just absolutely dominating. Speaking of Wesley Dantes, he is down there with Mike Frew.
Wesley, that was amazing. The highest total heat score of the event so far, I think. That one wave was incredible. A big alley-oop into a frontside reverse. Tell us how that heat went.
Hello, my friends. Speaking Portuguese. É uma bateria muito difícil. Eu sabia que o americano estava focado nas direitas e sabia que o juiz, né, estou sabendo que os juízes estão gostando muito dos aéreos. Então, optei dar para o alley-oop. Depois do 8 pontos do aéreo, então queria agradecer a todos, as minhas pranchas, da Silver, ao L7, a Oakley, a WSL, a Ballito também por estar fazendo esse evento incrível. Só tenho que agradecer também a Deus, senão nada disso teria acontecido. E é isso, vamos para a semifinal.
You were the wild card at the Rio WCT. Do you bring confidence from that event here to Ballito?
Eu sabia que quando fui convidado seria um campeonato importante para minha carreira e eu sabia que eu teria que dar tudo de mim. Quando eu estive lá dentro, vesti a lycra e descobri que não já sabia, mas descobri que eu poderia fazer ali um bom estrago que o meu surf é para aquele nível de competição. Então hoje aqui em Ballito estou mostrando isso e vai ser isso ao longo do ano, ao longo das etapas. Então, com certeza eu vou estar lá dentro esse ano e o foco é esse e com certeza a gente vai estar lá, se Deus quiser, amém.
Wesley, awesome stuff. You're really entertaining the beach, inspiring surfing there, and you're into the semi-finals. Back to you.
Thank you, Frew Brew. Thank you, Wesley. Very cool, calm, collected character. And Greg Emsley, you've been shocked time and time again that he's doing that surfing on a 6'4".
Yeah, but not only that, it is a 6'4". Looking at the size of the board and his head, he's matches the surfboard tip, which tells me he's close to 6'4" himself.
Yeah, he's a solid surfer, isn't he?
Yeah.
Pushing Cole Hausman for potentially the biggest surfer that we have, professional surfer. A couple scores starting to filter on through. Ariane's last wave, it gets her a 5'5", and the lead at 417 was her first wave. Kika Veselko with a 5 and a 283. We've talked about it all throughout the week, Paul. This storyline of these CT surfers essentially needing to come here and defend their spot on that championship tour, and we know that a semi-final is by far a great start to the season for Kika.
Yeah, it's been a mixed bag for the CT surfers, isn't it? Contrasting fortunes. We've seen some come here, blow up, show their class, really show why they're a cut above, bringing that extra confidence as well, used to surfing really high-level heats. Some of the others struggled a bit, so, you know, it's a couple of things. We've said it before, a couple of things you can take away. The points towards the CS as well, but just the confidence of winning, get back in that formula of making your heats. And Kika's got that here going all the way to semis, but someone like her, the success she's had on this tour, particularly who her opponent is as well, someone should be backing herself to beat, should be looking for a win here. She's not going to be satisfied with coming away equal third. She wants to get the W.
Yeah, do you see a lot of these CT surfers going and doing the US Open as well, even if they get a good result here?
I think if your decision's kind of, if you come in here, you're going to the US Open. I think we look at, they're kind of in clusters, aren't they, these events? There's two together. It'd be a strange decision to come to Ballito and not go over there, particularly the prestige as well in that event. Also, if you're in form, I mean, how often do we see events and success get replicated in the next event? And with the challenges in the past, there has been quite a bit of a gap. So if you're on fire, you're making semis or finals, you maybe have to wait 2 months before you get to surf again on the CS. It's like next week, so she's in the semis here. I think she'll be over there for sure.
Do you like the break it between events, Greg, where it's going to give some surfers a bit of time to reset, go back to the gym, get a little bit stronger, refine their equipment?
Yeah, breaks are important because, especially for surfers that have maybe had injuries or just not quite feeling on form, you want these cluster of events, a couple of events, you need the breaks. Surfing is an extreme sport and you do get lots of injuries from it. You need that downtime just to reset and so we can get the best performance from our surfers. But as Paul said, as lovely as Ballito is, beautiful destination, these competitors are not here just for fun. They've come here to compete and to work, to do a job, and the job is to win.
Yeah, well, they're one step closer, 25 minutes away from potentially being the first surfer in that final for the women that we've just heard from Travis. It will be on tomorrow, so those conditions that we get nice and clean in the morning will be taken advantage of by 2 heats. We've got the women's final and the men's final. We're going to decide who they all are today. Just under 25 here. Both of these women are just sitting quite close to each other, but let's actually take a look at what we're going to see for the rest of this year, the rest of this season, and actually going into next year as well when we head over to Newcastle. I'm very excited for that next event, Huntington Beach. We're seeing the ads for it so far. It really does look like a festival, Greg.
Yeah, and apparently quite good swell on the charts for that. You talk about the Huntington hop. I think that's negative. That's really going to the shore breakers for an extra couple of minor points. Huntington's a heavy braking wave out the back. It's strong, and it's going to be about those big outside maneuvers, and I'm looking forward to seeing that.
Yeah, going to a new stop over in South Sebastião. A lot of big names coming from that part of the world, Paul.
Yeah, Mauritius, obviously Medina, the Pupo brothers, some absolute shredders from that part of the world. Be interesting to see that one, and then off the back of that into Ericeira. Pretty unique sort of venue is. There's nothing really else like it on this tour. We know the sort of surfers that stand out well there. Let's hope for swell in that. And then all the way back to us, but a long way away from that, we talk about when you're going to get your win, when you're going to get your result. Early in the season on the CS, I think we've seen people struggle. They've come flying out the gates. It was in Australia where we're kicking off. And you can get a win and you can struggle the rest of the year. It feels like maybe there aren't more points available for finishing off strong, but it does feel like the momentum's with you towards qualifying if you can do it over in Newey.
And Newcastle that time of year is just glorious. It does remind me of this part of the world. We get really fun waves, clean conditions, nice weather too.
The CT's so close as well, you can almost smell it. The prize
yes,
is right there.
Oh my goodness.
Feels a little abstract now. You're looking to try and get on the CT next year, but by the time you get to March, everything's firing up and it's within your grasp. A lot of surfers will be going there. They'll know what they'll need to do. It's exciting.
It's intense. That Challenger Series event is intense because of how close the CT is. It was really interesting this year. Being such good mates with guys like Oscar Berry and Luke Thompson, who were in that top 10 but still hadn't booked accommodation or flights to any of that first half of the season because they weren't confirmed yet. And then all of a sudden, you have guys come out of the works that you're not expecting to qualify, like Cal Robson, who are then doing extremely well so far this year on tour, Greg.
Yeah, absolutely. And you've got to give yourself every opportunity, right? Every single opportunity you've got to give yourself. And you look at the QS 6000 that have been thrown into the mix. I can't wait to look at the stats at the end of it and see how many of our qualifying surfers are carrying those or one of those events in their scoreline. And I reckon that's going to factor in to be very important at the end of it.
When you were competing on the championship tour, did you ever have to balance the CT and the QS, the prime events, Greg?
I always balanced it. Maybe one year I didn't. I just had travelled too much and I just focused on the CT. But always you had that opportunity. So you could start the year and really set a strong start on the QS and then sort of gauge midway, okay, well, I don't need to do too many or, so it was a bit of a different schedule there. It was a full year schedule for both tours. This is a little bit easier because you start the CT and then midway you can make a decision if you need to chase the challenges or not.
Yeah,
but it is good to back it up.
Yeah, not too many events. There's 5. You can definitely fit that in your schedule, especially with a place like Portugal. It's just before that championship tour event. But this is the Challenger Series overview. 5 events like we went through before: Ballito, US Open, South Sebastião, Ericeira and Newcastle. Top 10 men and top 6 women will qualify for the championship tour. Top 4 results count, but there's those international QS 6000s Greg was talking about. You can go and compete in as many of them as you qualify for. And if you win one, it's essentially like having a semi-finals in a Challenger Series. So we're, all 3 of us in the booth, calling it pretty crucial to throw your name in the ring for some of those international QS 6000s, Greg.
Yeah, very crucial. It's those points are going to factor in so heavily. And yeah, give yourself every opportunity. That's the bottom line.
Yeah, I'm excited to see just how this year does pan out. Obviously, this is stop number 1 of the Challenger Series, and you never quite know how the rankings are going to look by the time you get to the end of the season. That's why there's so much excitement on just who is going to get to that next crop. 20 minutes to go, so about halfway through this heat. It's been a while since we've seen some surfing, Paul.
Yeah, it's just sort of sat down a bit, this one, hasn't it, and chilled. And when that happens, you obviously want to be the surfers, maybe just kind of marginally won the early exchanges. That is our surfer out of the Basque Country, Ari. She got that 5.5. You compare that to the 5. So far, so good for her. She's going to need to do more surfing, though.
Yeah, only a small requirement for Kika. It's a 4.68. So as we wait for this ocean to look alive just a little bit more, we're going to go to a quick break and be back right after this.
Welcome to KwaZulu-Natal, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. KwaZulu-Natal boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious blue flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of KwaZulu-Natal's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. KwaZulu-Natal, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
Position. Although plenty of time on the clock, 18 minutes remaining.
Welcome back to the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. I am in the Red Bull best seats in the house. What this is an elevated area where Red Bull guests, you could enter a competition and win a seat in the best seats of the house. We'll see those people join us on the deck here. And basically you get to whole vista, the entire beach. And those people will take advantage of their prize a little later today. We're in KwaZulu-Natal on the east coast of South Africa. And look at this, Friday in the middle of winter. Many people have taken the day off work to enjoy the best surfing. Of course, we're going into men's semi-finals, and I know a lot more people are coming down. The Ballito Pro is a major economic driver for this region, and it provides plenty jobs and opportunities locally, and it's great to see so many international tourists and surfers joining us for this week in Ballito. So this is where it's all happening, guys. Back to you.
Thank you, Mike. At this point, he could just sell me a block of land in this part of the world. It is such a fun place to come to. You can see just how packed the beach is. And bathers particularly, that's the part of the beach where everyone comes down and gets in the water and gets amongst it. Right in front of us, though, we see a bit of action going down. We saw a couple of small scores rolling through, just a 0.5 for Ariane and a 3.93 for Kika, so coming pretty close. But Greg, you've been coming here for a really long time. You've competed in this event before, but you've got some... Actually, we'll get back to this. Kika here, Paul.
Yeah, good looking wave. First turn, going through the motions a bit, sort of similar to a wave she had earlier where she pulled that snap and then kind of faded it back. Here's Ari looking to use her weapons. That backhand attack for her is the one, but she identifies that wave running away, doesn't even get to try a turn. She's just pulling through. So yeah, not a lot available from that exchange for us.
Yeah, smallish numbers. It's not going to be a big factor to the heat, and still, what, 16, just under 16 minutes remaining. Hopefully we get a few more sets. We want to see those like two-wave sets, right, where we see those exchanges go down.
Yeah, definitely. These women got a lot more in the tank than what we're seeing so far. But Greg, where I was getting at is you've seen this event chop and change so much over the years, but an event that you love coming to every single year.
Absolutely love it. I've surfed this event multiple times, believe it or not, in Durban beachfront with the Gunston 500 vest on.
I know you don't like to talk about it, but didn't you make the final?
I did make the final. I got a third. Got absolutely smoked
who
by
else is
Andy
in that
Irons.
final? Okay, Andy. Yeah, he's
Andy
good.
Irons won. He was actually world champion that year.
Okay.
Roy Powers was I think top 10 surfer that year. I was third on the championship tour. Live action, wow. And Damien Hobgood. So it was all CT surfers. It was crazy.
Solid. Serious final.
Yeah.
My goodness.
I mentioned the other day, Andy and I actually came from J-Bay. We were on the same flight. Lindy was on the flight with him, and Shantae was with me. He only brought one board. I had a couple of boards. We actually ended up in the Elengeni Hotel, rooms next to each other by coincidence. And it was a great week. He said to me before the finals, Greg, such a nice South African crowd. I really hope you win this final.
Then he spoke to you.
He smashed me. He said 295s like 3.5 minutes later. But how's this for an opening turn? Just the one turn from kicker. We need to see the natural footer starting to do some work here, right?
But what? You had a heat with them at J-Bay that year.
Yeah.
What
I think
happened?
it was the same year.
What
yeah,
happened in that heat? Who won that one?
He also won it.
Okay.
The semi-final, that one?
It was.
Solid year. Semi-final.
You beat
until
Joel
final.
in the quarter?
I did. Was cooking that day.
Got tubed up at
Greg
the boneyard?
Emsley.
Right at the top of boneyard.
Tubed up the top. No tubes up there normally, but
no, I know, it was
Bigfoot found it.
Bigfoot.
Joel and I hustled all the way up at boneyards. He went the first one, and somehow this wave just barreled through that whole section, and yeah, it was great. It was, I mean, to beat Joel, it's like at J-Bay is like winning a world title, isn't it? I mean, he's like literally. There's a couple of guys at J-Bay that are just like awesome, but Joel's definitely in my top 3 surfers out at J-Bay. He's amazing out there.
I want some more Greg Emsley stories. What more do you have for us?
Well, what do you want to know? Gunston Durban 500?
Yeah, let's do it.
That was originally called Durban 500, kicked off 1969. Legendary South African Gavin Rudolph won that first event. He was still a junior. It then became very quickly the Gunston 500. And then from 1971 to 1978, it actually rotated between Durban Beachfront, Bay of Plenty, and East London, Nahoon Reef.
Really?
1 year on, 1 year off. In that time, Sean Thompson, 1973 to 1978, took 6 consecutive wins.
Wow.
So that was huge. And then in 1978, it settled on the Durban beachfront as its home, and also was between Bay of Plenty, North Beach, and New Pier. 2009, it came to Ballito, so 18 years ago, and became the Ballito Pro. So huge, it's had a huge history. 57 years now, we're into it. And yeah, what an amazing event. We've seen South African surfers take the win. Of course, Sean Thompson, as I mentioned, Gavin Rudolph, Geordie Smith with 2 wins. Ricky Basnett, we saw yesterday, 20 years ago was his win. Aidan Mason Camp, we saw Sarah Baum take a win in 2019. Zoe Stein in 2021. And of course,
Lukey.
Who would forget Luke Thompson last year taking that win? Massive, and that was a huge moment. And of course, through the years, we've seen people like Kelly Slater take wins here. The greatest
Andy Irons.
Andy Irons, the greatest of all time, have been at this event. So what a massive history we've got here. It's a real honor just to come here and watch the event, but being involved with it, it's awesome. It's such a special event.
I know, I love that we get to be a part of it. This year in particular, the waves have been absolutely cooking. Kiki Vaselko in the semi-final here, looking for a 4.68. This is better for Kika, getting 2 turns, slightly smaller wave, but executing with strength here, Paul.
Yeah, what she wanted, wasn't it? A smaller wave, but she just wanted the combo and gets it there as well. You can see this. This is happy splashing right now from her. She's fired up. She knows that's going to be a really useful number. That is not a big requirement at all. 4.68 for that type of surf. And gave it a couple of punches, didn't she? Comboed it up. We know about the power. She manages to stay coiled and just unleashes on this lip line. It stood up quite nicely for her here, so bang. Just lets that ball go through the lip, and a similar kind of turn again, pushing a little bit harder. She knew the wave was slowing down at the end, but hang on.
Ariane now answers back and goes down. That nose just completely burying there. So Ariane with a bit of pressure here to drop that 417, Greg.
Yeah, absolutely. She wants to get rid of that number. And Kika's wave, I loved the look of that wave. It wasn't the biggest wave we've seen, but it really wedged, and that wave had a bit of a rib running across it, and she actually stayed in the power of that rib and found those lovely steep sections and got those, I'm going to call them clicks, those turns. She really clicked them in the right place. She snapped them. It had big spray, and it just looked like it's going to be the requirement for sure. But just a fun wave, and it was well surfed.
Yeah, Ari needs to get a wave here soon. That's exactly what you don't want to happen. Your opponent gets a good wave, likely to get the score as you kind of watch that and assess, and then you go the one behind, fall. I mean, she dropped the ball there. She's given back priority as well. So that was a mistake there, a big one. It could prove very costly at this level.
Yeah, scores in for Kika, a 5-2-3. So her best on that last one, getting that under Ariane's priority. 473 is now the requirement for our Basque Country surfer. She currently has second prio too. So this is crucial, but not a big score considering she's dropped one of the highest scores of the women's event so far. She had a 9 on one of the biggest days of competition. So she really has essentially earned her stripes because she surfed it when it was big and executed when it was big too.
She needs a certain type of wave, though. I didn't like that last choice at all. Needs a bit more room on the backhand. She has to wait longer at the bottom of the wave and really wind in to those big moves. So she does need a bit of space. You see the pace on the wave that Kika got, just more down the line. Ari, she needs to be. She's in a little bit of danger here. That's not a big number, but I'm worried, a little bit worried for her.
Why? Why are you worried? Well, I mean, I know she's your pick for the win.
Yeah, what happened to glass half full Paul the Tank Evans?
Yeah, because Paul's goofy. Paul's a goofy footer. Let's not forget.
I feel like I'm being ganged up on a little bit here. I'm not sure I'm okay with this.
Paul,
wow.
Can I be honest with you?
Please, I wouldn't expect anything
guys,
less,
I'm not
Greg.
angry with you. I'm just disappointed with both of you.
I don't think you're a good enough coach. You know what I would be thinking? Let me tell you what I would be thinking. And you should have probably told this to Ariane before a heat. But I would paddle up to Kika and say, Kika, have you seen the results today? The stats? Not one natural footer's got through here. I'm goofy, you natural.
It's not looking good, is it? Well, Kika, she's holding it down. Paul, back to coaching school by the books of Greg
Kika
Emsley.
says, have you seen the scoreboard? Have you seen it's got priority and the lead? Hello.
Hello. My goodness. Well,
I'm just trying to give you a bit of hope here as a goofy, but yeah, don't worry. This might just be one for the naturals. There's not many today.
No, come on, the natural footers. We want to see it. Looks like Ariane potentially interested in this wave. She's not going to take it, but there is a little bit of energy out the back behind here. So Kika has first priority. She only needs to better a 5. So this is quite an easy task for someone of her caliber. Let's see what she can do. It's one turn. She's in, she's late, and she goes down for Kika Veselko. So door well and truly open here because a 473 is relatively a tiny requirement for Ariane.
Yeah, it's a big moment for her. It's what she needed was a little bit of luck there. I was expecting Kika to be a little bit more relentless there. I'm surprised with that. It's not what I saw happening as the next kind of moment as we've been breaking these heats down into moments. So a little bit of advantage back with Ari right now. That isn't a big number as we've been saying. She's got priority as well, but she's going to have to make a good decision here. Certain type of wave. I just wonder, Greg, trying to surf for, let's call it a 5. How do you surf towards a 5? Well, we'll revisit that in a bit.
Yeah, we've got to take a look at the heat recap. So this was Kika starting us off here, Greg.
Yeah, she's actually looking really good, so sharp in those sections. So set that first one up, got that straight 5, and then we saw Ariane set up. I really liked this approach as well. A couple of big turns, lots of spray coming off that board. So if she finds that moment, finds that wave, she's definitely going to attack the scoreline for that first place.
And then Kika, she got this one to get herself out of second place and back into the lead, Paul.
Yeah, she did. And, good arrows from her. Good read on it, really. Don't need to do too much. Don't worry so much about using the scale and going excellent. Just surf the heat you're in. So got herself in the lead. A crucial point of the heat now, isn't it? Ari with a little bit to do. She's got time to do it. Let's hope we get a few more waves. I'd love to see each of these surfers get fired up, and Kika definitely looks fired up.
Yeah, she's revved up for something. There's a wave coming her way here. Let's see what this lump of ocean has on offer for Kika Veselko. She's going to look left. We've been saying there's a left down the beach. She's got a strong looking backhand. Want to see her go up in the lip. It's just going to be a single hit. So Kika waiting at the bottom of a wave there for that one to stand up for a little while, but gets the execution this time, Paul.
Yeah, she does. I thought she was going to go up there a bit quicker, actually, on that. She's obviously looking down the line at what's coming. We're on our tight shot of her, but I thought she waited a while. Let's see where this goes numbers-wise. It's been hard on the lefts, generally. You've got to do something really quite special. They don't seem to carry as many points, but great hustle to find this.
Yeah, she worked down the beach. Yeah, just a bit of hesitation on that one, so it's not going to go in the scoreline. I feel I think if we had seen a pulled out shot of that, I think she was probably chasing the right on that wave. It looked like she was trying to get across to the other side of the peak, and it was a bigger wave, and she ended up going, well, I'm not going to get there. Let me just go left, but ended up maybe a touch deep on the left.
You can see Ariane repositioning as well. She's not up near that traditional rock peak that we've been seeing, Paul.
This line's approaching, though. We saw look like some energy coming through here, so she'll have to be patient, just kind of wash off what's happened. Her last two waves, they've been just decimals, less than one. So it feels like it's a while since she actually scored any points in this heat. She's going to have to do something here.
Here we go. Ariane had a look, but not interested in that one. Here's that energy that Paul was talking about. A couple more waves starting to roll through the lineup. 4 minutes to go, so it's getting down to crunch time. This one might not be that pretty green wall we see because this foam on this inside track being the second wave of the set. And that one, unfortunately, closing out on the sandbar. So now she's going to have to paddle back out and be under the thumb of Kika Veselko, who's going to have the lead and priority, and Paul's throwing his hands in the air.
Really surprised at that decision to go. That was a closeout. What's she thinking?
It's a difficult one. She's paddled herself off the peak where she's found her best waves so far. It seems she's moved down to where Kika was. I'm sure she would have guidance from her boyfriend and coach on the beach, but there definitely has been a great connection with her in that traditional peak, Greg.
Yeah, you've got to be careful of following your competitor up and down the beach as well. Like, just get stuck into surfing. Focus on your game plan, get your markers and your lineups, and just stick to that number one, She's chasing now, so she should have just stuck in that spot, I believe. It's she's trying to go on waves that are not looking like good waves. You could see she wasn't convinced. You've just got to hold that priority until that wave comes that you can get those couple of turns on.
What's the thought process, do you think, Greg, between... All right, I'm just going to try and force a score on this wave to knowing it's a good wave, especially in the last couple of minutes of a heat, because it seemed that maybe that was a bad decision under pressure from Ariane?
For sure. That's exactly what it was, and some people just want to surf to get the score, and you think about surfers in the history that will just sit out a heat, and when they don't see that wave coming. Tommy Whitaker was great like that. If the wave wasn't going to be a score, the siren would go and he'd be sitting there, and that's sometimes actually a better strategy to have. You can't force it. Just sit and wait until that right wave comes.
She even paddled for the wave before, didn't she? Kika was in the lineup. She would have lost priority with that one. So you can see just a little bit scattered. No, I'm not going to say lost in the lineup, but just maybe not that radar as it was in earlier rounds. And you look at her numbers in this. Her scores came really early on. Since then, it's small ones. Kika, by contrast, she's had a few numbers that aren't in the top two, but they're around the 4. So not only is she able just to surf and kind of express herself, but also getting a much better read on exactly what the sandbar's doing. You kind of always updating exactly where you are in the lineup and how the waves are breaking. Every time you're catching waves, even if they're not going in your top 2, it's giving you some insights as well. And Ari's not really had that.
Yeah, she looks rattled. She's making a couple of wave selection bad decisions, but more than that, she's paddled up and down the peak and now sitting in between 2 peaks when we look at this drone angle. So that traditional one has actually been further to the right of the Red Bull buoy out the back where we've seen those scores come through. And then we have that left where we saw Kika go. So currently in between 2, there are waves that can roll through there, but Kika is going to have priority. And you got to think, she's only needing a 4. That is nothing.
She could have still had priority, and this wave approaching could have been hers.
So let's see if anyone's going to have a bit of a dig on this wave. The girls are going to get caught out of position, so slightly too far in. There's 30 seconds to go. Is there going to be another opportunity here for Ariane Ochoa, who's been one of the standout surfers throughout this entire event? Kika Veselko has just shown her class. She's really surfing smart heats and essentially getting the job done, Paul.
Well, I didn't want to say before lost in the lineup, but as we saw it there, that was weird, like out of position, too far inside. If she'd got out and wide enough, she could have forced the issue. Kika didn't even need to take that wave, so she could have forced Kika to take the wave and be ready to go on something else. So well done to Kika. You know, she's won the heat with good surfing, but I think a couple of mistakes from Ariane, and they've proved really costly.
Yeah, they have, haven't they? Ariane Ochoa, unfortunately, out of competition here, but Kika Veselko getting it done into the finals for our first finalist for the women's side of the draw here in the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. But we have to give some accolade to Ariane. Just some of her performances this event have definitely proven to be her best year so far, Greg.
Oh, she's been so solid, and she's probably been like almost the most fearless on the women's side. She's done big turns on big waves. She's really loved surfing the heavy conditions, and it was great to see. So watch out for her this year. She's definitely making a charge.
One more spot available in the finals for the women's side of the draw. It's either going to be Sol Aguirre or Teresa Bombalot taking on this lady, Kika Veselko. We'll find out who that is right after this short break.
This new generation never goes outside. This new generation is lazy. This new generation needs to wake up. Wake up.
The 2026 Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by KwaZulu-Natal Municipality, official host and title sponsor partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. By O'Neill, official presenting sponsor of the Ballito Pro. And by Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients.
The beach is absolutely jam-packed down here today at Willard Beach. This has just been one of the best weeks of weather, waves. We love a little bit of sunshine too, and every single person lapping it up. It is school holidays here in South Africa, but right now we do have the women's semi-final heat number 2 out in the lineup. We just saw Kika Veselko take the win in the first semi-final for the women's side of the draw. It's going to be Sol Aguirre taking on Teresa Bombalot. So potential for an all-Portuguese women's final. Sol, however, trying to put an end to that. My name is Jessie. I'm joined in the booth by Paul and Greg. Paul, I love your breakdown on the women in the lineup.
Yeah, I think sometimes you look at certain conditions, you just look at the rhythm and you think it can come down to just intensity. Who wants it? Who can will something to happen? I thought we saw a little bit of that in that last heat with Kika. She surfed well, but I just thought made better decisions and just kind of made it happen. And you look at these two and think, where are their attributes? Sol, she's super cruisy, great style, listens to her own music. No, she sings, listens to her own tunes for amp-up music before her heats. She's made it through a few rounds here with pretty modest numbers. So she hasn't really shown us her best. Let's see what Teresa does.
Here we go, Sol. Surfing up on that main peak, we saw our ladies in the last heat unfortunately get caught out of position, but this is looking better. Nice top turn into a carve for Sol Aguirre. Greg, you've been a fan of Sol's throughout this event.
I reckon Sol's been doing her best surfing ever. I've mentioned throwing so much spray. She's getting nice and compact on that bottom turn, and she's just looking like she wants it. I love the look of that opening wave. I actually saw Sol as well this morning. Had a quick chat to her. I know she wasn't feeling great earlier in the week. She says she's like 100% today, feeling strong, and she's really amped. She wants to go all the way. Yeah.
Paul?
Yeah, stands really off the tail, doesn't it? It's a big advantage. Get a quicker one. It's quite hard to be that far back. I think you can get a little bit caught with whether to push, whether to go for the combo. Let's see.
Do you feel there was one more little slice left on that wave? Like I thought she had the combo, the first turn through lots of spray, powered. She got the variety with a carving turn. I think she could have come out of that and done like a little snap. There was a little section there just to go. I'm sold on this wave. I feel I've got a score here. I think she just left maybe a little bit. I think she could have forced more, like closer to a 4-5 or even a 5.
Well, score's going to come in as a 3-6-7 for Sol. Teresa, we've been talking about it all throughout the event so far. She is just a competitor. She is gnarly. She knows exactly how to play the game. She's been doing it so well, taking down a couple of big names, one including Eden Waller in that last draw, who I would say all three of us in the booth here thought was going to probably win that heat, based on the surfing she's been doing.
We've also talked about the fact that on tour this year, we got Yo-Yo, we got Kick. I mean, do you think, obviously Teresa's stoked about that, like seeing surfers from Portugal, from our region there, but do you think, she's going to take that lying down and not think, well, that should be me? Kick is in the final here right now. She'll know all about that as well, and there's no way she's not thinking, well, I'm going to get in this final and I'm going to beat Kicker, but she's got to get past Sol, who started strong here. Just thinking about that, the number that she got, and your point, Greg, about maybe missed a turn, you instantly kind of think of a score. You see surfer first turn, and you think, start of a heat, 5. Get mid-range, get somewhere around there, ask a question, just kind of probe away on the scoreline, a little bit undersurfed, maybe about 1.5 points shy there. Could it prove costly? We've seen quite low scoring heat, so that could prove to hurt. She's still got plenty of time, though.
Let's take a look at it again, Paul.
So, see, sets up, doesn't go straight to the bottom of the wave because the wave's a little softer. First turn's really nice, but then she waits a little while and goes all the way out onto the shoulder. And this is what Greg's talking about here, just maybe the chance to use the speed from the first turn, fit a couple more in. I mean, it is the semi-finals on the Challenger Series, but she'll be feeling like she's in rhythm by getting that wave early on, but maybe just a little bit missed opportunity.
Yeah, and she's on the wave already. She's not going to have priority when she gets back out. Why not just push it as hard as you can? You give it all you got on that wave. You've already got a few turns out.
Why don't you tell us a little bit about Teresa's technique? Because, I mean, I mentioned Sol's quite far back on her board. It's a quite unique style from Teresa Bombolo, the Goofy. She surfs a little bit different from anything else we're really seeing on the Challenger Series.
Yeah, she's been surfing well. She's mixing it up. Sometimes her feet don't move that much, like in the flats and that, but I don't think that, on the major turns she's got strong backhand turns. But she's had a great run through this contest. She's had good scores. She's been made good decisions in her heats, and she's been quite calm actually, like not catching hundreds of waves, just making really good decisions. So she's going to be tough to beat because she's surfing well and she's very competitive.
Sol had a great result over at Newcastle as well, the last stop on the Challenger Series season for last year's season. She worked with Snake over there, and those two had a really good formula. You could see he brought a lot of confidence out in her, and she's channeling that again here this year in Ballito. She's going to have a look at this wave, so potentially a wave here. It's going to go underneath, but this is that strategy you were just talking about, Greg, for Teresa. Doesn't catch a lot of waves in comparison to some of her competitors.
Yeah, she makes the good decisions. She chooses the best waves, and that's competing. You've got to stick to a formula. She's got a formula that works for her, and she's going to stick to it.
Yeah, Teresa, she's won on the Challenger Series before. I remember a big win over in Manly in the early years of the Challenger Series season, but she's also been one of those women who have felt the wrath of having good results, winning events and still not qualifying, and that really speaks to how hard the women's side of the Challenger Series draw is, especially considering it is only 6 women that qualify for the CT. So potentially Teresa, even though she's getting good results, lacking consistency in some of her years so far, Paul.
Yeah, absolutely. We talked about that so before at the start of the season. By the time you get midway through and that result can feel, it's brilliant to get a win, but maybe if you haven't made a couple of heats, you haven't been able to back that up, some doubts start to come in, like what's happened to my season. As we mentioned, having this event and then going straight over to the US Open, that gives a chance for you to use that tempo and that rhythm. So it's good for the surfers to do well. Contrastingly, if you don't get a result, you get a chance to wash it off straight away. You don't have to dwell on it for too long, but here goes Sol.
Sol with a bit of side wash to deal with there, which can tend to happen considering just how close she is sitting to those rocks there. So Sol, just a small score. It's a 0.5. That's going to add to her scoreline. Almost 10 minutes gone in this heat. No signs of interest in anything from Teresa Bonvalot. She's been really lethal on some of those bigger looking waves. Got a solid backhand. And we saw for the first time today a goofy footer going down in that last heat in the likes of Ariana Choa. At what point do you think a bit of fidget starts to come into play, Greg, when you haven't caught a wave and we're already 10 minutes into the heat?
Yeah, I mean, 10 minutes, it's not that long. The heats are so long, you can sit and have a bit of patience. The only problem is if you get a bit stiff. That, to me, is a worry. Like, you sit for so long, and when you get to your feet, it's like, all the warm-ups you've done on the beach and pre-heat have actually almost meant nothing because now your muscles have stiffened up a bit. I think it's always good to do a bit of surfing.
Well, Mike Frew has found our first women's finalist in the likes of Kiki Veselko, and they're on the glass.
Thank you so much, Jessie. Francesca, you are into the final of the Ballito Pro. It's turned into a massive counting result for you. Looked very tricky out there.
Yeah, really stoked to be going into finals day. That was the goal since the beginning coming into Ballito. So really happy. And yeah, the waves were super tricky, super slow, a lot of closeouts and kind of wobbly. Yeah, hard to pick the right ones. Yeah, did a little mistake, let her go on that 5-5. Thought the wave didn't have potential and it ended up having. And yeah, then under priority, got her back with a 2-turn wave, which was a 5-something, and it got me back into first. And then, yeah, just managed there with priority, chasing her around and kind of letting her go in some closeouts and just trying to play a bit the game. Yeah, because 40 minutes, it's a lot of time and a lot can happen. So, yeah.
Coming from you've surfed a number of WCT events and then coming back into this event where you started with 4 surfers in the rounds, now getting to the two people in the heat, it looked like you just had a little bit more experience in those couple of decisions where you made the right call and you got the better of her.
Yeah, it's been a great process. Like I've been growing a lot on tour. Only 6 events through, but I think my whole life I've been even surfing for women heat, so I'm kind of used to a bit of everything. Actually, this woman on woman, men on men is pretty new to me, as since round 1. But yeah, I think just using all the experience I've been gaining the past years, and yeah, just super stoked to be into finals day. It's been really good, but hard last few months, so it feels good to make heats and feel the rhythm and just, be in the jersey. It's been feeling a bit short.
You're in a great flow state in this event, and hopefully you can take it through to tomorrow as well. I'm going to give you an opportunity to talk to the folks, everybody supporting you back home and online in your own language.
Obrigada a todos em Portugal pelo apoio. Passámos mais um hit aqui, as meias finais em Ballito, na África do Sul. Isto é o primeiro Challenger Series do ano e estamos na final. Se a Teresa passar este hit também está na final, seríamos 2 portuguesas e agora é focar para amanhã e descansar. Amanhã há mais e bora com tudo para ganhar este campeonato.
Great stuff. Can't wait to see you. You're in the final of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. Woo! Back to you, Jessie.
Let's go Kika into the final, like Mike mentioned. Kika, I've actually known her for a really long time. She came and lived with my family for a little while back when I want to say I was maybe 14 or 15, and it was so fun to get to know her back then, and it's just been cool to see her grow and flourish since then. Wow, Sol hacks into a solid single turn, but goes incomplete. You'd like to think, though, with a completion, that's a nice, healthy number, Paul.
Yeah, it would have been for sure. That was a really cool turn. Not exactly sure how she managed to kind of mangle that at the end, because she looked like she had it done. I guess it just got really steep real quick. That would have been useful, actually. She would have added a little pressure. Not only would have been a useful number, but just kind of a little bit of doubt. And just sowing that seed of doubt in Teresa's like, oh, I'm letting her go. And she's kind of building up to then maybe affect her next decision. So a missed opportunity in a couple of ways there.
Absolutely. 1 point, so it's going to be a throwaway. But that was a solid turn, and she still, I think that would have felt good. Like she's going, okay, let me find that opportunity again, and I'm going to make it. But that single turn would have been really nice.
Thinking about the schedule this year, Greg, you take someone like Sol and the improvement she's had. How do you see this year's schedule fitting into her surfing?
Yeah, well, obviously Huntington Beach around the corner. We're expecting good surf for that. I think she's going to be really focusing on that one big maneuver, especially on that outside section at Huntington. Brazil, as we mentioned, Marizia's punchy beach break. Again, that's going to suit her style. She loves going both left and right. Ericera, lovely right-hand point break that, flow and combos are going to be important out there. And then, of course, next year in March, Newcastle. We've seen the waves there can get quite spectacular, especially when you've got a bit of size and those beautiful offshore winds blow. I think that suits everybody.
So this is a really interesting looking season for the Challenger Series. 4 out of those 5 events, or 4 results out of those 5 events count. So I'm looking forward to seeing which men and women can really dominate this Challenger Series season, confirm their spot onto the Championship Tour in 2027, or potentially get themselves back there. We're almost at the 24-minute mark. We're waiting for Teresa to start off her heat. She's been sitting for 16 minutes. Let's see how she's feeling after a long amount of time. Slower looking paced wave, but it's perfect for the goofy footer to go vertical on that first section. A couple more carves to finish this one off. A long wait there, Paul, but worth the wait.
Yeah, well done. Well surfed. You saw her just get a touch hung up on the paddle, and you're thinking, oh, this could get awkward, but she does really well to react.
Sol, she's now going to show her backhand surfing, connects on one maneuver for Sol Aguirre. So she's going to take that different approach of catching lots of waves here, staying busy, staying active in the lineup. Teresa didn't look too stiff there, Greg. She was swinging that board around nicely.
Yeah, she looked good. Lovely opening turn, lots of water moving off that board, comboed it up. Lovely looking wave. When she paddled into it, she would have just gone, this is what I've waited for. Sets up, big first turn, look at the spray off the top, combos it up straight away, and then just gets a little click. And that's what I was talking about, the first wave of Sol. You've done a couple of turns, just sell the judges with one more little turn at the end to show them that it feels good, and then one big hit there for Sol. So Teresa definitely winning that exchange, and that's going to be a very important exchange in the context of this heat.
Yeah, the other point as well, just with the priority, Sol could have waited there. Don't think she's going to add loads, is she? It's a bit of a half turn from her. She sort of wound up off the bottom and just kind of pulled back because the wave was closed. Now she had to, really, but she's also given Teresa priority again. So you talk about momentum in a heat and where that goes and how important that is at this level. Teresa's going to get a good score lock in. She's also going to have priority as well. So from nowhere, she's actually looking pretty good right now.
Yeah, 5.83 for Teresa Bonvalo. Great way to start this heat. It was definitely worth the wait. Almost waited half of this heat to get that score. Sol Aguirre with a score to lock in. So that single turn only has to get her a 2.17 to step back into the lead. But essentially, she's going to need to get at least a 5 to put herself in a really solid position in the next 22 minutes. Essentially, you can almost guarantee that Teresa's going to get another score and get another wave on the board. So this is actually a bit of a moment where Sol has to start to put a proper number here. Teresa Bonvalo is going to use priority and be on another nice-looking wave. Missed times. that first turn, and that's a big opportunity missed just with how nice the shape of the wave was, Greg.
Yeah, that was a bit silly from Teresa, almost like wanting to play a bit of cat and mouse with Sol, but because of that indecision, being too slow into that wave and not getting enough speed on that bottom turn, and ultimately getting stuck off the top.
So Sol for that single maneuver, 4.17. So judges liking that one. Teresa Bombolo now only needs a 2.01. This could have essentially been a healthy lead here, Paul.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened. She lost speed on the bottom of the wave there. It was all looking good for her. That priority that she found herself with, she could have made that really count right there, but almost hitting a bit of a speed bump or something, but arrived at the lip with no momentum and unable to do the maneuver. So interesting. A little swing in that momentum. Back the other way a touch.
Yeah, you know what's really interesting? Both of these women have been probably two of the smartest competitors that we've had in the draw. They've been able to sit and wait. Sol has been really great at letting waves go that she hasn't thought have been the score, but so has Teresa. So pretty evenly paced when we see just their journey through the heat drill so far. Sol's got priority here. She's going to look left. She's going to showcase this backhand again, which already got her best score for one maneuver. Goes big for our Peruvian into a second. And yet another opportunity missed for our women. That would have been a really solid moment for Sol to land that maneuver and put on another healthy score, Greg.
Yeah, that was really nice and strong on those backhand turns. You know, there's so much time in this heat still, 20 minutes to go. The highest score on the scoreboard, a 5.83. Really, it's an open heat, and the ocean's really glassed off beautifully now, and there's lots of opportunities. We're pretty much on that dead low tide. Let's just check the time. Yep, just gone off the low tide. So we'll see that tide starting to push now as we're about to head into the afternoon. So the opportunities are there. It's nice and shallow on the sandbank, and it's good to see lefts and rights. I still think the right-handers are the safer bet. The lefts are a touch unpredictable.
I thought that first turn was great. I mean, compare that to what she just did and got the 4.17. I mean, for me, I thought what she just did on that last wave was much, much better, significantly. Let's see where this number goes. I mean, it's that conversation we always have about you don't lose points for the incomplete. I don't really know how that makes any kind of sense. So let's see where the number goes. But I thought that was really cool. She got hold of it. You saw the board doing loads, but can't get that completion.
Scores in. It is a 4.9 for Sol Aguirre. So you can just imagine where that would have gone with the completion on that second turn. Teresa Bombolo now needs a 3.24. So small scores still in this heat. We're waiting for this one to really start to stand up. Maybe an opportunity about to roll through here for Teresa. She does have that first priority. We're just past that 19-minute mark here. We're going to go to a quick break and come back and see who is going to be the next woman in the final. Don't go anywhere.
This is peak summer vibes here. That is a launch.
The U.S. Open's like the mecca of all of Orange County.
The pier is absolutely packed. The beach, standing room only.
deep. A new world champion. And when it's on, nothing comes close.
Welcome back to the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill. I'm in the Corona bar, And guys, look who I found. Legendary South African shaper Spider Murphy, still at it, surfing every day, skating every day, and can you believe it, he turns 80 years old next year. Spider, you down here enjoying the women's semi-finals. I know you said you've had your eye on Sol Aguirre for the win. What you been seeing out there this morning?
Well, it's incredible. It's incredible how well they surf and how strong they are, and also equipment's a big thing. You know, the equipment is so finely tuned these days. And if there's like an improvement, we all want it, and we test it ourselves. So I'm lucky I surf every day, and if there's something new, I test it and feel it for myself, and share it with my team riders. So this is very exciting, having the waves we've been having, good strong waves, and man, those girls are really charging. I just can't believe how they're doing such incredible maneuvers on closeout waves and things like it, and still surf through it. It's incredible.
And then Spider, of course, we've got the men's semi-finals will be following directly after this round. And you were telling me that Jarvis Earl has been a standout for you. What do you like about Jarvis's surfing?
Well, again, he's pushing the limits all the time, and every maneuver is like on edge, and that's what we want to see. And the guys trained for that, and again, equipment has got to be there for them. And when I see the consistency of Jarvis all the time, that's such a great thing.
Well, Spider, it's wonderful to have you and Joan down at the events, enjoying the action with us here from the Corona Bar. Enjoy the rest of the ladies' semis and the men's semi-finals. Back to you guys, Paul and Jesse.
Yeah, love it, Free Brew. Greg.
That's my shaper,
Spider
Murphy.
I was going to say, I think I know his favourite team rider.
Oh, he's an absolute legend. I love Spider so much. I speak to him probably 5 days of the week. Summertime, it's 4:15 in the morning. Wintertime, 5 o'clock in the morning. And we're having coffee and we're chatting, surfing. He's nearly 80. He's the most frothed out surfer in the world. Shapes my board, the GO1, which is just the best board ever.
The Grego one.
Yeah, and cheapers, he's a legend of legends.
Well, he's picked this lady to win. She goes down on that turn there. We look to the scoreline. Teresa Bonvalo gets a wave in the break, and this puts her in the lead, Paul.
Bonvalo on the backhand. We know it's the weapon for her. Clicks the first one. Can't quite get the second turn done, but didn't need to do loads. And let's see how crucial that proves to be. 3-8 for that last one. Sol's been a little bit all over the place, I'm going to say, in this. She's caught loads of waves. Every time she gets a little bit of momentum with her, she sort of hands it back over. I'm not sure she's surfing a great heat by her standards. The numbers aren't, there's not a load of difference between them, but Greg.
Yeah, no one's really grabbing hold of this heat, are they? I mean, just looking at the scoreline and everything. I mean, Jessie, paint a picture.
I'll paint a picture. No, I agree. No one's really fighting for it, I want to say. They're just hoping.
Teresa's got almost a 6. I think, you know, if the scorelines are even, she's doing much better. She's got priority as well. She will improve on that back up in the next 13 minutes or so. That 3-8's not going to stay there. So I think she's actually in a much better position compared to how the scoreboard look. It looks really close. It's half a point between them. But the sort of quality of the surfing, the way they're competing, I think Teresa's definitely dominating this one.
So, sorry, just to circle back on something. Spider is 80 years old and still surfing.
Yeah, he's not quite 80, he's almost.
God, that is like one of my life goals.
And skateboarding.
No, that's incredible. That's actually one of my life goals, to still be surfing when I'm 80 or 90 years old.
He looks great.
Yeah, he's great.
Exceptional.
And he watches every heat, like every contest. If he's shaping during the day, he'll do the replays at night.
Sick.
And he'll like reference, hey Greg, did you see heat number 2, the third wave of red? And that he'll like, he sees everything. He says that's what we've got to get our boards to do off the bottom. You see, it's all about critical. The boards have to go critical. He loves it. He's just so passionate.
Oh my God, that is mental. I cannot wait to pick his brain. He looked like he was enjoying the action. We've got just over 12 minutes to go. It is our Peruvian who needs to answer back in, needs a 4.74. Teresa currently is one step closer to being in the final and having an all-Portuguese woman final here this year in Ballito. Couple of waves starting to roll through. We are running into the men's semi-finals after this. I'd love to chat with them about them to you guys because we're going to have Kai and Gigs to call those. But that first one, Jarvis Earl and Cole Hausman, Paul, I mean, what a heat.
Absolutely. And this is kind of, we talked about the time off that Jarvis had. This will be the sort of heat he's dreamed of, going up against the very best in the world, and he's found that in Cole Hausman. I think Jarvis will be backing himself. His confidence will be super high. We talked about as well the fact that he's really enjoying what he's doing. He's having fun with his surfing. He's in a really good place. He's already banked a good result, so he doesn't really have to surf with a lot of pressure, and it's a bit of a free hit to take down one of the big names in global surfing.
And then semi-final number 2, Jackson Bunch and Wesley Dantes, who I've just got to say is the biggest dark horse ever, but I'm such a fan, Greg.
Yeah, Wesley's doing great. He's been the talk of the town, hasn't he? But be careful of Jackson Bunch. He's been lightning fast on those backhand turns. If Wesley doesn't find those sections, even though his strike rate on those airs is probably close to 100%, Jackson Bunch is going to be getting those fired up backhand turns. So
let's start to see some more backhand surfing here from Teresa Bombolo on a bigger looking wall. She gets caught behind on that first section, winds up and connects for that first turn. It's a bit of a bobble, so just slightly caught behind on this wave. She's going to finish though. So that's a nice finishing turn for Teresa. She's only looking at better a 3.8, one of the biggest waves that we've seen come through in this semi-final. Doesn't seem to be much more on offer out the back for Sol. But Tay, she's going to get another really nice score on the board here, Paul.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't emphatic, was it? She had to wait a while. That downtime, not really what you want. We'll get a look. So this stage here, if you just get straight back up there and hit this, but because of that section, she can't. But she actually does really well here to come around. She places that. It's not out on the shoulder. It's actually really critical. Then she bogs and almost kind of loses it. Does well to tidy it up. So a couple of moments of contrasting fortunes of how accomplished that surfing looked. But I think if we just focus on that one turn and where she put it, very polished. I liked it. So let's see where it goes. It's not going to be a crazy number.
Yeah, there was a key part in the criteria for me that was lacking on that wave. Speed. A lot of downtime, and she just almost surfing that wave to put a backup score in.
It's something that she'll want to be careful for if she makes this final and holds the lead for the next 9.5 minutes, because Kika is definitely surfing with a lot more speed. And you can see that there's a good amount of power in her turns. So Kika, like we mentioned, she already is the first woman in the final. Just over 9 minutes to go. That score not in yet, but for someone like Sol, you're probably thinking, it's about time I get myself on one of the better looking waves in this heat that Teresa has been on multiple times so far, Paul.
Yeah, she has. Let's see exactly where this number goes. Could be really significant. Might be a bit of an improvement for her. We'll find out soon enough. But as she paddles back out, she'll think of that momentum we're talking about throughout this heat, the whole way through, really. She'll still be feeling, after a bit of a shaky start to that wave, I'm doing my job here. Sol with priority, but she's got work left to do. I don't think Sol's been particularly convincing. She's ridden 8 waves. We haven't seen her best surfing yet. Let's see how it all goes down. But this is what we were just talking about, that first men's semi.
Yeah, Jarvisel taking on Cole Hausman. Jarv getting the heat strategy dialed there. Wade Carmichael, you can see Pete Duncan, Xavier Huxtable. So that Aussie contingent still staying down here to support Jarvis. 4 goofy footers, so we're guaranteed a goofy footer final for the men's side of the draw. Greg, I'm going to put you on the spot. Who's been the standout goofy footer for you, and who do you see taking the win?
To be honest, they've all had their moments. They've all had their good heats and kind of slow heats as well. So it's been up and down. I mean,
is he bum sore, mate, sitting on the fence? Because watch out, could cut off the circulation.
I'm not sitting on the fence. I'm getting
to. Sounds like it to me.
I'm getting to where I want to get at. I think on the big airs, obviously Wesley's been the standout, but I still feel like the big turns on the right-handers are going to win this event.
Just one name, mate. Just one name we're after. That's
with
right.
all that being said, and everything taken into account and discussing it with top coaches and people on the beach, people in the know, I'll go for Cole Hausman.
Paul?
Got there in the end, didn't we? I really like the look of Jarvisel, personally.
All right, and then what about this goofy footer, Teresa Bombolo? Gets a 5.73 here, but Greg.
Yeah, so 5.73. I reckon she'll be happy with that score because a couple of mistakes, in my opinion, on that wave, but surfed, got the 5.73. It's the second best score in this heat. So Teresa Bonvalot with the owner of the best score and the second best score in this heat, she now has full control.
Yeah, tank glass half full, Evans.
No,
really,
no, other way. Glass half full, tank.
Just really half tank. Just really focusing on the positive moments on that, and that one turn was so critical. If you're being a little bit defensive on a wave and you are being safe, maybe you're a little bit off, you'd be forgiven for nursing a turn, but she didn't do that. She whacked it in the lip in that critical section. It allows the judges something to reward, which was critical surfing. And hey, yeah, elsewhere, maybe it didn't go according to the master plan. It's a really healthy number. She's actually got a really big lead. Sol's going to struggle here.
She is. I like half tanked. I mean, half tank.
Tank half full, Paul Evans. No, I like it. I agree. She did do really well to get that board in a nice pocket of that wave. Now we're starting to see Sol completely change her strategy. She caught 8 waves back to back to back, essentially, and then she's been sitting for the last 10 minutes pretty much here, Greg. So now starting to sit and wait. You can see she's put the hair up, which is actually a sign of getting serious for a women's competitor. I'm not even kidding. Like, if you're like trailing in a heat, you're putting your hair in a bun and you're locking in.
And why is that? Can I tell you why?
Please, I'd love to know, because I don't know why I would do it, but I'd always do it.
The only reason you put your hair down is because you're a bit of a rebel and your parents are telling you, put your hair up when you go surfing, and you know your parents are serious, right? Like, I tell my daughter, put your hair up. You don't want hair in your face. You're trying to surf. And the hair's down. But I think, when you want to surf, you don't want hair in your face. Tie it up because you want to go through those maneuvers with no distraction.
I'm telling you, if my hair's up when I'm surfing, I'm probably having a really bad surf and it's time to lock in and do something good. That's the only time I'm putting my hair up. But Sol, you can see she's done that as well. She's looking for a 666.
It's not the craziest score ever, is it?
No.
And she's got priority.
And she's got a 417 and a 49, essentially, for one turn. So you're thinking 2 turns could easily go there, Greg.
Absolutely. Like, find that wave and don't rash it. Just, you've got priority. She hasn't had the best heat, but say it to yourself, I'm going to sit here for 4 minutes and 20 seconds if I have to. And I'm only going on that wave that's got size, it's got a tapered wall, I'm going to get 2 good turns on it.
Here we go. Maybe a wave rolling through. No takers from either of our women. So 4 minutes to go. Greg?
So Sol's been the best surfer in leaving waves in this event because she's had the lead. She's now got to flip that around and be the best surfer in making the best decision on which wave she takes to take the lead.
Yeah, both of these women, we spoke about it earlier, have been really good at closing out heats, making great decisions, not trying to force anything and letting it really lie in the hands of their other competitors. Let's take a look at this heat in a whole, though, because it was Sol who started off early. But Teresa also got this 5.83, Paul.
Yeah, just showing her class. That backhand, we identified that. The chance to go super vertical. She needs a little bit more room to move with those turns, and she found it on that. Sol going to the backhand here is maybe not something we necessarily saw coming, but that helped her out a lot. That was a useful number, built a bit of momentum. She was actually able to do it again here. Got the improvement with this one. So first turn, gave that a good hit, and then up again. Fell there, but the score coming on that first turn for her, but she has been stuck in those 4s. And then this happened for Teresa, Grego.
Yeah, so a bit of downtime on this one. She had the patience, gets up there for a nice first turn, and then just gets that wave breaking in half a bit, sticks with it, and then gets the finishing turn. So that came in at a 5.73 into her scoreline and put the pressure back on Sol. So just looking at that beautiful ocean, pristine, glassy conditions out here. Lovely sort of 2 to 4 foot surf. Of course, we did also see our water patrol in the background. A very, very awesome team here looking after our competitors. Of course, it is the Dolphin Coast Water Patrol. Huge thank you to Grayson and Steve and his team. Of course, we've seen Brett, Martin, Sibo, Sam, as well as Sydney, a.k.a. Guido, on the skis. He's been following us around old Sydney every night at the same restaurants as us. Classic guy. Of course, Of course, all the rescue swimmers as well. Big thank you to them. So it's an amazing crew. And yeah, they really do a lot of work, and they're very professional.
No, we love all the Water Patrol and just everything that they do, especially when it's been big the last couple of days. We've seen broken boards and everything under the sun. But right now, 90 seconds to go. Teresa Bonvalo looking to join her fellow countrywoman in the final in the likes of Kiki Veselko. A couple of waves. Greg Emsley is rubbing his hands together because we're going to get an opportunity here for Sol Aguirre. She's chasing a 6.66. Needs to be the best wave of the heat so far.
There's lines, right? There might even be two here. Are we going to see an exchange? We would love to see an exchange at the end of this heat.
Let's see if Sol is going to take a look at this first one. She's not interested. It looks like a bit of a closeout, but there is more on the way. 60 seconds to go. This is what we want. We want energy. We want opportunity for our ladies to try and fight for their spot in the final. Sol Aguirre is going to go this wave. It's got a nice looking wall on it. Like we mentioned, 666 is the number. Big jam. Loses the footing. Had the wave, had the opportunity, but goes down, Paul.
Sums up a heat, really. I've seen too much of that from her. She's made too many mistakes in this. You can't afford to let opportunities like that go. It was a big wave. You knew. We're seeing it from above. We're seeing it on the drone, but how stretched out it was. It's a semi-closeout. We talked about the fact that at this level, what kind of regular surfers would deem a closeout. These professionals, that's just a wave they can hit and get a big score, but cannot afford to do that, and went down there, and that's the heat, really. That was the final right there. The opportunity was wide open.
Yeah, 666. You need to do a massive turn. To be honest, she knew she had to do it. At least she went for it. On the plus side, she didn't hold back, and actually snapping her leash by the looks of it on that wave.
Still a lot of power out there, and Sol Aguirre, unfortunately, with that fall, snaps a leggy and loses her spot in the final. So, good news for Portugal. They're going to have an all-Portuguese final. Paul Evans actually called it. So, Kiki Veselko, Teresa Bonvalo are your 2026 Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill finalists on the women's side. And I like that heat. It's going to be an interesting one. Kika and Teresa have years of competitive experience, so we might see a little bit of feistiness come out, Greg.
Yeah, that's what we want to see. It is the finals, so that will be tomorrow, I believe, and they'll have a bit of downtime, a bit of rest this afternoon, and they'll probably sit back and watch the semis of the men's, because it's going to be exciting. I'm going to go down and find Spider Murphy, and I think we'll put him in between us and pick his brain during the semi-finals of the men.
Yeah, I'm excited to see just what these men can get underway. Obviously, semi-final number 1 is Jarvis and Cole. But let's take a look at our women's final bracket. There it is. Kiki Veselko, Teresa Bonvalo. Paul, what do you make of it?
Well, we talked about it on the first day of competition, the story last year from the women out of Europe on the Challenger Series, dominant early on the tour, and, well, very similar story. Our 2 finalists, both from Portugal, of course, losing semi-finalists in Ariane Ochoa as well, out of Spain. I thought Sol Aguirre, a good event for her. She'll be a bit disappointed with her performance there, but it's a really useful result as well. Getting a 3rd on the Challenger Series, a brilliant start to the season for Sol.
Yeah, really loving what Sol and Ariane are bringing it to the table, but like we mentioned, I'm excited to see Teresa and Kika battle it out. That will be tomorrow morning. Let's go to a break and then take a look at what the men's semi-finals are going to hold. It's going to be Kai and Gigs for the call.
The 2026 Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by KwaZulu-Natal Municipality, official host and title sponsor partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. By O'Neill, official presenting sponsor of the Ballito Pro. And by Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients.
Welcome to the show. It is the World Surf League's Challenger Series. Beautiful sights of Ballito here on the east coast of South Africa. What a day it is here for surf fans and for results out of the lineup. It's of course now officially midday and on the low tide. Gigsalier's alongside Kai Linder for the call. Ballito showing off for us. It's been a big weekend. We've narrowed the field down 80 men at the beginning. We're down to 4 remaining, all of them goofy footers. Great talking stories as we move into the semi-finals.
Yeah, another incredible week of surfing here in Ballito. The waves just haven't switched off. Surfing's been electric. Jarvis Earl, Cole Hausman, that is a cracker of a battle. Then Jackson Bunch coming up against Wesley Dantas. The Mack truck, he's just been on fire. But Jackson Bunch, a highly formed surfer too, so that's going to be very exciting. Right now we focus on the young Australian and Cole Hausman. It kind of feels wrong to call Cole an experienced senior member of the tour, but up against this lighty from Australia, he probably is a bit more experienced.
Well, lots to talk about here as we are set for the semi-finals and we are underway. A 40-minute set of heats here to determine finalists on the men's draw. Just done that on the women's side of things for an all-Portuguese final. Teresa Bonvallo taking on Kika Vishelko. Lots of fun talking points here in 2026 as we welcome you to beautiful Ballito as we move further into the draw. Of course, talk of the finals tomorrow to just cap off a fantastic weekend. It's been a big 2-week festival here in Ballito. It started off 2 weekends back, a massive surf carnival, also specifically with no championship tour stop at Jeffreys Bay on the cards. Where are these two surfers going as we look at the lineup here? They are squeezed onto a part of the reef we never really see people venture to. It is right up against the rocks there. It is the low tide, 12:30 local time here in South Africa. And of course, competitiveness for the inside for the opener. Of course, no priorities at the beginning of a heat. And both Jarvis Earl and Cole Hausman growling at each other, barking their way into the corner there, but still no rides at this early stage.
Yeah, the good news is the swell's still there. I've seen plenty of waves standing up on the deck, up and down the competitive sort of area. And of course, let's not forget that little left-hander that's been so instrumental in many of the goofies getting through a couple of heats, including Cole Hausman. We go back to that 9-3 for a singular turn on one of those lefts the other morning. So it'll be interesting to see if he has a little peruse down the bank at some point.
Well, those two surfers on your screens have incredible experiences already. The younger Jarvis Earl just getting into his 20s. On the other side, Cole Hausman, now already 26 years of age, having won the Ballito Pro back in 2023. A popular winner too, especially amongst all of his countrymen. And he has so much experience already. But we mentioned an all-Portuguese final. Let's go down and hear from finalist Teresa Bonvallo, who got that win in the ladies' semi-final number 2.
Parabéns, Teresa. You are into the first Challenger Series final of 2026. How good does that feel?
No, that definitely feels good. I mean, I'm just trying to enjoy all my stay here with the Portuguese crew. It's going to be a Portuguese final, so that's even better. So I'm stoked and I'm super excited for tomorrow.
Exciting with the all-Portuguese final for sure. We have longer heats, as we were chatting about before, 40-minute heats, but it feels like they are pretty slow. But it's always a good feeling when it feels like your surfing is what did the talking.
No, for sure. It's like so long, but at the same time it goes so fast. And it's slow. There's some good ones, but it's slow, so you never know if in your heat you're gonna have a lot of chances or no. So yeah, I just tried to make a smart heat as well, get on the rhythm. And yes, it paid off for me, and I'm super happy.
And I'm sure you and Kika have surfed many, many heats together. How are you feeling coming up against her?
No, for sure. I think probably her is the one that I've competed the most. She won some, I won some. But yeah, I'm just trying to enjoy day by day, trying to be present. And yes, I'm super stoked.
Well, you're into the finals. It's really, really exciting. We're so looking forward to watching you battle it out tomorrow. And yeah, back to you guys in the studio. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Emma. And nice thoughts there from Teresa Bonvelo. She'll get to rest up, and we go into picture with the scorecard open now for both Jarvis Earl and Cole Houshman. Bit of an awkward trip there for Cole Houshman, just having his rail flipped on him. No harm, no foul. He looks okay. And 9 minutes passed for the first exchange.
Cole's a big unit. Might feel more worried for the surfboard. But yeah, that can be awkward. Board comes up behind your legs like that. You can fall awkwardly, get your leg trapped under the board. So looks like he's okay though. And definitely seen wave from each here. So let's look at the replays. Jarvis looked like he wanted to get things started. Pretty much on cue what he's been doing through the heats. Just big backhand whips down the line. See if this thing had a little reform for him, and getting a little crazy on the last turn there.
Nice inside out turn at the end there, and then of course big Cole Houshman behind him.
Whoa, he just took off like a rocket down the line here. Big old turn, dropped in, and there's that little catch we spoke about. Glad he's okay, but showing power and speed.
Well, quickly back to it as we get a second wave, and that is a beautiful pivot in the pocket for Jarvis Earl, surfing his second heat of the day, a quarterfinal win this morning in similar form and fashion. There's an intensity and an explosiveness to his surfing that is very tangible. And the young Australian, Jarvis Earl, straight into it here for semi-final number 1. And looking like he's got some personal rhythm, certainly at this stage, with the experiences already in his young junior career. Set him up here to take on championship tour names like Cole Houshman and not be intimidated in the lineup.
Yeah, I don't think feels very intimidated. He's been in the booth with us. He spoke about his experiences, and he's very excited to compete against these guys. Took off on this one. He's got that beautiful bottom turn straight up into the lip. That was a pretty heavy section. Second turn a little bit late, less clean, but he managed to work it around and get another turn. I think it's a little bonus turn as well, so good work. Judges are having to work furiously here. A lot of waves ridden. They're going to have to get through those scores. But one thing I just can't help getting out of my head is that when you look at these semi-finals, we know that you've got a guy in the lineup that's been dropping 8s and 9s on the lefts. He's been going to the air, yes, but when you know that that scoring potential is there and that the judges are awarding it, these guys seem to keep going back to the right and going for the multiple maneuvers that are maybe stretching as high as 8s, but we haven't really seen anyone this morning go into the 9s on the rights.
Good point you make there. We think of the quarterfinals an hour or two back, and obviously monster numbers coming from surfers like Wesley Dantes, and a couple of other exchanges there with Cole Houshman in his encounter with Ian Gouveia. But certainly talking to the conditions on hand here, just going through the low tide mark. We may even see perhaps a little more consistency. A couple of the sort of bigger sets in the lineup might increase in frequency. And almost on cue, Cole Houshman. Top corner jam for him. This wave is twisted a little bit. And it just, as he navigates that, he'll just get stuck. We hear everybody around the event site. Oh, that audible shout out from the supporters. And you wouldn't expect Cole Houshman to go down in a moment like that. Nonetheless, just wanted to talk to the springy, coiled up energy of Jarvis Earl as well. But where did this one go wrong?
Well, he did everything right on the first turn, came around the section, looked like a pretty standard float for Cole, but there was a little bit of extra lip line about halfway down, got a little bit of a rebound, and just took the board out from under his feet. So a little bit unlucky there, really. But it was looking like a good wave. He had got through 2 maneuvers already, and all he had to do was get back around the section for the closer.
Well, low tide conditions here, just letting our surface score starting to settle. Meanwhile, while we wait for those numbers, let's go down and mark through with a special guest.
Thank you, Giggs. I got Paul Canning down on the athletes area with me in the Red Bull athlete zone. Paul, you surfed a number of semi-finals under pressure like this in your career, many QS semis, you made it to many QS finals as well. Of course, you also surfed semi-finals at Bells Beach. What's going through your head in a semi-final like this compared to normal heats?
Well, I think, you've obviously now been here for a while. You've done a number of heats here, so you'll obviously be feeling in tune. Your surfing will be feeling good. I think a lot of the nerves would have actually, have gone by now, and you really just don't want to do anything different. It's got you this far, and you don't want to start changing up the strategy now. Keep doing what you've been doing through the whole event, and it's been working, so I wouldn't change much at all.
Do you feel extra nerves in a semi-final? You're one step away from the final?
Yeah, there's a little bit more pressure, but you just got to try and put those nerves aside. You've already got a great result, and if you can get to the final, it's just a bonus. So you just try and put those nerves aside.
And then Paul, looking at these 2 semi-finals, who've you got your eye on for potential going through and taking the win today or tomorrow when the finals run?
It's just amazing. Obviously, being a goofy footer myself, this is so good to watch. Cole Houshman, I love his surfing, so much power. Jarvis as well. It's actually amazing that all 4 surfers in the semis are all goofy footers, but not surprising. This very hollow, shallow bank, closing out quick. So the goofies have been able to really pivot in the lip and get those tight turns in. And I don't know. I love Cole's power, but I just love watching all the goofies.
Great insight there, Paul. Thank you for that, drawing in all your experience. Back to you in the booth, Giggs.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. Paul Canning, evergreen, and of course with 2 young siblings as well, in both of his son and daughter, just really keeping him on the front foot as well, and Paul getting his water time with the family, and certainly he's still surfing very, very well all the way here in 2026 is Paul Canning.
2 young goofies in the water, 2 old goofies on the deck. The goofies are loving life down here in the Ballito Pro.
Talking of goofies, a lot of young South African kids making that trip over to Hawaii for the North Shore season. Goofy footers Dave Mulherby and Paul Canning just sort of chaperoning the kids to their first Hawaiian experiences. And Paul even partaking in a regional local event, making a finals with guys like Ross Williams and doing very well there. So just Paul still so relevant in 2026, of course, steering the O'Neill brand as well. From all the decisions, it's 8 years of involvement, care of surfers like Paul Canning, just guiding the brand. You think of other goofy footers with the O'Neill hat on. A big shout out to Rob Bain back in Australia for their continued involvement and guidance as well. And so many cool things to talk about here, but it is going to be a goofy foot winner in 2026. We know that. We'll find those answers out tomorrow. It is the it is the semi-finals, and it is all a goofy foot affair. We'll pull back those history books and talk about that a little bit as well as the show folds on. Meanwhile, we spoke about the coiling energy of Jarvis Earl, who's also just gone down in what is a relatively low set of numbers in the scorecard right now for both Cole Houshman and Jarvis Earl.
Well, Swell might have backed off a bit, but this bank is still taking names. Jeez, that was a pretty nasty-looking wipeout, I must be honest. So I hope he's okay from that. It is the low tide, and he's going to have to swap boards. You see the indication there. So we'll see it on the replay gigs. That thing just bottomed out on him below sea level and obviously just went straight into the sandbank.
Well, Jarvis Earl did suffer a knee injury and a repair all the way through 2025. Let's have a look at this moment.
That was nasty, and he actually broke the board, fell right on top of it. So just getting the board between himself, also pretty shallow, probably impacted the bank a little as well. He's more than likely creased that board pretty badly, so he's going to swap equipment. Luckily, the caddy on the shore, ready to go with a fresh CI, ready to go. And The good news is unlike some of the other days we've had down here where a board swap on the beach was probably going to cost you about 10 to 15 minutes, he should get back out into the lineup pretty quickly.
Yeah, this run around is just an equipment trade out. No injury to Jarvis himself. Probably want to keep those fins. He does. And a little switch out there, just making sure those fins are locked in properly. Probably the FCS2s. Meanwhile, out the back, series of hammers on a tapered shoulder for Cole Hauschman. Looking at the numbers there, really, as I say, nothing stands out at us just yet. The opener of Jarvis Earl to this point, a 4.5, the best score of the heat. But we'll wait for that set of really intense turns from Cole Hauschman as well. As we just track here, Jarvis Earl is going to make his way out along the rip current and the south end of the beach.
Oh, good old turn to start comes right around, another big whip there. And then powers the tail out the back for the 3-turn combo, 4-turn combo. So some confident body language there. And you saw how quickly he got paddling because he knew his fellow competitors on the beach. He wants to get backline, make sure he's got the priority.
Yeah, and really a nice, almost increasing intensity as he swung through those turns. Cole Hauschman as well. See the rip currents here in Ballito just flushing out along these knuckles. Several bays and coves make up the surfing lineups here in Ballito. As we just track Jarvis Earl making his way back into the lineup on fresh equipment. Meanwhile, on the other side of those rocks in picture is Cole Hauschman. And a 6.33 will join the scorecard now for Cole. The 26-year-old out of San Clemente, California, needs no introduction. Really has set the scorecards alight in Ballito, certainly, and in the championship tour jersey as well.
Well, now's the time to strike. Your opponent's not even in the lineup. You've just dropped a 6.33, by far the highest heat, wave score of the heat. If you get an opportunity now to put another score in quickly before Jarvis Earl gets back in the lineup, then you're sitting in a really confident position.
Love the perspective here as we hover over the main Willard Beach. You see how quickly Jarvis Earl has tracked out in the rip current, making his way safely around what can be some threatening rocks if you paddled and caught inside. But he is going to arrive back in the lineup here as we move into the halfway mark of this 40-minute semi-final number one. 6.33 though, lovely turns from Cole Hauschman, and just gets the momentum on the front foot. He does hold the priority as well. And Jarvis Earl really not a lot to hang his hat on at this stage as we go through the halfway.
Yeah, he's sitting with a 5.1 and a 4.5. I mean, requirement at the moment is only a 4.57, but with the 6.33, Cole's finally found sort of a counter. Looking at the last few heats, you know, 6.33 is more than likely going to stay there. But now it just takes a little bit of pressure off Cole. He can hunt the lineup a bit. He's got priority. He knows he's got that 6.33 sitting on his belt, and just look for a quality wave to try get like some really big turns in.
Beautiful warm water here, the Indian Ocean. Water temperatures around 22, 23 degrees centigrade into the mid-80s Fahrenheit. Bit of a Hawaiian type of feel. Do you see surfers in those very thin neoprene short arm, short leg steamers, perhaps at stages, but that's just for that morning breeze. And sometimes a little bit of a wind can just have a little chill on the evaporation on the skin.
Yeah, you're pretty much not going past a 2 mil suit in this region. It is just to sort of cover you for that little bit of cold air. Also, you know, the African sun can get to you too, so it's nice to have a little protection from that.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Especially us balding bellies.
Yeah, well, it's, you know, there's not a lot of parts of the winter in South Africa where you still need to worry about getting a suntan. But it is here in Ballito as we get Cole Hauschman on the way to replacing a 3.33 in the scoreline. He is going to do that. Sound fundamental surfing from the Californian. And he'll just want to stay quickly back into it. Numbers definitely going to improve here, Kai.
Yeah, that was clever surfing. Not the biggest wave we've seen come through, but it had a nice little bend to it. Gave him 2 turns. You'll see him take off, comes straight off the bottom, nice big little whip, and then goes up into the lip. So I don't think it's got the quality of the 633, but it's going to be a good backup, certainly better than what he's carrying right now in a 333. So just turning the screws, building some pressure, and now it's we're going to have to see what Jarvis comes with. He's got the priority. So Cole, though, can kind of now hunt the lineup and sort of maybe sit a little bit wide as you see him not going quite up to the top of the point.
Just loving the perspectives for our surf fans around the world. And as we wait for that score to land from Cole Houshman to try and further extend his lead, we'll sit back and take a quick break, allow it to breathe. It is beach festivities here in Ballito.
Welcome to KwaZulu-Natal, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. KwaZulu-Natal boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious blue flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of KwaZulu-Natal's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. KwaZulu-Natal, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
The 2026 Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by KwaZulu-Natal Municipality, official host and title sponsor partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. By O'Neill, official presenting sponsor of the Ballito Pro. And by Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients.
It is semi-finals time here in beautiful Ballito. Look at these beach scenes from the KwaZulu-Natal region, the east coast of South Africa, and just this beautiful subtropical warm feeling on the beaches. The rest of South Africa is jealous, but the smart people are here enjoying the Ballito Pro of 2026. It is the place to be as we greet you here for lunchtime and coverage of the men's semi-finals. Just beautiful stuff here as we continue the show. Giggs and Kai on the call here. And what are we making of this, Kai?
Well, it's a beautiful day. We've got great surfers in the water. Conditions are just perla. The tide's bottomed out. We'll get a little bit of a push now, which should see a little bit more consistency in the lineup. And there's still not a breath of wind out there. It's absolutely glass.
It is lunchtime here in South Africa, and a 617 has made its way to the scorecard for Cole Houshman. Just before the break, we were waiting for that number to land. He is now in a firm lead here. Starting to place a 7.4 requirement on his younger Australian opponent in the first semi-final. During the break, we were trying to think about repeat winners of the Ballito Pro. Of course, its long legacy back through the Mr. Price Pro. And while we ask of all of these questions about the history book, let's go down to Mark Frew.
Thank you, Giggs. I got some feedback from the beach of what happened to Jarvis's board there. Paul, you ran a board down. What did you see on the shore?
Yeah, just on that last end section, he obviously got a little bit hung up and went incomplete. Got a little bit twisted with the board and that fins just popped out. We had a little chat on the beach. He said the board was actually fine, so we just swapped the fin out, put a new fin in, and he's back out there on that magic sled.
And then how's the heat planning out for him in terms of the strategy he had going into the heat and where he's positioned at the moment?
Yeah, there was a little bit of tussling at the start. They were jockeying for that inside position. He's pulled the trigger. He started to build really nicely. Cole's obviously got the highest score, so he's just kind of getting out there now, buying his time, matching that high score, and shut the heat down.
Thank you for that insight. Back to you, Giggs.
Yeah, thanks for the feedback from the pits there. Good to know that Jarvis Earl is on one of his favourites. It certainly worked well this morning in quarterfinals with his win over Ryan Carnalo when we got the morning going. And he has a priority here, and he is going to try and look at attacking his lowest score of the 4.5. And here we go. The surfer from Cronulla just tracking down into a corner. Nice whippy turn there. This wave is tapered a touch, but he still hammers away. And that perhaps is going to be Jarvis Earl's best ride of this first semi-final. Kai, thinking of his 5.1 as his best score thus far, he's definitely going to ditch the 4.5.
Yeah, that was a well-surfed wave. I'm just looking in the background there. I think Cole's about to get into one too. So this semi is on.
Well, bigger wave out the back, and Cole Hauschman, just big blunt power turns there, sends big radiuses of spray up into the sky. And of course, the Red Bull Athlete Zone friends and family in support there. Of course, Jake Marshall invested in just following and supporting this quarterfinal. He finished in those quarterfinals as well. And let's have a look at the opener of that exchange.
Jeez, that was a strong whip off the top to start off. Had to cut that one a little bit short, but then comes around for the third. Good looking wave. Really like how he pivots off the bottom as well. And then Cole gets a slightly bigger one straight up into the lip. But this was the money turn. Absolutely destroyed it. That was a fantastic backhand turn.
Big backhand turns is the theme here in Ballito. All four men's semi-finalists are goofy footers. It has been a push through to the final four here. And Hauschman and Earl certainly keeping the beach fans entertained. Of course, Jackson Bunch taking on Wesley Dantes in semi-final number 2, around 9 minutes and 45 seconds away. And it has been, and we saw this even on the scorecard all the way through rounds from that opening day in the well overhead surf. Big backhand turns, getting the numbers from the panel, criticalness in the sections, and certainly that's what Cole Hauschman has just done, Kai.
Yeah, that's going to drop a good score. I mean, a 6.83 for Jarvis. Fair dinkum, back in the heat.
Yep.
But I think we're going to see a really, really good score for Cole coming now, especially that second turn. He was a little bit sort of late on the first one, so he did really well to get sort of back down and off the bottom again. But I just love how he just cranked into the bottom turn and then just all that power and release up into the lip. It's one of my favorite things about Cole Hauschman surfing.
Advantage Cole Hauschman in that exchange. Jarvis Earl brought his best number, the 6.83, but a slightly better 7.67 in for the Californian, the 26-year-old out of San Clemente. As we've mentioned already, a winner here in Ballito in 2023 set him up for the championship tour, and as a rookie got that win in Bells Beach. And just a series of results kept him in the around 15th at the end of his first year, in for the Rookie of the Year discussion. And then, of course, a win last year at the Championship Tour again in 2025. Both finals, both times respectively getting wins over friend and fellow countryman and almost neighbor Griffin Colapinto. But a slightly more troubled start to 2026 in the Championship Tour jersey for Cole Hauschman. Sees all the focus on the Challenger Series. This is the access route to qualification in 2027 at the highest level of the sport. And certainly Cole Hauschman a step closer perhaps to repeating what he did here back 3 years ago.
Yeah, he's definitely looking in form and hungry for a repeat. And I think if he does win it again, he'll be the first surfer to repeat at the Challenger level here. I think we've had some repeats in the QSs, but not at the Challenger level.
Well, we'll dig into those history books as we move towards crowning winners in both men's and women's tomorrow here in Ballito. But for now, surf fans just loving the entertainment of semi-finals. It's warm beach scenes out that wave, just gassing out next to Jarvis Earl as he tries under the priority of Cole Hauschman to sniff out any opportunity. 7.18 is the requirement for the young Australian, a former world junior champion back in 2022 in that overhead surf in North San Diego County, getting that win over Levi Slauson. Of course, on the way to that, getting in the ring with names like Alan Cleland and Oscar Berry. And meanwhile, big hacking turn for Cole Hauschman will go incomplete. And Cade Matson and Jake Marshall are asking why would he do that? And it is perhaps a good question, because he's not going to better any of his counting rides, and he's handed the priority slip back to Jarvis earlier with 6 minutes to go.
Yeah, thanks to my friendly AI, I've got some stats for you, Gigs.
Give it to us.
So, obviously in the Gunston 500, Sean Thompson went on a tear. 1973 through to 1978 was all Sean Thompson.
6 wins in a row.
1989, Brad Gerlach. We'll have a little look at this. It was looking so good. This turn just punished it, just maybe drifting the tail
Did
a little
Gerlach
too
win in
far.
89 and 91?
And 91,
There
yeah.
you
So
go.
he was a double up. Then we went all the way through till it became the Mr. Price Pro. And just looking here. No repeats
And
there.
we asked the question because Cole Hauschman, if he gets to the final and wins, will repeat his 2023 result here.
Oh, and then Mr. Price Pro, Geordie Smith, 2010. And then Ballito Pro, Geordie Smith, 2017. Here goes Last of Red. Let's watch this one going down the line. Big bottom turn. Love the hack. And then comes around for that second turn. We loved it. And was able to drive down the line for that aggressive third hit. That was the 683 for Jarvis Earl. And putting on a really good sort of performance. So looking back on those stats, Geordie, Brad Gerlach, Sean Thompson, only multiple winners across the history of this event.
Well, something to surf for Cole Hauschman. Of course, points on the Challenger Series, all important. This is the first Challenger Series stop of the year, the first of 5. And exciting times ahead for surf fans as they get to follow a number of athletes doing both championship tour duty and the journey of trying to finish top 10 on this here, the Challenger Series.
Yeah, that's a pretty good lineup to be a part of. 2 South Africans, and then we'll have 2 Californians if he gets it right.
Well, we'll see how the stats play out. Of course, we love the history books here. 57 years of the event. And of course, just a huge feather in the cap for all of the people over the years. We think of the late Peter Burness and his involvements with the very start of it. Randy Rarick did a lot of trips over here to just steer and direct the event to the momentum that it has today. Huge shout outs to, of course, the Burness family. Talking of goofy footers, we think of how many goofy footer wins there have been as well. That's a whole history book to dig into. And think of all goofy foot finals. There's a couple of things to talk about there. The one that comes to mind for me was Gary Green's win over Mike Burness.
Yeah.
If we talk about the Burnesses, that was back in 1986. Tom Carroll, a goofy foot winner in 84 for one of his last visits to the region.
Another cracker goofy final, Connor versus John Dura.
Yep, absolutely. And you know who's a goofy that won here? Glenn Micro Hall.
Yeah.
That's
and
quite
Matt Wilco.
Matt Wilco. So, yeah, lots of stories here from the lineup in South Africa. And right now, the semi-final has whittled its way down to 3 minutes to go. Jarvis Earl's opportunity with him with the priority, 718 requirement. We've seen a 767 from Cole Hauschman for 2 big, brutal turns. Of course, Jarvis Earl fetching a 683. Got a feeling that if Jarvis Earl finds a stretched out wall of opportunity, he's going to attack. He's got that muscle. We spoke of that spring coil type of approach of the young Australian from Cronulla.
Kind of similar to Wilco too, actually, in backhand approach.
Yeah, and just seeing where we go with this result, because it's a hard one to call. 718 requirement, a little over 2 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, Cole did really well with the 767. Just put a little bit of extra pressure on Jarvis with that maneuver, and just some really solid surfing. Also managed to find one of the slightly bigger set waves we've seen through the semi-finals. So I like the experience. Cole's really just stayed calm, cool, collected, took his opportunities when they've come to him, and just keeps building. That's the big thing there. 633, 617, 767. He's got some nice momentum going.
We'll see if the ocean has some momentum here. We have gone through the tide turn, 1 p.m. now, so just an hour after the low tide. You see the sandbar translucent on the inside of our surfers here in the lineup. 90 seconds for Jarvis Earl to find the requirement now. Keep thinking that there might just be a pulse here as the tide turns over. Incoming tide does tend to bring a little more consistency to the lineup. We'll see how that pans out because this clock is ticking furiously now.
Yeah, 1 minute to go. It's go time if you can. You've got to find a wave and you've got to perform. 718's heavy requirement to be put on top of you with that little time left. And he had a little sniff there, but not going to pull trigger. There is a bit of a peak out there by the buoy though.
There, the Red Bull triangle out at sea there, just wafting up and down with the approaching swells. Surf fans can get a look a few hundred yards out into the Indian Ocean here. Clock continues to tick. Are we going to see something? You see some reactional movements here from both of our surfers. Waves have been coming primarily in twos. And we'll see Cole Hauschman will go for a hard sell here. Jarvis Earl's going to get an opportunity on a left hand, and it's going to move away from him. Just that energy of the lip line. And Jarvis Earl, just like that, is going to watch the clock tick away. And almost a friendly acknowledgement right there in the heat of the moment. He just, he knows that Cole Hauschman mentally has got the better of him in that. It started with a really grisly set of hustling on the inside there to dominate for an opening wave. And certainly the growling of Cole Hauschman has kept him on the front foot with the momentum. Got the opening wave and certainly has kept that scoreline ticking. You mentioned that set of scores there. And Hauschman, for the second time, is on his way to a Ballito Pro final.
Yeah, right now we've got two big brutes and one sprightly Hawaiian left. Is it going to be Jackson Bunch or Wesley Dantas going up against Cole Hauschman? We don't know yet because we've got 40 minutes to find out.
Well, official result on screen here for semi-final number one, a 767, backed it with the 6.33. That advantage over Jarvis Earl. The Australian will finish for a very respectable third place and very reasonable points on the Challenger Series ladder. But this man, Cole Hauschman, will be in the final. Stay with us. Who will surf against him? We'll find out shortly.
This is peak summer vibes here. That is a launch.
The U.S. Open's like the mecca of all of Orange County.
The pier is absolutely packed. The beach, standing room only.
Deep. A new world champion. And when it's on, nothing comes close.
The 2026 Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by KwaZulu-Natal Municipality, official host and title sponsor partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. By O'Neill, official presenting sponsor of the Ballito Pro. By Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. And by SMG Yamaha, the official vehicle and water safety partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill.
Welcome back to the show. It is beautiful Ballito on the east coast of South Africa. The KwaZulu-Natal region opening its arms here to both vacationers, holiday makers, school vacationers, and every surf fan in and around the region. Beautiful sights and sounds from this lovely, rich land of the Zulu, the KwaZulu-Natal coastline, just really showing off here for our semi-finals, Kai.
Wow, just what a magical place. The weather is outrageous right now. There's just hardly a breath of wind, and there's beautiful little waves on offer on the peak.
It's winter in the southern hemisphere.
That's where we love to be.
Pass me the sunscreen.
Well, you don't need it in here. But the real question is, I see two quick little rides for Wesley Dantes. No scores in. I'm assuming he's sitting down the bank.
Well, look at these scenes here. Of course, a lot of sand packed into the bays here in Ballito. It has been a stellar edition of the Ballito Pro is into picture. Jackson Bunch will get it underway. He is in the southern corner of the beach. We saw a similar approach in the quarterfinals earlier. Big Wesley Dantes is not really interested in using his backhand here in the same way that Cole Houshman did. He has been down the beach sort of looking for any left-hand opportunity, and he's going to that same approach again here, Kai.
Well, I mean, there's no wind, so let's see. Immediately going for the left, and surprise, surprise, he's going to go for the big punt. Didn't quite run out of it that time. Maybe tied just a little bit lower now, a little bit more bottom out, and then got another one, and bang, just goes straight for the full release. That was a nasty fall, though. Could have damaged the board, could have damaged himself. And then Jackson Bunch, sticking to his formula, big backhand whips, also just going down. So 3-6-7 for Jackson, a little bit better than the 2 1s for Wesley, but both of these surfers are just sticking to their own game plans and probably going to end up surfing most of this heat about 200 yards apart.
Big distance between our two surfers. All credit to Wesley Dantes in his quarterfinal using these left-handers for one of the higher heat scores of the day, and he's back at it here. He spotted a part of the beach. He used it in the quarterfinals, and here he goes again down the line. And just slight over voltage there. And for the third time in a row, it'll be a throwaway score.
Got a big smile on his face, though.
He was picking these out at will with a high success rate in that quarterfinals. That was such a fun heat to call. And some massive numbers coming out of that quarterfinal earlier this morning.
Yeah, I just kind of wonder, he's been doing this for 3 days straight, doing these big punts into the flats. Maybe the shock absorbers are feeling a bit worn. But just watch how much speed he builds up on that big 6-4 and just lofts it over about 3 meters of coverage as well. He gets so much distance through the air. It's crazy. And then just catching sort of the edge on the exit there, but it was pretty close to being landed.
Quite a contradictory approach, not only in where they are sitting in the lineup. Think of both surfers respectively, around 6 years difference in age. Wesley Dantes, 28 years of age, as we see him tracking on a right-hander here, just looking for anything he can find in the lineup. On the opposite side of the discussion, 22-year-old Jackson Bunch, who's already had that championship tour feeling, was on the championship tour all of last year, 2025, ran into that mid-season cut post the Western Australian stop, and is back here at the Challengers Series, is the young Hawaiian, who really, too, has been surfing with a high intensity, very sparky performances from the young Hawaiian, who wants to get back to the championship tour in 2027. Let's have a look how he approaches. Very ripping, speedy turn there. And that one was incredibly tight radius. So 2 very good turns. This is going to bring us the best wave of the semi-final number 2 thus far.
Yeah, that was spicy. Really been enjoying Jackson's backhand. And 2 good turns there. He was hoping for the third, but that section just kind of shut him down before he could get there. But we've seen a number of launch attempts on Air Dantas down the beach. Now waiting for, I think, what's going to be a pretty good score for Jackson Bunch.
Very tight surfing. What do we see from the replay?
Well, he just drives out onto the tail and then waits for this next section. That was a 12 o'clock whip straight off the top, and pretty much what he's been doing the whole event, just really compressing off the bottom and then whipping those big backhand turns out of the back of the wave. And the judges have been loving it so far, so I don't think that's going to change. Kind of noticing that Jackson Bunch might just have decided to go see if he can't launch a couple of punts down the beach, though. He hasn't paddled back up to the right. He's kind of drifting down the beach.
Well, lots of details and moving parts here. We trust that everyone is enjoying the show. Look at these windless conditions here. We do tend to get a little bit of wind in the afternoon, but certainly Ballito with the low tide out at the midday mark, just virtually no movement in the air itself. Steady swell here. It continues to make its way onto the sandbars in Ballito. And big Wesley Dantes, the 28-year-old from Ubatuba, is on a mission over the last season or two, just blitzing a very tough regional qualifying series to get to the top of, with a number of QS 6,000 and 4,000 wins. Let's have a look at lovely perspective and a different overview of Jackson Bunch's very sound score.
7.33 comes in, 2 solid turns, so that's good work from Jackson Bunch. You know, we kind of thought that Wesley would have a score already, especially with that high wave count, but things not going his way so far in the semi-final. And Jackson Bunch drops a 7.33 on 2 backhand hammers. And now he's gone down the bank, and we know what he's capable of on his front side. He can also launch ridiculous airs, so he's going to come and see if he can get some action on the lefts.
Couple of judges going as high as 7.5s for Jackson Bunch. Some of the others spoiling the party a little with 7s, and so it averages out at the 7.33. Priority with Jackson Bunch is thinking, all right, I've got a good score on the thing. Let me go and block Wesley at his own game here. And he will go to the air, invert as well. Beautiful landing, just not on the right side of the coping there. And how about taking on Wesley Dantes at his own game?
Jeez, that was a pretty insane launch, and like you said, went invert even, so a little bit of an exclamation mark through the air there. But I think this just could turn into an air battle right now, which is great for the viewers.
Great for everybody. And we'll just stay with Wesley Dantes here for now as this wave moves onto the sandbar, scans it left and right, is going to have a dip at it. Here goes big Wesley in answer to Jackson Bunch, and he's going to bring a completion this time. He will. Jackson Bunch behind him just looks. It's the battle of the goofy footers, and certainly some forehand surfing. You didn't see much of it in that last semi-final. Cole Hauschman using that backhand for the win over Jarvis Earl. Let's go down and hear from him.
Thank you, Giggs. Cole, you are 1 heat away from a potential double Ballito Pro event win. What really stood out from the beach, what felt like, in that double goofy battle, was your power and control. It really felt like it gave you that edge over Jarvis.
Yeah, that was a tricky heat. I think we both made a couple of mistakes. I definitely made kind of a lot of mistakes. And, I knew going into it, Jarvis freaking ripped. So it was like, I know it was just my point of difference was gonna have to be my size and power, and because he's quick and rips. So yeah, just try to stick to my strengths and kind of did a few big turns and got through.
Nice. Well, you definitely did. It was so good to watch from the beach, and we worked out. It's probably like 4 a.m. at home, and I'm sure you got a lot of family and friends who are super stoked you're into the finals. Do you want to send them some love?
Yeah, just all my friends, family, girlfriend at home, just everyone. I don't know if they're up and watching. I know some of them are. So,
stay tuned. I think, I don't know, we're probably not on today, so tune in tomorrow. But yeah, love you guys. See you soon.
Nice. Well, rest up. Tomorrow's finals day. We're so looking forward to watching it. And back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks, Emma. But a David and Goliath theme in that first semi-final certainly carries over with a similar story here. The more diminutive Jackson Bunch just trying to go to the air with the wind this time. There is a slight waft of air right to left, a little sort of puff of sea breeze in that direction. But certainly, again, physicality difference. And the big guy gets a completion.
Yeah, he really threw it. He's been doing it all week, but had to fight a little bit for the ride out. So judges coming in at a cool and calm and collected 6.67. Then Jackson Bunch with the 7.33. So it's a tight battle. There's only a requirement of 4.34 for Wesley. Jackson's not out in front yet. He needs to get another score in.
Well, healthiest number is the 7.33 for Jackson Bunch at this stage. Of course, Wesley Dantes getting the wild card a few weeks back in Rio de Janeiro. Ran into a very informed Leonardo Fioravanti, who sits top of the championship tour standings, had that round 2 heat with him, and didn't, as I say, find his progression, but certainly pleasing the Brazilian fans. We mentioned his stellar run through the qualifying series last year to finish top of the regional rankings. And mentioning again those QS 6000 and 4000s in a very tough region to get wins. And Wesley Dantes has got a lot of amplitude and massive airs in his arsenal, and sticking to his formula of trying to find left-handers here, Kai.
Jeez, and let's just add to that, the only guy to get to the semi-finals of a challenger on a mid-length.
A 6'4" surfboard underfoot of the big Wesley King Dantes, as he likes to call himself. Go check out his Instagram, very entertaining. And you know, big Wesley, of course, the Dantes family. Remember Wiggly and his performances on the CT as well, always reveling in the big left-handers as well. Wesley Dantes, his best, I think he got a third at Pipeline a season or two back.
Pretty sure we saw him get a okay result at one of those Chopes comps as well.
Well, lots to talk about for Wesley Dantes. Is certainly this year very energized, looking incredibly focused, and no matter the outcome, the worst he can do here is a third-place finish, and what a way to start a Challenger Series campaign.
Yeah, he's going to be stoked. Just
Stockhead.
Yeah, stockhead. But he really flipped the switch, and at least 2 heats on his way here. I mean, that one air at the death just to get him through that one heat was incredible, and just kind of put him on a bit of a roll. I think, you know, the 6.67 so far, he's gone back to the left. Here he goes.
Well, back to live action. Sandbar stretching ahead. Big Wesley just hammers it, drifts it, somehow holds on to it.
Don't know how he held on to that turn. That was crazy.
Well, checks his watch, sees that it's got a little over 24 to go. That one wouldn't have felt great. Sort of a recovery maneuver. It'll go in the trash can in the bigger context of the heat, we feel. But right now, perhaps a score to just touch the scorecard for Wesley Dantes, who numbers right now say just a 4.34 requirement, care of a very soft 3.67 still in Jackson Bunch's scoreline.
Let's take a look. This wave looked good for the launch, actually. It had a nice bowl to it. He was flying down the line and then just laid into that big tail drift. Really thought he had lost it there, so he did phenomenally well to pull it back under him. Yeah, I don't know where I'm going to go with that. It was a pretty aggressive turn, but a little bit on the wobbly side, so we'll have to see what the judges come up with.
Well, reminders of the 4.34 requirement as surf fans, some of them may pull their nose up at that maneuver. It was a little bit loose and rattly, and there were moments of it that, yeah, you kind of hung a discussion on, is this going to be a completion? Somehow it rode it out. But as we mentioned, I don't think that's going to factor in too much. May see a situation change, though. Let's get an overview of it.
Oh, look at this. bam, chucked chunks of spray out the back on that thing, so he really did lay into it. But yeah, just a little bit sort of wobbly on the exit.
Well, again, into a smaller wave, inspecting every opportunity on the left bank, noticing Jackson Bunch with his priority has come back down to the northern side of the beach to join Wesley Dantes here.
Well, 3.53 for the turn, so not enough. Judges weren't impressed with the make, so it's going to have to reset and look for that 4.34 better.
Well, let's see where Jackson Bunch goes with this. As we mentioned already, that championship tour run last year for the Hawaiian. His career hails out of the beautiful island of Maui. So many talented surfers from that region to talk about. Think back to names like Kai Barger, Granger Larson, Ola Iliagram and all his friends. And then there's the big wave side of it to discuss as well. But right now, under all of that, of our Hawaiian surfer, Wesley's going to just keep bashing away here. Sort of feeling that for a low number of his own. Jackson Bunch is going to join the party. Same approach now. It's making for some fun stuff to break down, but it is a case of David versus Goliath here. Is Jackson Bunch's stone going to hit the right forehead? Let's go down to the beach for some update.
The reason being is
Okay, I'm down with all the boys watching Jackson. It's been so cool to see the American-Hawaiian support. I know Jackson says it's made a huge difference to he feels his performance. But the boys have some things to say about this heat right now. We're going to ask Shion. How's it going?
Yeah, Jackson's up on a wave right now. Oh my God, just go doing. Doing up. There we go. And doing.
Nice.
Every time. Last time it happened and it just interview me, I guess. Keep on interviewing and he'll just go doing.
So we know what to do. We find Shion when we want the doing. And obviously, you know, supporting friends is pretty stressful, but how are you feeling right now?
Pretty stressed, bro. What is it? King Dantes is pretty nuts. Just spinning a wheel if he's like gonna hit or not, it's like 70-30%. So he's been hitting the 30%ers right now, but yeah, I'm kind of like stressing for sure.
And obviously as a crew, you guys are all supporting each other, the vibes are good. Are you making sure he's fed before his heats, or is it every man for themselves?
With the big front
wait, say that one more time, fuck. That was too long.
Are you making sure that he's fed before his heats, or is it every man before themselves? For themselves?
Yeah, he's just cruising, honestly. But he was like proper sick yesterday too, and I can't believe he's clutched up hard right now. Like came up. So yeah, maybe he just like took his mind off of it that he was sick, and now he's just in this. He's in the semis doing good.
Nice. Well, sounds like he just dropped a 4.5. I think he's got some more in him. Oh no, that wasn't Jackson, eh? Yeah, but I think he's got some more in him. So we'll leave the boys to keep watching, and back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks. Of course. Because Josh Moniz in it there as well, and we'll see if Jackson Bunch can get any more doings out of the lineup.
Please can we get that guy in the booth with us for the finals?
Send him in, yeah. That's hilarious.
Just doing everything.
Well, for now, the heat did change shape. Was that requirement in the low fours?
This is the doing. Let's watch it. Came down the line. Through the big chuck. That was a really nice air, so no wonder the judges are taking some time to look at it, Giggs. That was a very aggressive aerial. This guy still just looking for the right bowl as well. He got a 4.5, so he went up into the lead. Only a 3.84 required for Jackson, and we know there's a score coming.
Wow, a couple of heavy waves unloading on the sandbar right now as well. Signs perhaps of that incoming tide and a bit of momentum in the swell. We've had a few quieter patches here through the semi-finals this afternoon, and of course shout out to Travis Logie just opening up those heat times to 40 minutes as well. So certainly surf fans really invested in it, enjoying, and of course just fantastic conditions for the surfers themselves to enjoy. Have a look at both surfers up each other's grills here with the 18-minute mark upon us. We are now on the northern end of the beach. Some left-handers, and Jackson Bunch, who we're still waiting for a score from him from a previous buoying. We'll go back to another one. That one was extended. and ever so close to completion. Most of the rotation almost accomplished by young Jackson Bunch. And wow.
It's a doing off.
Well, the previous doing was a 5.83. And there is the scores, some of them at the 5.5 mark. One of the judges went as high as 6.3. So number in at a 5.83. Sees the heat just settle right now at 17.5 minutes to go with Jackson Bunch out front. Slightly more leaning now the heat in favor of Jackson.
Now starts driving down the line here, just throws the fins, just catching that outside rail as he swung around. So it was very close to a completion. In his advantage right now is the fact that he's got a 7.33, which were on the backhand turns, actually, not the airs. So he might just think to himself, well, maybe I must head back up the bank and go look for another right ball. Wesley is going to stick to the left. I think also sort of the difference there is Wesley's there for the 6.67, a little bit higher, a little bit more drawn out air time, and that maybe gave him the nod just ahead of the 5.83 for Jackson.
Well, I tell you, if there was completion on that last punt of Jackson Bunch, could have maybe even brought us his best number.
Yeah.
You think of the two backhand turns, the 7.33. Let's have a look at this again. Done
Really
nicely
nice.
for the 5.83.
Also, what really impresses me about Jackson, especially on his front side punts, is he's got such a variety of grabs. Like you'll see, he very rarely just does a straight sort of rotation. He's always got a grab in, and that can really sort of up your sort of technical points as well.
It's a great battle in the lineup here in semi-final number 2. 16 minutes on the clock. We'll sit back and we'll wait for the second half. Stay with us, surf fans. It's a summer feeling in the southern hemisphere winter, and that is the story of this beautiful region called the KwaZulu-Natal coastline. Ballito and all its surrounding hamlets, just a beautiful part of the world. The east coast of South Africa showing off here for the world's best surfers again in 2026. The landscapes, the sights and the sounds, the culture, the festivities, the carnival type atmosphere of a beautiful region. Gigs alongside Kai for the call. Kai, hometown feelings for you. What a beautiful part of the world. And while we were away at break.
Well, here goes King Dantas back in action. He's just been flinging aerios all over the place for the last 3 days and getting the backup turn too. So he's pumped. He loves that thing.
Well, numbers coming in, a 7.1. And he has Jackson Bunch down in second, chasing a 6.44. So it's game on here for the remaining 13 minutes of semi-final number 2. Of course, you think of the David and Goliath theme of semi-final number 1 going in favor of Cole Hauschmund, getting some big backhand turns for his score. We didn't see Cole or his opponent Jarvis Earl go down the beach to these left-handers. Both Dantes and Bunch moving backwards and forwards in the lineup. And a priority with Jackson Bunch as we just get a view of him. He goes to the air. Lovely punt inside out. Just recorrects it.
Goodness gracious.
That was twisted. That was lovely.
He did really well to bring that back around. Almost got stuck on the back end of that aerial, then decided not to go for the full rotation. It's going to be very interesting to watch the replay on this one, just to see how the dynamics of that air ended up with him coming back around. Technically a straight air with the tail kick.
It's a surf off.
Oh my goodness.
Dantes to the air, incomplete, but his flight time is measurable. You can start a stopwatch when he leaves the lip. He just gets to sail through the air. There's just, it's like he's filled with helium.
I tell you what, something's just making sense. King Air. That is a brand, I'm telling you now.
Well, crazy stuff. Both goofy footers bringing us so much entertainment here in the lineup as we narrow the field down to eventually 2 finalists. We've established Cole Houchman as the first finalist. To have a look there, Dantes not even selling. I mean, this was a good opportunity for Jackson.
Jeez, such a solid grab, tail high, and then was able to bring it back around. So I really like that. 5.57 though, so it's not going to be a counter. And then King Dantes just going for broke, absolutely unleashing the board through the air there, but just unable to pull it back down. And it looks like the focus now, I'm just seeing, looks like Jackson might just have decided to head back to the right again. He went up there before the break, then was back on the left. This is going to be a great angle of this aerial though. Just watch from the back of the wave. Boom! That was so tweaked out, but just because of that little question mark on the landing and maybe not completing the rotation, came in at a 5.57, so not enough to replace the 5.83.
Well, either way, it is just around half a point separating. In fact, it's just under 0.6 of a point separating our 2 surfers here in the second semi-final. Dantes still leading with some consistency. That 5.83 for Jackson Bunce just bogging his numbers down to that second place. 6.44, we think of the 7.33 for 2 big backhand stinging turns from Jackson Bunch. And he is thinking of heading down back to that south end of the beach. Meanwhile, let's go down with 10 minutes to go. Let's go down to Mike Frew at the beach.
Thank you, Giggs. I'm down in the Corona bar. And you know what? There's hardly even standing room down here. All the chairs and beanbags are taken. People are having so much fun watching the surfers punt. As you can see, we just saw a massive air. I think it was Wesley Dantes. Goodness me. So we're going to be coming back after this last heat of the day, and we're going to catch all these highlights, including that gigantic air from Wesley Dantes, and that will be on the Corona Zero post show. So all action. Join us after this heat for the day's highlights so far of the men's quarterfinals, ladies semis, and the men's semis. That'll all be part of the Corona Zero post show. Back to you, Giggs.
Oh, thanks, Mike. The crowd going nuts there. Everybody, the Coronas are flowing, and why shouldn't they? It is celebration time here as the semi-finals start drawing. Let's have a look at what happened here, Kai.
Well, I'm not holding my breath. I know what he did, but it is a full rotation, and that's why everyone went mad on the deck. Whoever was in front of Mike Frew there nearly got covered in ground. But you see the big cheeky smile from King Dantes there. Amazing. He's just got those front side Rios on lockdown, and he had just got a 7.1 take the lead. Now we're waiting on another score, so he's kind of fired up after a slow start. He's had a high strike rate of waves, but starting to get his rhythm back.
Well, Goofy Footers keeping us entertained here as the semi-finals draw through, of course, on the women's side as well. A lot of Goofy Foot discussions that will be covered in that Corona Zero post show. But big Wesley Dantes is just hammering away. We are waiting for that score. We're thinking of his previous heats. And meanwhile, not enough time to think or discuss because another big tail half from Big Wesley will go down. But Kai, just thinking about some of the rounds earlier, that quarter-final earlier this morning with that crazy performance against Taj Lindblad, a 9.4 and an 8.17, doing exactly this kind of stuff. And it has him out front here. We're just confirming a new number from the panel.
Ding, ding, ding.
And there it is, an 8.83. The panel throws out there. One judge going as high as a 9.2 this time, another down at the 8.5, so the average of the 8.83. And the David and Goliath story is unfolding here.
Well, he just had such good projection into this thing and just threw the tail around. Like we've been saying all along, it just seems like he goes weightless. But here's Jackson on the fight back.
Oh, tail half his own, ever so close to making it. That was fantastic. This is a showdown for the ages. It's entertainment non-stop here in Ballito. Semi-final number 2. The clock slips under 7 minutes to go. These two goofy footers, quite a difference in age and certainly a whole bunch of difference on the weight scale. But both of them just going to the air, Kai.
Geez, he really popped that thing, held the grab for the full rotation. Just needed to stick the landing and just got a little caught up on the nose there. But Jackson's got the recipe. Just got to get that cooking time just right. Oh, look at this thing, Giggs.
Well, stretching out again. Big Wesley land on that surfboard.
He feels nothing for his own health and well-being.
Throwing life and limb at this effort. He's just so pumped up, you can see, and all credit to him. The 8.83, a 7.1. Let's have a look at that requirement of Jackson Bunch as well, an 8.61. But meanwhile, Team Brazil, Ian Gouveia and friends.
He even looks like he's in shock.
Yeah, just Wesley Duntis bringing it to the Challenger Series here. It is high voltage. It is massive. There's just no holding back. It's absolute risk or reward here for Wesley Duntis in the lineup. We drew that story earlier of William Cardoza a number of seasons back, almost a decade ago now. Just a late charge from a surfer that really wants it. And we're seeing a similar story here from Wesley Duntis in 2026.
100% Giggs. And geez, can they please just have the chiropractor ready for him on the athlete deck? Because this guy is just going for broke. There's literally no handbrake in that car. He is just putting foot down and going for broke.
Back to the requirements for Jackson Bunch, the 8.61. If his last effort was completed.
Close. Definitely close.
Very close in that neighborhood. So we know that Jackson Bunch has got it in his wheelhouse as we slip under 5 minutes to go. The young 22-year-old who, as we mentioned, suffered the cut at the championship tour level last year is really taking the opportunity here with the first Challenger Series event of the season. And it's been such fun heats to call. A couple of peaks moving in on us as well here. You see Wesley Duntis moving away from the left-hander. Yeah, he's going to swing perhaps attention to a right. This one's not going to pay out. And he awkwardly goes down. How is this guy not getting injured in the lineup? He is just absolutely wrangling everything out there. These waves are strong, by the way, surf fans.
Yeah, you got absolutely thrashed there, but I think he's made out of adamantium because he just, you can't seem to hurt him or he's bored. But it's crazy. I think also just, you know, Giggs, thinking about it, you see this big unit of a human and he's riding a big 6'4", and you see that just wafting through the skies, and it is impressive. Like, you can't help but be in wonder of it. So, you know, getting the scores is just crazy. An 8.83 and a 7.1. But 3.5 minutes to go. This kid can do some damage still, I promise you.
Jackson Bunch attacks the lip line beautifully, just over the coping, but goes down. It's the reckless abandonment, but with success for Wesley Duntis that has him out front in this heat. Jackson Bunch just trying to work his way back into the lineup here. We feel that there's still some story to tell, a little over 3 minutes remaining on the clock. But either way, think of Cole Hauschman just getting the better of Jarvis Earl in that first semi-final. Right now, it is the Goliath story here with Wesley Dantes out in the lead. 8.61 requirement for Jackson Bunch, who is going to go sit right next to him and not holding the prio. So perhaps there's some consistency to the left-handers here. We mentioned the tide coming in. The beach is really alive and buzzing, and surf fans are certainly being treated here. I know we are.
Loving it. It's been a really entertaining semi-final. Just feel like, you know, the one thing that we can say over the last few heats over the quarters and the semis is that one person really has brought the entertainment, and that has been
and that is Shion Crawford.
Well, that too. Sure, get that guy in the booth, please. But yeah, Wesley Dantes, absolutely incredible performance. He's been a part of making today just really entertaining, and he kind of deserves that final now. And I can't think of a better person to go toe-to-toe with him than Cole Hausman.
He's going to use the priority straight out. How is he doing what he is doing? Up in the corner, snaps away again. This is just going to seal the deal for big Wesley Dantes, who's emotionally invested. He's feeling it. As we say, we saw him in Rio de Janeiro get the wild card opportunity, and really did run into a man that is at the top of the ratings, Leonardo Fioravanti. But here he is at the Challenger Series level for the first stop in Ballito. And with 90 seconds to go,
he's hulking out.
It is the Wesley Dantes show, folks. Very high caliber surfing, massive punts. It's, as you mentioned, just I don't think we've seen a 6'4" being thrown around like that ever in the sport.
Dang, dude. Mid-lengths coming back to the Pro Tour. It's incredible. But he's just fired up. That's the bottom line.
And he blocked Jackson Bunch, who has the priority as we hit the last minute. Is there a last twist in the tail? Does the 8.61 requirement get stretched even further? What are we thinking, Kai?
Well, you can see that little rip there. That's what's been creating this little magic left bowl for them. Almost the whole event has been running right, and suddenly it's just focused firmly on the left. We're going to have a little look at this one. I mean, takes off, does the block, boom, just throws the tail around. Really clean as well. Gets two more little hacks down the line. I really like that last little turn where he just dropped the tail just to sort of say, yeah, this is going to be me. And now he's going to go for a little swan song down the inside.
Well, counting the clock down here, big Wesley Dantes gets incredible height. It's all entertainment here. Certainly everybody in and around the contest site, everybody at the Corona bar is going crazy. These are the vibes, these are the feelings that make pro surfing
broken that board.
So much entertainment. I think he has. He's just expressing some frustration perhaps on that last one. We just see a little bit, but going back to the scorecard, an 8.83 and a 7.4 in the scoreline. He's feeling this one. It really has been a case of the big blokes dominating Cole Hausman in semi-final number one, wrangling the lineup on his backhand, and then big Wesley Dantes, the giants stamping themselves on the semi-finals here in Ballito.
Well, if we look at top wave scores of the event so far, it's going to be King Dantes heavy, because my goodness, the last few heats he's just been dropping 8s as average scores, a couple of 9s peppered in, and then a whole lot of 7s. So he's the form surfer, it's got to be said. He's going mental. He's obviously fired up. I mean, you saw the emotion after that second to last wave, and the man wants a result, and I'm almost worried for Cole Hausman. He's coming up against a real raging bull here in Wesley Dantes.
Well, we think of his quarterfinals earlier today, a massive 9.4 against Taj Lindblad, and now certainly the momentum continues with the semi-final win over Jackson Bunch. You know what this means to him. The 28-year-old from Ubatuba in Brazil is on his way to the final to take on Cole Hausman. Huge talking points here from such an exciting set of semi-finals. Of course, the quarterfinals as well. Really just has surf fans from the start this morning absolutely pumped. But big King Wesley Dantes, as he likes to refer to himself, is a finalist here in Ballito. It is a great story to tell.
Yeah, step aside, you little minions. The king is here.
Well, of course, Jarvis Earl is going to settle for a third place finish. The smaller Jarvis Earl in that encounter with Cole Hauschman, and then now Jackson Bunch is going to settle for a third. All respectable numbers, by the way, for the first Challenger Series stop of the year. But wow, what a story. This man lofting to the air. Are we going to see these kind of conditions on tap for the finals tomorrow? It will be an interesting discussion here, but massive numbers, the 883, the 7.4, as we now have established our two finalists. It's the same on the women's side of discussion. And of course, finals set here in beautiful 2026 in Ballito. Stay with us, the Corona post show, to break down the action straight after the break.
Welcome to KwaZulu-Natal, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. KwaZulu-Natal boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious blue flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of KwaZulu-Natal's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Luthuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. KwaZulu-Natal, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
This is peak summer vibes here. That is a launch.
The U.S. Open's like the mecca of all of Orange County.
The pier is absolutely packed. The beach, standing room only.
It's the Corona Zero post show of the day where we set up our finalists here at the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. Of course, the winner of every single day of competition is this incredible coastline that we get to come to year in and year out. But my oh my, what a start to the Challenger Series season. We are 2 heats away from crowning our finalists, our champions I should say, this year for the 2026 Ballito Pro. My name is Jessie Starling, joined in the booth by Paul Evans and Greg Emsley. Paul, I'm going to start with you. We just got to love an underdog story with Wesley Dantes.
Yeah, amazing. I mean, so many storylines from today, but just first of all, in terms of expectations, I didn't think it could possibly kind of get better than what we've had. So, well, cheers to that, right?
Cheers to
JJ.
that, guys. Cheers.
Shot, Grego.
Shot, Brute.
Cheers, guys.
And tell me, Greg, there was a lot of stories up for the Goofy Footers today, actually. They dominated.
Yeah, absolutely. The Goofies dominated. It has been their day, and it's. I love how the Goofy Footers have mixed it up. Big backhand turns. You think about Cole Houshman, Jarvis Earl, and then my back's a little bit sore from watching Wesley Dantes in that last heat. Just sort of every air, like every minute, just punting a massive air. It's just crazy the free session he's had out there, basically.
And we're going to dive more into it, Paul, but all Portuguese women's final.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been one of the storylines for sure is the quality of the surface from that region. Some of them have already sent to the CT. They're back here to kind of back themselves up, but some new names as well. So bring it on. Love it.
Let's take a look at some of our highlights from today. The first one we're going to look at is from the men's side of the draw, and it has to be men's quarterfinal heat number 4. We were talking about Wesley just before, but the airs and his make rate this event have been out of this world, Paul.
We've seen moments in heats early on where a big air will go and get a huge score. But what we haven't seen is what we've just witnessed this afternoon, actually, where it's just a clear strategy. He's going again and again with the repetition. The score's getting better and better. This was just a bit of notice for everyone. It's like, hey, I can get out the peak and go on the right, or I'll go across to the left and do massive airs and beat you that way.
Gosh, he's got no right making some of those airs too. Just so lofty, so projected out. He actually took down Taj Lindblad, who Greg and I both thought was going to go well into finals day.
Yeah, Taj actually surfed really well, just went incomplete on his waves, and he had to push hard. He had Wesley Dantes, and unfortunately Wesley's doing this. He's making everyone sort of change strategies and surf out of their skin while he catches 15 waves a heat and does 25 airs a heat, right?
Yeah, you got the highest heat total of the day, and it was in this quarterfinal. A 9.4 and an 8.17, the loft, the height of that alley-oop. We saw so much of that from so many different surfers, but no one consistently doing it as well as Wesley Dantes, Paul.
Yeah, he's a big guy as well. They're not only high airs, but he's just the cat-like reflexes, but he's a big unit as well. They're like power airs. You saw the way he clawed back the speed after he landed the alley-oop to go back and then get another rotation back the other way. He's been amazing. Physically, really impressive and just huge in the air.
Yeah, there's that total we were talking about, 17.57 for Dantes. Taj Lindblad will settle with a quarterfinals for his first Challenger Series appearance this year, but he'll be channeling a little bit further in the draw to over the US Open. Now let's look at the Ballito Pro bracket, the final bracket here for the men's. Cole Houshman, Wesley Dantes. That's what we're going to see tomorrow morning, Greg.
Yeah, it's going to be a major heat. We're going to see a slight change in the swell direction as well tomorrow. We'll see what effect that has on our break, on the surf break. But Cole Houshman's going to be really thinking about this heat, what approach he's going to have against Wesley, and he'll have a plan, trust me. Cole's coming with a plan tomorrow.
To be fair, I'd be nervy if I was Cole Houshman.
I think this is what you want to see from the Challenger Series. Like, it's cool to see the CT surfers back here, kind of a little bit on the Challenger naughty step, trying to kind of make amends for not having great seasons. But I also think we want to look at new talent. We want to see new faces. We want to see new stories. And we're absolutely getting that from Wesley. And Cole he'll have a bit to think about.
Well, let's go chat to Wesley Dantes. He's down there with Mike Frew.
Thank you, Jesse. Wesley, goodness me, you ramped up the amplitude in that heat. Your air in that heat was higher than any of the airs you've done today so far, and it's on a 6.4 surfboard. That's incredible.
WSL, thank you for the opportunity. Speaking Portuguese. Jack Bunch é surfista muito bom. Eu saberia que eu teria que surfar o meu limite, dar o meu máximo, meu modo prime. E graças a Deus veio aquele aéreo maravilhoso, gigantesco. E pô, eu já surfo há uns anos já de prancha maior, 6.4. Essa é uma 6.4 que eu fiz para Saquarema no WSL. E ela está andando muito bem aqui, graças a Deus vai trazer a vitória se Deus quiser. Então, para mim é uma bateria e mais uma confiança para a final. E saber que os juízes estão gostando do meu surf, saber que a WSL está gostando do meu show. Então isso me deixa mais motivado para poder surfar mais e dar mais show para vocês.
And then just how does it feel going to bed tonight knowing you're in the Ballito Pro final?
É uma sensação incrível. Primeiramente, não estou nem acreditando. E segundamente, agora é sentar, descansar, olhar as baterias e para o próximo amanhã, para a próxima bateria que é a final, eu não vejo como uma final, eu vejo mais como uma bateria e poder soltar o meu surf, dar o show para vocês e levar o título para casa.
A man of very measured emotions. He's going to be a dangerous surfer in the water tomorrow. Well, back to you, Jessie.
Thanks, Mike. Yeah, I agree. For as loud and as energetic as his surfing is, he seems quite cool, calm, collected, Greg.
Yeah, very cool, calm, collective. He's so big. I'm thinking about the Springboks that came and visited the contest yesterday. Damien, Cheslin and the guys. He could have been sitting amongst them and totally fitted in. He's so big, he could be a rugby player, right? And but yeah, he's calm. He'll already pack that away and start thinking about tomorrow. I mean, he's going for one position, right?
I reckon there's a bit of emotion going on in there, actually. This is a moment where he's just kind of sinking in, actually, what he's achieved here. Like we mentioned, he had the wild card in the CT. That's amazing. But this is huge for his career, particularly at the beginning of the year. And he was talking there about having the opportunity. But he's absolutely grasped it. And he could turn this into something quite incredible. And I don't know how many people were calling, okay, who are we looking at the challenges here? Who's next from Brazil? Wesley Dantas, one of those names. So, I mean, well done if you did, but he's been an amazing story for 2026.
Yeah, I'm really impressed. Greg, please.
Yeah, so I actually remember Wesley Dantas in the ISA World Juniors around 2012 or something, where Leo Ferravante actually won it, and I remember he was around there and dubbed to be the next big thing. So I remember him from back there. So there's been a few years off.
Did you call this final then, did you? You were like, 2026, I think he's going to make the final in Ballito.
Yeah, I wrote it in my book here somewhere. But he's kind of disappeared for a while, and it's great to see he's back. You can see the emotion. And maybe Leo being number one, and that was his era as a junior, goes, maybe it's time for me to step up. Let me go and challenge him.
Yeah, he wants to challenge. I love that. You know what? I'm going to pick your brain on something later. We'll circle back to that. Let's talk about the women's, though, because we did also set up the women's final today. The three of us got to call these two semi-finals. Like we mentioned, Paul, all Portuguese women are going to battle it out for the trophy this year.
Yeah, it's been one of the storylines. It's just been underlined, really, whether they made the final or not. But we've really just proven that point about the talent from that region. And a couple of different stories, really. Thinking about one surfer that's already got the qualification done, a kind of fast track there. She got amazing success on this tour last year. And then someone else with a load of experience she's going to come up against. So I thought well done to Ari Ochoa. Thought she surfed well. She just kind of ran out of room a little bit today in the lineup. Didn't quite take the opportunities. Kicker, she's so intense. She just doesn't make many mistakes. And when opportunities come, you know she's going to grasp them. And she was very good value for her spot in the final. And a vindicated decision to come here back to the QS as well.
Yeah, I really love Kika and just that intensity you talk about. It's definitely helping her and paying off. So 5, 2, 3 and a 5 got Kika into the finals here. But as we said, Ariana Cho, what a great event. What an amazing comeback to the Challenger Series. The other woman to join Kika Veselko in the final is going to be Teresa Bombolo, who also surfed an incredible semi-final today. But Paul, just because... Actually, no, let's go Greg. Who's your pick for the women's?
Kicker for the final. I think she's just going to be moving around too much. I think she's going to be finding lots of waves. She's going to be creating opportunities for herself. And I think she's just going to be very dynamic out there tomorrow.
Paul?
Teresa.
Oh, I love it. I love the controversy. That's amazing. I'm just stoked for the Euros because they set such a big standard for themselves last year, the European women in particular. They're still keeping that going, and there would definitely be a pretty proud Yolanda Hopkins somewhere in the world to see an all-Portuguese women's final, but you can also say she'd probably want to be in the mix here.
Yeah, definitely. She'll be actually gutted seeing these waves as well. She would love these kind of conditions. Shout out Yo-Yo.
We love Yo-Yo. She's absolutely a charger. I'm excited to see her in the next couple of stops on that championship tour. Let's take a look. Tomorrow is our last day of the event window that we have. So obviously we're running. We've got finals heading tomorrow, but it's just when and where we pick to choose to run these finals. But we have been so blessed for waves this entire week, Greg.
Yeah, there's been so much swell out of the east off that system. The whole north coast here pumping swell, and look at this, a new little swell filling in out of the southwest. So we're hoping to wake up tomorrow morning and have that direction, sort of a point break running direction, should make the waves open up a bit more. And with all the sand on the point, we're hoping for a really, really good day to finish here.
Yeah, 3 to 5 foot faces, so a similar size today, Greg?
I think so. Let's just see. You know, it's hard to call. Hopefully it holds that size. You know, that south swell is there. Hopefully it falls into the bay nicely here.
But if it is more sub, what would that do for these ramps, opportunities like for Wesley? Is that going to change much for him, you think?
Well, it could change. I feel with the sand on the point, I think that there's going to be better right-handers. But it depends on that bank down the beach. It might give a few corners. But this easterly swell, as you've seen up and down the beaches, there's lots of left-handers at the moment. But new swell direction tomorrow could change things for sure.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing just what we have in our hands tomorrow morning. Let's take a look at our top 5 moments from today. However, of course, we've got to start it off with someone who was mega impressive, just super competitive, every single one of her heats. Teresa Bonvalo, she is our other women's finalist here, Greg.
Yeah, she's just so sound, competitively sound. She's got those big backhand turns. Her decision making has been spot on, and she's been getting the best waves in every heat.
Yeah, so Tay, she will be coming up against Francisca Fazelko tomorrow morning in the women's final. Coming in at number 4, it has to be Jackson Bunch's buzzer beater in the men's quarterfinal 3, Paul.
Yeah, showing his class here, wasn't he? He's just so smooth, but there's a real edge to his surf, and he's so sharp with those backhand hits, and this was good momentum from him in quarters. This is where we expect him to be. I think for a surfer of his caliber, quarters here is kind of par for the course for him.
Yeah, Jackson has definitely come out swinging this year. He'll be happy with this result, but you definitely could see that he was pushing hard to go even further. Another buzzer beater that we had, an incredible fight back. Our very first heat of the morning was Jarvis L, Greg.
Yeah, this was an incredible fight back. He was really trailing, needing about a 9.5 almost at this point, and he just went into his own, found his own waves, and just absolutely hammered on the backhand. I mean, that smile really showed how stoked he was. And Jarvis is back. He's pumped. Look out for him this year.
Yeah, most definitely. Jarvis looking very sharp. I'm excited to see him in the US Open where he's had a big result before. Now, Cole Hausman, he's going to keep the ball rolling. He is one of our men's finalists and just so sharp, Paul.
Yeah, for me, the best surfer in the draw at this whole event. Just based on talent alone, based on form as well. But, you know, you're not going to get it all your own way. And he's been on a bit of a journey. I still don't quite feel we've seen the best of Cole Hausman. You can take that a couple of ways. You can think, all right, bring your best for the final, but I think he's got another couple of gears to kick into, which is actually quite scary.
I love this, the relationship that's being rekindled between him and Maddie Myers. You can see it has helped him have winning glory, especially here before. So trying to channel that same feeling that he had here back in 2023. Now our underdog, we can't stop talking about him. It's the Wesley Dantes Air Show, Greg.
Yeah, he's pretty much put on a show for the surf fans. The people on the beach have gone mad. It's been such entertainment. Literally his last heat riding like 15 waves, and look at this alley-oop, comes straight out of it, resets the feet, widens the stance, straight into another rotation. He's just been doing this all day. He's going to go to bed tonight. He's going to have a good meal. He's going to come back tomorrow, and I can guarantee you he's going to be doing exactly the same thing. He's not going to even look who's in the final with him. Who's Cole Hausman? I don't care. I'm going to be punting massive airs all day. That's what he's going to be thinking.
You know what's so interesting is when you think of his brother Wiggly, it's such different styles of surfing, so I really wasn't expecting this from Wesley Paul.
Yeah, I mean, I just love the fact that you're getting an entertainer along with everything else. They're here for points. They're here because this is careers on the line and you want to move up for the rankings. But we're getting so much extra from him. His heats are telling stories. The crowd are going absolutely mad. I mean, they're roaring for him and he's just been electric. You cannot afford to take your eyes off him.
Yeah, we had Ian Gavay in here the other day during one of Wesley's heats, and he said Wesley's the type of guy who, if he's not entertaining, he won't paddle out. He just wants to give everyone a show and put his best foot forward, which we're going to get to see for another time tomorrow. So we're going to have an 8 o'clock call for an 8:30 start. We did put the comp on hold for an hour this morning, so I actually really like that later call, Greg.
Yeah, it's, tomorrow the tide's going to shift a bit later again. Just after 12 o'clock is your low tide. So, of course, organisers will look at that. There is the early call, but, of course, they can put it on hold for an hour or so, watch conditions, let the tide go out. And we're going to have glassy conditions throughout the morning. So I don't think there'll be a rush, and we'll be in for a real treat, I believe.
Well, we are 2 heats away from finishing this event and having 2 champions, potentially one to be the first to go 2 wins here in the Cole Houseman in the likes of the Challenger Series. So that could be a major win for Cole. Until then, we're going to leave you with some highlights, and I'm going to chinwag with these guys for a while. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Cheers.
Cheers.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.